Chapter 186. In the darkness, a droplet of water fell from the tip of the stalagmite on the ceiling, falling towards Li Qingshan's head. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, motionless. But within his body, a great change was happening. Extremely pure true energy flowed continuously in his yang-heel meridian. Then, strand by strand, it seeped into his bones and body, cleansing his entire body. A month had passed, and he had already taken nearly 3,000 qi-gathering pills, an average of 100 a day. This was an extremely terrifying number, enough to make any cultivator dumbfounded. His demonic qi had once again grown by leaps and bounds, but the first to break through was the Xiantian training of qi. The droplet of water that fell was smashed to pieces by the surging jinqi 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, but it still stirred up waves of jinqi, nearing the brink of a breakthrough. The jinqi that had been purified by the Simaru ring played an absolute role at this time. Without any obstacles, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of the Xiantian training of qi, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was both gratified and emotional. He was gratified that the time he had spent was much shorter than the average qi practitioner. For example, Qianrongji had also started cultivating from a young age, and she had taken a few years to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The talent of the two could be said to be about the same, or in other words, equally mediocre. As for Diao Fei, who came from a sect and had the guidance of seniors, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 30. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed could not be said to be slow, but this could not be done without the support of a sea of medicinal pills. And without this Simaru ring, no matter how many medicinal pills he had, it would be useless. But refining the impurities in the medicinal pills would take 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but wonder how little N was doing. Li Qingshan suppressed his desire to come out of seclusion. He was already very close to the 2nd stage of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, so close that he was only 1 step away. He could not give up now. He needed to take advantage of this momentum to continue moving forward and master the 2nd stage of Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He even had to open his Yin-heel meridian and reach the 3rd stage of qi refinement. A 16-year-old at the 3rd stage of qi refinement could be considered a genius. The spirit turtle's demon core flashed, and demon qi rose up from his body like smoke and fire. He had assumed his demon form. After a month of cultivation, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of 30 feet. Although this underground cave was huge, when Li Qingshan raised his horns, he was about to touch the stalagmites on the ceiling. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a monster like Godzilla sooner or later. No, he was even more terrifying than Godzilla. With 1 step, the entire city would collapse in an earthquake. With a loud roar, everyone's head felt like exploding. In the underground palace, Wei Yingjie had already completely lost his human form. His originally handsome face had completely caved in, and his skin was as withered and dull as an old man's. His eyes had lost all of their luster, and drool constantly dripped from his mouth. 10 days ago, he had been reduced to an idiot by the effects of the aphrodisiac pills he had ingested. Under Qianrongji's yuan devouring technique, all of his true qi had been devoured clean. His vitality had not been spared either. In the end, he had lost his last sliver of life. He, who treated playing with women as his hobby, had been toyed with to death by a woman in the end. It was truly lamentable. On his body, Qianrongji's snow-white body was covered in sweat. It was so smooth and glossy that it seemed like it could break with a gust of wind. Her face seemed even more charming and enchanting, like a tender green vine wrapped around a withered tree or a beautiful flower in full bloom. Her face, which had always been calm because of the calming pill, was now filled with ecstasy. Under his father's cultivation, Wei Yingjie's true qi was extremely abundant. It was at least 10 times more than Qianrongji's. Qianrongji accepted all of them without hesitation. Her true qi had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, and it had reached a full state. She could look forward to reaching the 5th layer as well. Although the yuan devouring technique was terrifying, it could not completely digest the true qi of a sixth-layer qi practitioner. There was bound to be some loss and dissipation. Otherwise, she could have reached the sixth layer directly. Qianrongji was already quite satisfied that the could reach this level. Of course, it was not without its disadvantages. The true qi was too complex, and she needed more spring breeze and rain pills to integrate it. But she was not worried about this. As long as her realm improved, she would naturally have more ways to obtain better medicinal pills. From the beginning, she had never intended to rely on ordinary people to cultivate these two big and small arts. There were too many impurities, and the cultivation speed was too slow. Moreover, the difference in the true qi's attribute was too great, which made it harder to digest. There might even be the problem of conflicting true qi. Therefore, she did not want to find trouble with ordinary qi practitioners. Those from the same sect who also cultivated the Heart Sutra would be the best prey. A fire talisman turned the dried corpse into ashes. She thought, it's time to report to the sect that young sect Master Wei is impatient and has gone to the zombie cave to look for Li Qingshan. She took out another medicinal pill and swallowed it. Her true qi was once again suppressed to the third layer of qi refining. Then, she took a bath and changed her clothes. She walked out of the underground palace and raised her head to see the clear autumn sky. She smiled brighter than the sun. Fate is in my own hands. In a room with a wide field of view, Wang Puxi threw a thick stack of documents on the long mahogany table in front of Hua Sengzan. What do you think? Hua Sengzan leaned against the armchair and crossed his legs on the table. With a wave of his hand, the documents flew up and lined up in the air. Hua Sengzan turned his head back and forth. His eyes moved rapidly as he glanced at each piece of paper, taking in every sentence in his mind. I saw them pass by here. We came out together with Qingshan, but I don't know where he is. He said himself that he has a grudge against Zhuo Zhibua. Our sect master said that he must bring that child back no matter what. It was as if countless voices were whispering to each other in different tones. A moment later, the papers flew back to the table and neatly piled up. Hua Sengzan opened his eyes. If what he Isher said is true. Wang Puxi said, what is it? Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan tricked Zhuo Zhibua to death, and then he killed Lao Xishan. Absolutely detailed information could be processed by a clever brain, removing the false impressions and filling in the blanks. It would never be too far away from the truth of the matter. Wang Puxi frowned. That's impossible. He's only a second-layer qi practitioner. How could he kill Zhuo Zhibua and so many Black Wolf guards? Hua Sengzan said, he's a second-layer qi practitioner who killed a fifth-layer qi practitioner, and he might not have done it himself. He might have lured Zhuo Zhibua to some demon nest. You know that underground isn't safe. There are many places that even we are afraid of venturing into. Wang Puxi nodded. Underground could be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans. Hua Sengzan continued, it might also be a trap laid down by several hundred explosion talismans, like the fire-lightning bombs of the school of Moism. As long as they choose a good location and trigger a small earthquake, killing a group of qi practitioners won't be too difficult. Anyway, there are just too many ways to kill them. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, do you want me to believe that Zhuo Zhibua lost his way underground? Li Qingshan lured away Zhuo Zhibua and the others, but he returned safe and sound. Old Wang, if you don't consider things like cultivation, isn't the outcome very simple? Only the victor can come back alive. Of course, the loser will die somewhere unknown. I also feel like Zhuo Zhibua is done for. Wang Puxi gradually believed him. He had undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment, embarking on the path of seeking immortality and becoming an authoritative Scarlet Hawk commander. However, he had always admired Hua Sengzan's resourcefulness. He could not help but admit that there were indeed geniuses in the world. If it were not for that person, he probably would have broken through to foundation establishment a long time ago, or even surpassed him. Hua Sengzan said, afterwards, Li Qingshan and Lao Xishan stayed together. In the end, the two of them vanished together. According to He Isher, Li Qingshan carried an iron plate corpse with him. With Lao Shishan's ability as a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, he's certain to die against the Iron Plate corpse. Perhaps the kid is currently cultivating in seclusion somewhere with his spoils of battle. Wang Pushi said furiously, that kid really is an ingrate. I shouldn't have let him join the Hawkwolf Guard in the first place. Hua Sengzan winked at him mischievously. Back then, you never thought he could kill Feng Zhang and actually report to Jiaping City, right? Wang Pushi glared at him viciously. He's pretty lucky. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Once or twice his luck. If he manages to escape death and defeat a powerful opponent every single time, it's not luck anymore, but strength. Wang Pushi said, though, his luck has run out. Hua Sengzan lowered his head and said in surprise, what do you want to do? Wang Pushi said, obviously I want to apprehend him and bring him to justice. He's only been in the Hawkwolf Guard for a few months, and he's already plotting against 2 commanders. I've never seen a Black Wolf Guard as bold as him. He's completely lawless. Hua Sengzan said, look, that's just my speculation. It might not necessarily be true. Not to mention, there's no evidence, so why would he admit to it? Wang Pushi said, are we just going to let it go if he doesn't admit to it? Hua Sengzan said, Zhuo Zhibua is looking to die. He's even willing to mobilize so many people to plot against his own subordinates, yet he's not allowed to retaliate. He's stayed in Jiaping City for far too long, and he's become far too close to the sect. It's about time for someone else to replace him. Wang Pushi said, Lao Shishan was silenced by that kid, so he deserved it? Hua Sengzan curled his lip. He probably deserved it. If he wanted to silence them, he should have silenced those disciples of Moism the most, especially that one called He Isher. His testimony seemed like he was eager to prove that Li Qingshan was the culprit, yet he ended up saving them instead. If he had even the slightest bit of malice in his heart, he would have let them die to the zombie Taoists' hands. Since he's already wiped the slate clean, and it can't be considered as purposeful murder, why should we act like petty people? Chapter 187. In certain places and in the eyes of certain people, the deaths of 2 Black Wolf commanders was an earth-shaking matter, but in other places and in the eyes of other people, it was just a small matter. The difference in authority led to completely different perspectives. Whether it was Wang Pushi who disliked Li Qingshan or Hua Sengzan who liked Li Qingshan, they both treated this as a small matter. They reached an agreement with just a few words. Wang Pushi said, fair enough. It's not like we need to do anything if we want to deal with that kid anyway. Hua Sengzan asked, what's wrong? Wang Pushi said, Vice Sect Master Wei has already taken the 4 grannies to Jiaping City. His son of a bitch has gone underground to find Li Qingshan. He hasn't returned, so I think he's done for. What? Didn't you hear your mistress mention it? Hua Sengzan said, you said it yourself. She's his mistress, not his wife. He's the sect master, so he obviously has to consider the interests of the sect. The child really does seem to be quite important to them. They really don't take the words of a vice commander seriously. He had told them not to touch Li Qingshan. Now that the sect had ignored him and forcefully taken action, it was equivalent to ignoring his authority. Wang Pushi raised an eyebrow. You've undergone the heavenly tribulation. If we work together, I'd like to see just who in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture dares to defy your will, Hua Sengzan. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and Black Wolf Guards would definitely possess great authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Compared to them, the 10th layer of Qi practitioner was only a single step away, but it was worlds apart. Hua Sengzan smiled heartlessly. Cultivation is about going with the flow. It can't be forced. Wang Pushi said, whatever. We'll do as you say this time. We won't capture him, nor will we protect him. We'll just wait and see. I'd like to see whether the kid can survive this or not. Hua Sengzan leapt up and crouched down on the table. He patted Wang Pushi's shoulder. He's someone that Boss Gu admires no matter what. Old Wang, don't be upset. It might affect your cultivation. Wang Pushi said, so what? I'm also someone that Elder Gu, Commander Gu admires, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this spirit, I'd be a dying old man right now. I am going to the 100 schools of thought. Let's see which kid is willing to go down there and take over the position of vice commander. Regular chi practitioners could only barely become a Black Wolf Guard after putting their lives on the line. On the other hand, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were directly appointed as commanders. The gap between them was huge. After Wang Puxi left, Hua Sengzhan's face darkened as he sighed. Even if he was extremely intelligent and prided himself on being a genius, what was the use if he couldn't close the gap? While the geniuses stood still and sighed, the mortals crawled on the ground. Pa! An extremely loud slap sent Qian Rongji flying. He rolled and hit the wall hard before falling to the ground. His cheek was already swollen. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He no longer seemed charming at all. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you only report it now? A gray-haired, middle-aged man in luxurious violet clothes roared out. His true chi surged, pressing down on Qian Rongji from afar. She was immobilized like a bug. The middle-aged man was the vice-sect master of the sect, a 10th-layer chi practitioner, Wei Zhongyuan. He had already reached the highest level of the secret art, only a step away from foundation establishment. He was someone who stood at the apex of chi practitioners. To the left and right of the hall were 4 haggard old women. They all wore heavy makeup and their appearances were strange. The smell of makeup could be smelled from 10 steps away. They focused on drawing their eyebrows and manicuring their nails. None of them even glanced at Qian Rongji. A few young male escorts followed behind them, serving her carefully. One of them was Grandma Shimin. 2 handsome young men were massaging her shoulders. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She didn't care about the pitiful state of her disciple at all. Qian Rongji's eyes were filled with tears. She said with great grievance, "I really couldn't persuade young Master Wei. Sect Master, this really isn't my fault. You still dare to talk back." Wei Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Rongji. True Chi flew out 10 feet and grabbed her in the air. "With my son's temperament, if he wasn't bewitched by you, bitch, why would he take the initiative to look for Li Qingshan? There's still no news of him." If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Rongji's strength was too low, he would almost suspect that it was Qian Rongji who did it. This was obviously not the wisdom of rational thinking. It was just anger. With a miserable shriek, Qian Rongji's bones creaked, almost about to be crushed. Really? The door swung open loudly and a few Black Wolf guards swaggered in. "What are you doing?" When they saw the situation in the room, they all paled in fright. They had received news that a Black Wolf guard had been trapped in the building, so they had rushed over in a hurry. However, they never expected to see such a powerful group of chi practitioners. They had almost become speechless. "W, what are you doing? W, are you killing a member of the Hawk Wolf Guard?" Only then did Wei Zhongyuan remember that Qian Rongji had an identity like that. Grandma Shimin coughed gently. "Sect Master, forget it. This isn't Rongji's fault. Let's hurry up and find little Jie. I've watched that child grow up. I don't want anything to happen to him." Wei Zhongyuan snorted coldly and tossed Qian Rongji aside viciously. None of the Black Wolf guards dared to help her up. Qian Rongji propped herself up and knelt towards Grandma Shimin in gratitude. "Thank you, Granny." Then she bowed towards Wei Zhongyuan. "Thank you, Sect Master. If we can't find Jie, you'll be in for a treat." With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhongyuan made his way out of the door. The 4 grannies followed closely behind him. The young people giggled as they walked past Qian Rongji. They glanced at Qian Rongji in disheveled disdain and discussed loudly, "Look at her. She's just like a bitch." A young man beside Grandma Shimin said, "Isn't that right? She even wants to suck up to Granny. How shameless." Qian Rongji lowered her head. Her disheveled hair covered her face, such that no one could see the light flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, she had thought of sending people to ask for reinforcements from the Hawk Wolf Guard. Otherwise, if she really did end up being killed by this crazy old bastard, it would be a waste. She was a 10th-layer chi practitioner. If she used the vitality devouring technique, would she be able to break through to the 6th layer and condense a sea of chi? A few Black Wolf guards glanced at Qian Rongji. One of them said, Do you know what the consequences are now for going to the door? When will this building open for business? Seeing as we're all colleagues, we'll definitely go and take care of the business. Once you recover, Rongji, you have to serve us well. They all smiled obscenely as they brazenly studied Qian Rongji's slender figure. They were originally black wolf guards who had been pushed to the sidelines by Zhua Zhibua. They were filled with jealousy and contempt towards Qian Rongji, who had hooked up with Zhua Zhibua as soon as she joined the Hawk Wolf Guard. Now that Zhua Zhibua had passed away, they all felt like it was time for them to make a comeback. They all felt extremely delighted, becoming arrogant from their success. Qian Rongji stood up. Under the soothing of true qi, her swollen face returned to normal, only leaving behind some bruises. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. Rongji just happened to want to carry out a mission, but I'm alone, so I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed. Please assist me, big brothers. Rongji will definitely repay your kindness properly. The Black Wolf Guards looked at one another. They were all tempted, and they became even more scornful. In their eyes, Qian Rongji was just a whore who had sold herself. Now that the person she relied on, Zhua Zhibua, had passed away, she obviously wanted to find someone else to rely on. One of them was a fourth-layer Qi practitioner, while the other three were third-layer Qi practitioners. They were basically the remaining backbone of the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City. They were very trustworthy. It was perfect for them to try out this woman. It was not like they were afraid of her playing any tricks with their strength anyway. When Qian Rongji and the 4 Black Wolf Guards went to the Eagle Hunting Tower to receive a mission and were about to set off, they just happened to run into Diao Fei. Diao Fei glanced at Qian Rongji and immediately dodged. He asked politely, "What are you up to?" The leader of the 4th-layer Qi practitioners said, "A small mission. There's a demonic beast causing trouble, so we're going to take a look. Do you want to come with us?" Hee, big brother, this is just a small mission. Aren't there a little too many people? A Black Wolf Guard smiled obscenely, which led to another round of laughter. Together, Diao Fei was already trying to avoid this woman, so where did you get the courage to go on a mission with her? After the mission in Ancient Wind City, he had become extremely vigilant towards Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji. He swore that he would never travel with them again. He kept a low profile and moved around alone, accumulating resources and avoiding many problems. He was just about to break through to the 4th layer. When he heard that Zhua Zhibua had led a group of Black Wolf Guards to hunt down Li Qingshan, he could not be like the other Black Wolf Guards, firmly believing that Li Qingshan was dead for sure. In the end, 9 Hawk Wolf Guards had vanished, including 2 Hawk Wolf commanders. He was not certain that Li Qingshan was behind this, but he felt like Li Qingshan definitely had something to do with it. As a result, he became even more certain of his belief that he could not travel with a tiger. While it was possible to prevent a tiger from attacking people, it was impossible to prevent a venomous snake from attacking people. His gaze towards the Black Wolf Guards was rather strange. There was basically some pity. I still have matters to attend to. Afterwards, he left in a hurry. That guy sure is unsociable. Forget it. Let's go. The 4th-layer Qi practitioner placed his hand on Qian Rongji's waist naturally and slid it down. Qian Rongji smiled. Although it would be slightly troublesome if she was compatible with foreign true Qi, how could she turn down a prey that had delivered itself to her? The next day, Qian Rongji returned to Jiaping silently. She returned to the underground palace on the 2nd floor with 4 round, gunny sacks. Whether it was geniuses or mortals, they all had to survive, using their own methods. However, when mortals were unwilling to be mediocre and be at the mercy of fate, they wanted to possess everything that a genius possessed. They had to rack their brains and pay a price. This price was not just hard work and hardship. They even had to sacrifice their dignity, endure humiliation, give up their emotions, and throw themselves into the sea of bitterness of hell. Chapter 188. The strength of 2 oxen. When he swallowed 1,000 of them together, he felt like he had swallowed a huge bomb. He felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach, about to burn through it. If it were not for the fact that he had already demonified and his body was much tougher than regular people, This entire process would have been enough to claim his life. Under the effects of the medicine, the demon qi gradually became violent. It went out of control, rampaging about recklessly as if it was trying to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. If it were not for the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that had forged his body to the point of being as tough as steel, even regular demons would have exploded. With so many advantages, he would not be a man if he did not treat himself a little harsher. He ignored the pain in his body and forcefully moved his body. He raised his legs, lifted his shoulders, and punched out, guiding the demon qi along a certain path. He repeated the 3 forms of the ox demon: stamps its hooves, the ox demon butts its horns, and the ox demon forges its hide countless times. He swore to himself that he would break through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and obtain the strength of 2 oxen. Only then would he emerge and see little and... Above the wasteland, 5 figures flew over at high speed. They were Wei Zhongyuan and the other 4. Every single one of them was surrounded by streams of air. They did not touch the ground as they moved with the wind. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, appearing extremely graceful. A farmer happened to be farming in the fields. When he saw this from afar, he immediately knelt on the ground and called out immortals. The 5 of them did not even glance at him. They turned around together and flew over the river, kicking up waves. They followed the river and arrived at the entrance of the zombie cave. Just now, they stopped and stood on the surface of the water, gazing at the pitch-black cave that seemed like the mouth of a beast. There might be danger in the cave. The 2 commanders of the Hawkwolf Guard have probably died in there. It's very likely for an iron plate corpse to follow Li Qingshan, Wei Zhongyuan said cautiously, displaying his bearing as the master of a sect. With what we're capable of, an iron plate corpse is nothing. Grandma Dongmen said scornfully, if it's a steel plate corpse, then it's worth dealing with seriously. If it's a bronze demon corpse, then I'll leave immediately without another word. The Westgate granny smiled sinisterly. Elder sister, you're already so old, yet you keep saying stupid things. There are many demonic beasts and monsters underground, and there are even demon generals. Encountering a demonic beast is a huge problem. If we encounter a demon general, all 5 of us will be buried underground. Grandma Dongmen raised her eyebrows. She hated it when people said she was old. She scolded, "Old thing, do you think I'm ignorant? Why would a demon general be in such a shallow place? If there really are demon generals, what right does the zombie Taoist have to build a dwelling here?" Wei Zhongyuan said, "Don't quarrel, there's no harm in being careful. This time we must rescue my son, kill that Li Qingshan, and capture that child with the aspect of outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance. Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew into the cave. The scorching heat in Li Qingshan's abdomen gradually spread to his entire body. His dark skin began to redden slightly. As soon as his sweat oozed out, it was reduced to white steam, constantly rising up from his muscular body. It was like he had entered a steamer. His movements for the ox demon's fist of great strength became slower and slower as well. In the end, he basically became as slow as Taiji fist. His movements slowed down. Even the thin air seemed to become viscous as well. However, with every punch he threw out, he could move the air in the entire cave. The air was like the demon qi in his body, clashing back and forth. It created a heavy, buzzing sound in the narrow cave. Cultivation had already reached its most crucial point. The 5 of them arrived at the first fork. Just when Wei Zhongyuan was about to sense for auras, Grandma Shimin was already prepared. She took out an oval-shaped wooden sphere. "What's this?" "A pathfinding hive. That kid surnamed He from the Mahist family sold it to me. He even told me to keep it a secret." Grandma Shimin twisted the mechanism and projected a complete map of the underground. It was the record left behind by the Mahist disciples when they entered last time. The 5 of them flew straight in the direction of the zombie cave. They were as fast as birds. The scarlet color on Li Qingshan's body became more and more obvious. It seeped out from within his body, making him look like a cast iron block. The red light in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. There was a sound of stretching metal. His body continued to grow, becoming taller and stronger. 33 feet, 35 feet, 37 feet. This process was extremely painful. However, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was full of joy. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at the zombie cave. Without hesitation, they barged in and searched everywhere. However, all the rooms were empty. Only the training room was sealed by a huge rock. Grandma Shimen asked, "Is it here?" Wei Zhongyuan stepped forward without hesitation. He casually pushed out his palm, and the huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Li Qingshan's body suddenly grew by 12 feet, reaching 12 feet. He let out a roar, shook his arms, and spread them to the sides. He let out a roar. The lake water beside him was suddenly pushed away, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. It created huge waves that were several feet high. The falling waterfall almost flowed backwards. The bottom of the lake with a circumference of 30 feet around him was exposed. It turned out that Li Qingshan disliked the low ceiling of the training cave, so he came to this underground lake where he ambushed Zhuo Zhibua and the others. The space here was 20 feet high, allowing him to stretch freely. It just so happened that he avoided the people of the sect. Li Qingshan laughed carefreely. He had finally cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength to the 2nd layer. The strength of his body increased to an extremely terrifying level. The lake water flowed backwards, forming a huge whirlpool beside him. It was enough to overturn a boat, but it could only submerge up to his waist. A figure flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and the figure landed in his palm. It was little, and he was also smiling, happy for him. Li Qingshan felt his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt so good before. He waded to the side of the lake and pressed his hand against the rock wall. The rock that had experienced countless years of silence was so strong that it was difficult for swords and knives to damage it. But with just a light press, he didn't feel any resistance. His hand sank in, as if he was pressing into mud. Moreover, he faintly felt a faint connection with the rock. Then he did a new experiment. He took out a wind-entwining knife and slashed it at his chest. With a clang, sparks flew, and the wind-entwining knife bounced off. On his body, not even a white mark was left. Afterwards, he took out Zhuo Jibua's mid-grade spiritual artifact knife and mimicked Zhuo Jibua's speed and strength, stabbing himself. He felt a slight pain, but it did not pierce through either. With the completion of the 2nd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, not only had his strength increased, but his terrifying defense had also increased. If he included the spirit turtle's profound shell, then even Hao Pingyang's yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light would not be able to harm a hair on him. With this demonic body, even if hundreds or thousands of 6th layer Qi practitioners stood in front of him, they would still be tortured to death. Right now, the only question he had to consider was, with this power, would he be able to defeat a 9th layer Qi practitioner like the Westgate Granny? A sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The sect was determined to take little and away, which touched on his reverse scale. He made up his mind to kill them. However, he suppressed this killing intent soon afterwards. The sect was still an undefeatable colossus. He needed to be even more patient right now. Wei Zhongyuan looked at the empty cultivation room. He's not here. No, he's been here before. The Southgate Granny wiped the stone table. There was not a speck of dust on it. When little and was bored, he would often order the puppets and iron plate corpses to clean up the place. Grandma Shimen said sinisterly, "He'll definitely come back. We can set up a trap here and wait for him." They all glanced at one another. One of them immediately hid in the darkness and erased all of their auras, waiting for Li Qingshan to walk right into their trap. It was possible to imagine that as soon as Li Qingshan set foot in there, he would be like a tiger in a stone cage. He would struggle to break free easily. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and looked at his appearance in the water. He smiled bitterly. His current appearance was like those tough, black basketball superstars from his past life. His rock-like muscles bulged, making him seem like a vicious beast as he stood there. He did not seem like a 16-year-old at all. He opened his mouth and rubbed his long, sharp teeth. He felt even more helpless. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression just happened to suppress the first layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Now that Li Qingshan had reached the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, that was equivalent to breaking this balance. Immediately, the characteristics of many demons manifested. If he reached the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, he probably would not be able to suppress these changes and would not be able to revert to human form. Forget it. The most important thing about a man isn't his appearance, Li Qingshan said to Little, and he's very courageous like this, right? Little and nodded. She liked him no matter what he looked like. Li Qingshan said, "All right. Let's go back." He took a step forward and felt his foot soften. Looking down, he left behind a deep footprint. He exhaled gently and began to focus on controlling his strength. He walked forward step by step, no longer feeling like he was stepping on air. His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, he felt like there was a strange elasticity on the firm ground, allowing him to travel even further with each step. In the zombies' immortals cave, the 5 peak chi practitioners of the sect waited silently. They waited for a long time. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The stone table was covered with another layer of dust. As chi practitioners, none of them were impatient people. However, if they kept waiting like this, when would they ever reach the end? Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to the Zombie King's dwelling, but his stomach began to rumble. It was as loud as thunder. He rubbed his belly. "I feel like I can eat 10 cows. Let's go eat something first." The food in the dozen or so 100 treasures pouches had all been devoured by him a long time ago. Although he would not starve to death even if he did not eat, as long as he had chi-gathering pills and could absorb the energy of the world through the spirit turtle's demon core, eating actual food still had its benefits. Moreover, it was an inalienable joy of life. Afterwards, he took out the underground mental map and found the closest exit that led to the surface. He made his way out. P.S. Li Qingshan has become Li Ernie. Everyone applaud and welcome him. I'm begging for monthly votes. Chapter 189. Searching for a place to cultivate the exit was in a forest. It was currently late autumn, so the entire mountain was dyed red. Red, yellow, and green merged together to form an ever-changing landscape. The bright sunlight landed before him, and he blinked his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the fresh air above ground. Sure enough, the surface was more suitable for survival. The zombie Taoist's dwelling was too deep underground, so he could not come out often for fresh air. It would be best if he could find a cave that was relatively well hidden and build a large house on top of it. Afterwards, he could go underground whenever he wanted, and he could come out whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the zombie Taoist did not naturally like staying underground. He had his own considerations. If he built his dwelling too shallow, it would be very easy for the Hawk Wolf Guard to attack his base and raid his lair. The location of his dwelling was very particular as well. When Li Qingshan cultivated there, he would feel his true qi circulate much faster, and his Feng Qi acupoint could sense that the spiritual qi of the world in the cave was much denser than other places. Spiritual veins crisscrossed underground. The dwelling must have been located on a certain spiritual vein, just like the word earth in the 4 words wealth, companionship, method, and earth. Although it was not at the level of a legendary blessed land, it was still very beneficial to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's path of cultivation was not one of gradual progress. Instead, he relied on tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully build up his cultivation. The significance of the spiritual land was not particularly great to him. It was not like he would show himself before he finished all the pills on him anyway. Opening the mental map of the Green Province, Li Qingshan confirmed his location. He was 100 kilometers southeast of Jiaping City. He was close to leaving the territory of the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping City, which was exactly what he wanted. 15 kilometers to the south was a small city. It was called Salt Mountain City because it was located on a mountain of salt. The value of salt mines was no less than gold and iron. Although practitioners did not pay much attention to it, it was a place that people in the Jianghu would fight for. Whether it was to occupy a salt mine or to transport salt, experts were needed to protect them. Therefore, the practice of martial arts was very strong. Everyone on the street was armed with blades and swords. The greatest organization in the city was the Proud Sword Manor. They claimed to have 3,000 disciples, and the lord of the manor, Yushuquang, was a first-rate master of the current age, a leading figure in the orthodox world. His wielding of the sword had reached perfection, and he slaughtered all of the weak. He was basically the true controller of Salt Mountain City. Even the district magistrate had to bow to him when he saw him. However, Great Hero Yu also had his own worries. Most of the worries of the strong were when they encountered someone stronger than them and felt helpless. Villa Master Yu, I'll be taking these children with me. A middle-aged man spoke. He was dressed in green and carried a long sword in a green scabbard. His collar and cuffs were embroidered with patterns of green vines. His aura was that of a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator. There were 4 children around 12 or 13 years old standing beside him. All of them looked excited and reluctant. Yu Shuquang smiled along. All right. Please feel free to take them with you, Brother Liu. These children will definitely have a better future in the Green Vine Mountain. These children were his most outstanding disciples of the young generation. 2 of them came from poor backgrounds, and he had even spent money and effort to nurture them for a few years, just so that he could add a few more masters to the Proud Sword sect in the future. However, he had never thought that they would end up benefiting someone else. This disciple of the Green Vine Mountain had come over, and all he had to do was say a few words before taking them away. How could he not feel pained? Cultivation sects also required outstanding talents to replenish their blood. However, Qi practitioners were few in number at the end of the day, so it was impossible for them to go around looking for suitable talents. Directly going to the various large gangs of the Jianghu became an extremely time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation sects would even establish their own gangs just to expand their influence and make it easier for them to recruit disciples. Our Green Vine Mountain obviously won't take advantage of you for free. Here's a Qi gathering pill. It'll benefit you greatly when you break through to the innate realm. Lu Fingrui placed down an embroidered box. There was a Qi gathering pill in the box pitifully, but he acted like he was rewarding Yu Shuquang arrogantly. Yu Shuquang cursed inside. Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Qi gathering pills were commonly used by Qi practitioners. With his wealth, even buying several dozen would not be a problem. It would not be of much help when he broke through to the innate realm. However, he acted like he was flattered. That's far too precious. At this moment, a disciple reported, Manor Lord, someone wants to see you. Yu Shuquang said furiously, can't you see that I'm receiving an esteemed guest? The disciple said pitifully, but he said he's your friend, Manor Lord. Lu Fingrui said, if that's the case, I'll be taking my leave first. Yu Shuquang stood up in a hurry to send him off. He nodded and bowed along the way as he sighed inside. Zijian, oh Zijian, don't disappoint me. Cultivate well and come back to support me. After arriving at the main entrance, Yu Shuquang glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a figure as tall and burly as an ox sitting on a long bench, waiting. He wore a large, conical hat on his head, obscuring his appearance. Beside him was a large bamboo basket with a lid, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. The disciple whispered, Manor Lord, that's him. Yu Shuquang was confident that he did not have a friend like that, or it would be impossible for him to not remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he had never seen such a burly figure in his life. The figure stood up with a whoosh and blocked Yu Shuquang's path. Great Hero Yu, long time no see. In that moment, Yu Shuquang basically felt his vision darken. The heavy voice was rather familiar, you are? Li Qingshan raised his hat slightly. Although his figure and skin had changed drastically, and even his face had become rather strange, Yu Shuquang still recognized him with a single glance. He cried out, You're. Lu Fengrui ignored Yu Shuquang and directly boarded the carriage and left. He had never taken Great Hero Yu seriously the entire time. Yu Shuquang was not in the mood to feel angry right now. The tiger butcher had come looking for him, so what good could it be? For a moment, he was stunned. Let's talk inside. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he wanted to express some goodwill, but when he revealed his long fangs, he seemed even more vicious and malicious. Yu Shuquang shuddered. He followed Li Qingshan back into the manor unknowingly. He had no idea what he had done wrong today. Li Qingshan had specially searched for a city that was slightly larger on the map and did not have cheap practitioners. That would make it easier for him to buy food and drink, which was why he chose Salt Mountain City. However, his appetite was just too great. If he went to buy it himself, it would be far too troublesome, and it would easily raise suspicion. If the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard saw him, it would be very inappropriate. As a result, he was in urgent need of someone with local influence to help him deal with these matters. He could vaguely remember that Yu Shuquang had once invited him to Salt Mountain City as a guest in an extremely friendly restaurant in Lakeside City back then. As a result, he had come looking for him. Yu Shuquang dispersed the disciple tactfully. He asked, surly, "Why have you come all the way here?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few matters that I'd like to trouble you with." He casually placed down a stack of silver notes. "There's around 1,000,000 taels of silver here. You can treat it as a deposit." "Sir, you can't do that. As long as I, Yu Shuquang, have a use for me, I'll do anything, no matter what." Yu Shuquang beamed with joy, but what he thought was, who would be bold enough to accept the tiger butcher's silver? "Take it," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuquang immediately stowed the silver away. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who would be bold enough to refuse the tiger butcher's silver? Li Qingshan said, "There's a manor in the mountains to the southeast of the city. I want to buy it and stay there for a while. I'll use the silver." "Yes." "I'll get someone to handle it right now." "No, I'll handle it personally. I guarantee that you'll be able to move in tonight." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. "I don't want anyone to know I'm here, including your relatives and friends, especially your daughter. If news of this gets out, definitely not. If I tell anyone else about this, then I, Yu Shuquang, will be destroyed by the heavens." Yu Shuquang immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath. Li Qingshan interrupted him. "There's no need for you to swear. I don't rely on this. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't mistreat you. I won't be like that person earlier who only gave you a chi-gathering pill." Yu Shuquang was both ashamed and surprised. Li Qingshan had actually heard the conversation in the main hall 300 meters away from the entrance. Li Qingshan said, "Where's the chi-gathering pill?" Yu Shuquang took out the embroidered box in a hurry. Li Qingshan accepted it and tossed the chi-gathering pill into his mouth. "The quality is quite good." Yu Shuquang's face sank. Chi-gathering pills were extremely precious pills to masters of the Jianghu who cultivated inner force like him. They could easily be sold for 100 or 200,000 taels of silver outside. He was just bluffing when he said he wouldn't mistreat him. Li Qingshan took out a new pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the embroidered box. "Do you recognize this pill?" Yu Shuquang's eyes immediately widened. "This is 100 grasses pill." This was much rarer and more precious than chi-gathering pills. It was basically priceless. Even 200,000 taels of silver could not buy it. If he could ingest one, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would increase slightly. Li Qingshan passed the embroidered box back to Yu Shuquang. "You can treat this as a deposit. I hope we can work well together." Fear and profit had always been the best methods to control people. Li Qingshan just happened to lack both. An hour later, Li Qingshan obtained the deed to the estate. He stood up and bade farewell. "Oh, right. Don't call me by my name in the future." "Then what should I call you?" Li Qingshan thought about it. "Just call me Niao Heir." Yu Shuquang was experienced in the Jianghu as well. He could tell that Li Qingshan wanted to conceal his name a long time ago, but he did not agree with Li Qingshan's taste in naming. Li Qingshan said, "Also, send 10 tables, no, 20 tables of food every day in the future." After cultivating underground during this period of time, his mouth had almost become bland. Standing in the estate in the call, the entire estate had already been cleaned. It had even been sprinkled with water. He had no idea how Yushukwang had managed to do it. The surroundings were shaded by the mountains and forests. The scenery was elegant, yet very quiet. At the same time, it was close to Salt Mountain City. It was the ideal place for cultivation for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan placed down the bamboo basket on him and little and climbed out. He looked around and seemed very satisfied. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and compared it with the mental map of the Green Province once again. The map indicated that there was a cave that just happened to pass through here. It was only a few meters deep in the earth. As long as he put in some effort, he could make a tunnel. Chapter 190. If he really was discovered by the door, then he could flee underground. As long as he made a few turns and hid his aura, even the door wouldn't be able to catch him. The estate occupied an area of several hundred acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it had just been cleaned and covered with many yellow leaves. The winding path led to a secluded garden. The tranquility gave off an ancient aura. Who knew how many years it had been through? The original designs on the walls and beams had all been blurred, but it had lost some of its splendor. Instead, it had gained some accumulated weathering. Li Qingshan was extremely satisfied. It was even better than the Hawkwolf Guards building. He lowered his head. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. As he rubbed Little N's head, he said, "Once I soar into the sky and master my martial arts, I'll draw out everyone in the door one by one and bleed them dry. They'll be daydreaming if they think they can take you away, ha 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 ha." He laughed resplendently as he said, "Yeah, no one can take me away." Little N was infected by his laughter. Probably just throwing money at Yushukwang was not enough for him to buy this place. He also relied on the deterrence of the violent gang that was the Proud Sword Manor. Just like how the bigger fish ate the smaller fish ate the shrimps, any disciple from the Green Vine Mountain could deal with Great Hero Yu obediently. It would be a piece of cake for Great Hero Yu to turn around and deal with a few wealthy merchants. What a cruel class society. Li Qingshan sighed. He wandered around the estate, trying to figure out where to start digging. Little and pulled out a book from the study. With a creak, the bookshelf flipped around, revealing a flight of stairs leading downwards. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. "Nicely done. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan and Little and entered, the bookshelf closed up automatically. They were bold because of their skill, so they continued downwards without minding it. He discovered that it was a man-made secret room, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by many secret passages that led to the main buildings of the mansion. There was also a large amount of rice, flour, and oil stored inside. Li Qingshan had heard that many great families would build such secret passages when building their mansions. This was to prevent war and bandits from robbing them. They would have a place to hide, and perhaps they would be able to avoid extermination. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took out the mental map and compared it again. Then, he came to a stone room, raised his right foot, and stomped down heavily. With a thump, the floor was covered in cracks. With a rumbling sound, the earth and stones collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, all he saw was a huge hole in the floor. Li Qingshan stuck his head into the hole and looked around. Sure enough, it was connected to the underground cavern. He smiled in satisfaction. With this path of retreat, he could cultivate in peace. Returning to the surface, the 20 tables of food had already been delivered. Li Qingshan ate heartily, eating extremely happily. Little and ate a little with him too before putting down her chopsticks and holding her cheeks as she watched him eat. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little and went to the study to read, while Li Qingshan meditated in the courtyard. He swallowed 10 qi gathering pills in a single gulp. As soon as they were digested, they were swallowed by the spirit turtle's Niden, all converted into demon qi. He decided to focus on the cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression from today onwards, as if the spirit turtle's cultivation was too low, he would not be able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. He would not be able to assume human form, which would lead to quite a lot of trouble. The ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could greatly strengthen his body, granting him extraordinary battle prowess. What determined his cultivation as a demon was still the tiny demon cores condensed from the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression was condensing a demon core, reaching the 6th layer of human chi practitioners. Once he reached the 2nd layer, he should be able to break through his current cultivation and become a demon general. He would no longer have to fear the door. However, this process was 10 times more difficult than reaching the 2nd layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. Of course, it was not exactly difficult. Instead, it would take up a lot of time. He really could not afford to waste several decades, or even a century. He still wanted to find Gu Yening one day and get intimate with her. With a rustle, a century would pass. Even if she did not age, it would already be great if he could remember her name. No matter how deep the love at first sight was, how could it resist the invasion of time? It would be best if he worked hard for it before this thought was worn away. He had even promised Xianwei that he would take her to the Dragon Province. Once a century passed, who knew how fast her cultivation would be after she ingested the pills from the provincial lord's estate? It would be best if she completed her cultivation first before he had even achieved any major accomplishments in his cultivation. If that happened, wouldn't his promise become a joke? And, if he spent too much time on the ground, Brother Ox above the 9 heavens would probably grow impatient, even though he had never seen him grow impatient before. In short, it could only be described as advancing valiantly. He wanted to use tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully carve out a shortcut that would allow him to ascend to the heavens. He closed his eyes and drew in the spiritual chi of the world from the outside while receiving the effects of the pills from the inside. He constantly gathered, absorbed, and converted them. The blue sky was bathed in moonlight. He spat out the spirit turtle's demon core, which spun as it flew into the air and shone with azure light. It expanded and contracted like it was breathing, and a sliver of moonlight was sucked into the demon core. However, his consciousness rapidly sank, like a spirit turtle sinking into a bottomless abyss, entering a slumber that would last thousands of years. It was almost a state of nothingness. The spiritual chi of the world constantly surged into his demon core and his body. The part of his body that was usually the most sensitive to the spiritual chi of the world, the foam chi acupoint on the back of his head, seemed to have become the perfect entrance. A lot of the spiritual chi of the world directly surged into his yang heel meridian, flowing through his meridians. Originally, this was something that only foundation establishment cultivators could achieve, but this young man who possessed both the human and demon paths had achieved it unconsciously. The extremely pure spiritual chi of the world was something that only powerful cultivators who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could enjoy, yet it had all flowed into the body of a puny chi practitioner like him. Compared to the spiritual chi of the world, the chi-gathering pills refined from the herbs meticulously gathered by humans were like distillers' grains to fine wine. Li Qingshan's innate method of practicing qi had already reached the 6th layer, reaching the highest level of the 2nd layer. The true qi that could be stored in his yang heel meridian was already full. The 7th stage of the innate method of training of qi naturally appeared in his mind, and he began to circulate it in a completely unconscious state. First, it surged towards the Jiaohai acupoint on his ankle. Due to the lack of Li Qingshan's control, it was unable to condense into a cone to pass through the barrier. It all gathered there, unable to advance. However, with the support of the spiritual chi of the world, the true chi surged over like the tide. Before the first had even subsided, another wave would rise. It did not grow tired of it, nor did it stop. It did not require the support of any pills at all, nor did it consume any of the true chi. It surged towards the Jiaohai acupoint endlessly. Even if it were 100 times, it would not shake the dam at all. But what about 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Finally, the dam collapsed, and the true chi surged into the yin heel meridian like a flood. Then, it faced the 2nd barrier. Originally, Failure at any of the barriers meant that all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. Therefore, when Qi practitioners broke through their meridians and acupoints, they would always prepare as many pills and spirit stones as possible. It was as if they were injecting new water into the river of true Qi. However, right now, the river of true Qi in Li Qingshan's body was connected to the boundless ocean, and there was an endless amount of spiritual Qi of the world. No matter how many times his true Qi was blocked by the dam, it would not dissipate. Instead, it would silently proceed, and then another 100,000 times. Extremely slowly and steadily, the acupoints were broken through one by one, reaching the final destination of the Yin heel meridian, the Qingming acupoint on his face. The acupoint's owner could not see clearly, so it was named Qingming. Once this acupoint was opened, Qi practitioners could see far as if they were near, and small as if they were big. When Li Qingshan opened the Yang heel meridian, this acupoint was the only way. There was no difficulty at all. True Qi poured into the Qingming acupoint and connected with the Yang heel meridian. It was like the convergence of two great rivers, forming a wondrous ring. Yin and Yang Qi flowed through the meridian endlessly. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. He had actually broken through to the third layer of Qi practitioner unknowingly. Probably no one would believe him even if he told them about this. The wind swept through the tall trees, and a withered leaf could not hold on any longer. It fell from the branch and drifted over the white wall, landing on Li Qingshan's shoulder. A soft, white hand extended over and caught the leaf before tossing it aside. Little and held a broom he had found somewhere and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a pile. The puppet and the iron plate corpse were responsible for scooping up the fallen leaves with a wicker basket and tossing them outside the wall. Thump, thump, thump. There were a few knocks on the door. Little and went over and opened the door. 2 disciples of the Proud Sword sect unloaded several dozen large food boxes from the carriage and placed them on the stone steps outside. A gentle-looking young man said, "Little sister, this is today's food. Is great hero Nyo still cultivating?" Little and nodded. She seemed rather unaccustomed to this. In the past, it was always Li Qingshan who dealt with these social interactions. Li Qingshan was in a meditative state, so she had to deal with it. She was still very unused to it. The young man had already come a few times. He knew that Little and never spoke, so he did not mind. He said gently, "Do you want me to deliver the food boxes in today?" Little and shook her head. The young man was rather disappointed. He really wanted to see this great hero Neo, who even his master worshipped like a god, or in other words, treated him like a great enemy. Yu Shuquang did not dare to slight Li Qingshan. As he said, he sent 2 of his trusted disciples to deliver 20 tables of food every day. He had watched these 2 disciples grow up, so they could be regarded as half his sons. He had reminded them countless times about the importance of this matter and the importance of keeping their mouths shut, which only piqued the curiosity of the 2 young men. However, after coming a few times, all they could do was interact with this silent girl. The other young man said, "Little sister, who are you to great hero Nyo?" Little N was taken aback. Even if she could speak, she would not be able to answer this question. The gentle-looking young man waved his whip, and the carriage entered the forest very quickly, vanishing from sight. Only Little N stood at the entrance alone, tidying up the food boxes. Suddenly, her heart shivered slightly. Chapter 191. Little N opened her mouth. In the carriage, the 2 of them discussed, "Senior brother, I heard from the gatekeeper that Master Nyo is 9 feet tall and as strong as an iron tower." The gentle young man expressed his doubt. "Is he really that tall? I always feel strange. How can there be a master with the surname Nyo in this world? Why can't someone with the surname Nyo be a master? My surname is Ma. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Alas, such a good child. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. It's a pity that she is mute." How pitiful. The carriage had already traveled a very far distance, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class masters could hear. However, in front of the house, Little and, who was moving the food boxes into the door, heard everything clearly. Her face slightly darkened. She put all the food boxes in a secret room with a lower temperature, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. However, Li Qingshan did not wake up. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn wind and falling leaves. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and used all her strength to try to say a word. When she recovered her body, she still could not speak. The disappointment on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted her and said that it was okay, she never wanted to let him down. Therefore, when he was not paying attention, she practiced hard. However, it did not go well. There seemed to be an invisible barrier across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even a syllable. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through it. Her voice was taken away by the witch, and it seemed that she would never be able to get it back. Once again, she failed. Once again, her face was full of disappointment. She was so sad that she almost cried. Could it be that the heavens blame me for being too greedy? Since she could already feel his warmth and could stay by his side openly, she shouldn't be asking for more. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How did she accidentally enter meditation? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Little and holding a broom that was taller than her, sweeping the fallen leaves. She smiled slightly in her heart. She was really bored, but also felt a little sorry. He casually asked, "Little and, how long has it been?" Little and was absent-mindedly thinking about what to say when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned his head and said, "E." Li Qingshan stretched lazily and yawned. "What do you mean by E.S.I.?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Little and you. It was as if he was the one who couldn't speak. Little and covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She clearly hadn't succeeded. After a few months of hard work, all he lacked was this flash of inspiration. Li Qingshan propped himself up on one knee and gulped. Then, he stretched out his hands and spoke as calmly as he could. "Relax. Let's try again." Little and put down his hand, opened his mouth, and said tentatively, "E." The short note seemed to come from the depths of his chest. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, it rang out with a long, lingering sound. She had a perfect body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty, and even her vocal cords were the same. Even though it was just a simple note, it was still as pleasant as the strings of a zither. Li Qingshan beamed. "Great, let's try again." Little and also gained a little more confidence. She took a deep breath and said, "E." Her long, drawn-out note was like the sound of a phoenix's flute, lingering for 3 days. Li Qingshan took a step forward and hugged her tightly. "That's great. I knew you could do it." Little and rubbed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingshan helped her wipe her tears. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'm going to cry too." He pinched her cheek. Come. Say something else." Faced with Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze, Little and's face turned bright red. Finally, she said, What else?" "E." "Ugh, Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. "Forget it. Take it slow. It's just like cultivating." Speaking of cultivation, he examined his demon core and discovered that his demon chi had grown a little, but it was very little. Even though the spiritual chi of the world was endless, he could only mobilize a small portion of it right now. In comparison, it was much faster to take pills. However, he suddenly noticed something. Why am I in the 3rd layer of Chi practitioner? True Chi flowed freely through his heel meridian without any obstruction. He had originally planned to take a while before he could break through to the 3rd layer of Chi practitioner, but he had actually broken through without realizing it. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. It was rather sudden, and he was rather confused. Little and gestured with her hands and feet and babbled as she described what had happened. She had been by Li Qingshan's side the entire time, so she knew the changes to his body very well. "So that's how it is." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He did not think too much about how he could understand what she was saying at all. Although he could enter a dormant meditative state through the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression, he would become completely unconscious. He would only wake up when he sensed danger, so he would not be able to ingest pills and walk the path of a regular demon cultivator. As a result, he normally did not use this state. Although the spiritual chi of the world was like fine wine, there was only a single jug, while chi-gathering pills were like distiller's grains. He could eat an entire vat of them, and as long as he did not run out of them, he could eat as much as he wanted. He could accumulate demon chi extremely quickly. However, he had never thought that this method of demon cultivation would actually have such a wondrous effect on practicing chi. When he broke through to the second layer, he still used the traditional method of chi practitioners. He constantly ingested pills as support to condense true chi and break through, which exhausted him. In the end, if it were not for Little N's help, he would have almost failed. Now, he broke through after a night's sleep. It was clear who was better with a single glance. With a strange expression, he discovered that using the methods of demons to practice chi and using the methods of humans to cultivate as a demon was the best choice. Right now, he needed to be like a regular human cultivator, gathering as many pills as he could to accumulate demon chi. Then, he needed to be like a demon, finding a place to nest and constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of the world to cultivate true chi. The two diametrically opposed paths could actually benefit and support each other. In the beginning, he felt that practicing both demons and humans was a very arduous task, but looking at it now, it was the exact opposite. Li Qingshan only felt enlightened. He laughed aloud and lifted Little N up, twirling her around. I know what I should do now. At this moment, there was a rumble from underground that sounded like thunder, which was picked up by Li Qingshan's sharp sense of hearing. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. Could it be that his stomp had caused some kind of change in the Earth's crust? After a while, the tremors subsided. Li Qingshan also did not take it to heart. Today was a day of double happiness, and he was in an extremely good mood. He placed Little N on his lap and teased her. After talking for a while, his stomach suddenly growled again. He rubbed his stomach. Is there anything to eat? Little N took his hand and brought him to the secret room. However, she could not help but be stunned when she saw that all the food boxes had been opened, but the things inside had disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "When did you become so good at eating?" Little N hurriedly waved her hands and babbled nonstop. Her babbling was like the sound of spring water, extremely pleasing to the ear. As intelligent as she was already very good at using 2 syllables. It was like a Morse code. Coupled with her expressions and movements, she seemed to be able to express all the meanings. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was like an expert decoder. He could accurately read her meaning and said in astonishment, "There's still a thief who can steal from our heads." When they walked to the other rooms, the rice, flour, and oil had also been swept clean. The jars and jars had been knocked over on the ground. Little N was sure that she had not seen anyone come in. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave he had opened and sniffed carefully. As expected, he smelled a strong demonic aura. There were also traces of the ground being turned over. The uninvited guest had just left. Little N babbled and analyzed seriously. Li Qingshan agreed. Yes, I think it's also the work of a demonic beast. Why would a human come to steal food? I wonder which blind demonic beast dared to steal from us. Then he smiled slightly. You haven't refined flesh and blood for a long time, right? Let's lure it out and make it your dinner to celebrate. Maybe we can even get a demonic core to earn. Little N babbled and expressed her worry. Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. The sky darkened. The secret room that had originally been emptied was now filled with over 100 jars of fine alcohol. The seals on every single jar were open, allowing the heavy fragrance of alcohol to permeate the surroundings. It suppressed the other smells, such as poison. The alcohol was mixed with various poisons and knockouts that Li Qingshan could find, or more accurately, Yu Shuquang could find. This was the brilliant plan he had thought of. In his past life, He had heard many stories about how fine alcohol could be used to subdue demons and monsters. Li Qingshan and Little and waited in the study. Li Qingshan smiled. "What do you think of my plan?" Little and raised her thumb to express her admiration. It's not that impressive. However, the two of them kept watch for half the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan said suspiciously, "Could it be that this guy doesn't like to drink?" Little and said, "Iya. In translation, it was definitely not like that. All the wine in the food box was drunk." Li Qingshan said, "Then let's continue waiting." Before he finished speaking, another tremor came from underground. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. "This monster is quite big. Let's see how terrifying human intelligence is." He put his ear to the ground and listened to all the sounds coming from underground. All he heard was the sound of wine jars being knocked over and smashed. There were also various other rustling sounds. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to take effect before he gave the demonic beast a fatal blow. Half an hour later, the sound from underground disappeared. Li Qingshan nodded at Little and pressed a switch, and the bookshelf opened, revealing the secret passage behind. Little and grabbed Li Qingshan and had the iron plate corpse take the lead. Afterwards, the two of them and the corpse rushed into the secret room together. Li Qingshan had already hung his talisman pouch on his waist. There were also a few medium-grade immobilization talismans and all the lightning summoning talismans. He was fully prepared. They rushed into the secret room in a single breath, but when Li Qingshan saw what was inside, his excitement suddenly froze. He grabbed Little and beside him and covered her mouth. He stood where he was, afraid to move at all. P.S. Yaya, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 192. Demon General Millipede Vicious, or terrifying demonic beast, could make Li Qingshan behave like this. However, what he saw was not a beast, but a person. More accurately, it was a fatty with a fair complexion, lying among the empty jars of alcohol on the ground. His head was smooth and clean, and he wore a pink cloak that revealed his white belly. His body exuded a strong demonic aura and the smell of alcohol. As a result, Li Qingshan made a very simple calculation. What did a demon and a human form equal? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the curse he was about to blurt out. The person who had come to eat his food was actually a demon general. He had only seen two demon generals in his life, a cat and a rat. Xianwei was doted on by thousands of people. Even the rat was the king of the Black Rat Mountain. It was bossy and majestic. A mighty demon general would be someone on the same level as Wang Puxi in the human world, standing above billions of people. How could he do something as lowly as stealing food? As a result, he had never considered this from the very beginning. Afterwards, he was viciously slapped in the face by the cruel reality. Perhaps he still held a sliver of hope that the poison in the alcohol would take effect. However, the bald demon general's rising and falling belly and his thunderous snoring completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's hopes. This bastard was not poisoned at all. He was drunk. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. Li Qingshan backed off slowly, and Little and controlled the iron plate corpse to back off slowly too. They had originally dug a hole to guard against wolves, but who would have thought that they would make it through a bare hole? They could no longer stay in the manor. Clang! The bald demon general in the pink cloak scratched his belly and knocked over a jar of alcohol. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Li Qingshan's ears. He immediately stopped. Only after a long while did he continue backing off slowly after seeing that there was no more movement. True Qi formed a thick cushion of air under his feet, ensuring that he would not make any sound at all. Under Little An's control, the iron plate corpse landed on the ground nimbly. The bald demon general suddenly opened his eyes. In a strange posture, he wriggled and stood up from the ground. First, he stood on his calves, then his thighs, and then his upper body. He looked at Li Qingshan and Little and with a wooden expression. Li Qingshan only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the sky and emerged. It was a fiendish demon's instinct for danger. He was even more convinced that this demon general was not someone he could deal with in his current state. He waved his hand and threw out 10 talismans, all of which were body-securing talismans. 7 of them were low-grade talismans and 3 of them were middle-grade talismans. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to freeze the demon general in place for a moment so that he could escape with little and... The bald demon general did not seem like he had completely woken up from his drunkenness. The 10 talismans were stuck to his entire body with great precision. There was even one on his face. Li Qingshan thought about how lucky he was. At the same time, he stuck a middle-grade Swift Breeze talisman on his leg and immediately rushed out of the secret room. As soon as he turned around, his eyes narrowed, and he came to a sudden halt. The bald demon general was standing right in front of him. Their faces were basically right next to each other. The body-securing talismans on him rapidly melted away until there was nothing left, revealing his wooden face. Only from this angle did Li Qingshan discover that the demon general was not particularly fat. His entire body was round and elongated. As he stood there, he was actually slightly taller than Li Qingshan. He bent over and stared straight at Li Qingshan with his bulging eyes. It was an indescribably terrifying and strange sight. With a thought from Little N, he moved his finger, and the iron plate corpse rushed over and grabbed the demon general. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to retreat in a hurry. The bald demon general shuddered, and a pink gas sprayed out from his body. The iron plate corpse that lunged over seemed to have stepped into a pool of sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose up from its body. Its tough body that had been refined from refined metal was completely corroded away in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a ball of pale red flames, which flew back into Little Anne's hand. The iron plate corpse that could kill 6th-layer Qi practitioners had actually only made a single move, and it had not even extended its hand. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became extremely fearful of the pink gas. The bald demon general moved extremely quickly. There was no pattern to his movements, but he could not escape. However, he could not escape just by running. He unleashed his violent demon qi and immediately became 10 meters tall, smashing through the ground above him. He grabbed Shaoan and tossed her away. "You go first." The pink gas spread over rapidly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Sizzling sounds rang out everywhere in the secret room. Large swathes of the stone floor softened and collapsed. Pitiful Li Qingshan still wanted to use poison against him. Only now did he witness what true poison was. Within the steaming pink gas, an azure, spherical barrier composed of countless hexagons protected Li Qingshan's surroundings, blocking the corrosion of the pink gas. Li Qingshan eased up inside. Fortunately, the defenses of the spirit turtle's profound shell were tough enough. All he needed to think about now was how to escape. With a stomp of his iron hooves, all of his explosive power poured into his hooves. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch, and his body of steel creaked. He seemed to use this power to rush into the air. However, the bald demon general assumed an extremely strange posture again. He leaned forward and aimed his bald head at Li Qingshan. His tall body shrank drastically, like a spring that had been squeezed viciously before suddenly loosening up. Li Qingshan only saw a blurry figure smash towards him, 10 times faster than he had rushed into the air. Thump! A large crack appeared on the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan was sent flying horizontally, smashing through who knew how many walls and becoming deeply embedded in the soil. He was filled with shock. Having just achieved the strength of 2 oxen, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but the demon general was actually more than 10 times stronger than him. The bald demon general bounced onto the ground and rubbed his bald head in a daze. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan, as if he had never thought that he would fail to smash through Li Qingshan's spirit turtle's profound shell. At this moment, 2 prayer beads whistled down from above as they revolved, directly striking the bald demon general's bald head. The demon general raised his head, and a petite figure landed behind him with lightning speed. Green-red flames blazed all over her body. She used all of her strength, turning a portion of her flesh and blood into flames as she stabbed out with the most violent strike of her life. Li Qingshan was surprised instead of delighted. He called out, "Idiot, run!" The demon general was not someone that could be defeated with a little trick like this. Ignoring the poison, he threw out a punch as hard as he could. The demon general did not dodge. He said slowly, "Your demons? Why are you hitting me?" Although it was rather muffled, Li Qingshan still heard it clearly. Suddenly, like an invisible hand had pressed a pause button, Li Qingshan's fist stopped before the demon general, while Little N's hidden blade was still 3 inches away from the bald head. Even the descending skull prayer beads stopped above the demon general's head. Li Qingshan slowly pulled back his fist and laughed dryly. "Fair enough. Demons don't fight demons." He shot a glance at Little N. "Why don't you come over here?" Little N stowed the hidden blade away and the prayer beads away and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and clasped his hands. "May I ask for Sir Demon General's name?" "I am Heishan. I've cultivated in the mountains for 500 years and have barely managed to assume human form. I didn't want to offend Sir Demon General, so I've truly sinned." "I'm Millipede." "What do you mean by offending? What's sinned?" Millipede asked blankly. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He was certain that Millipede was not angry about what had just happened. This fellow's brain did not seem to be working very well. His reaction was very slow. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wasn't a millipede a millipede? This fellow was actually a millipede demon. No wonder he was so strong and fast. Furthermore, his reaction was so slow. He had once heard Xianhua talk about demons. Demons with flesh and blood were generally divided into 4 types: scale, fur, feather, and kuan. Scale referred to the water race, fur referred to land beasts, feathers referred to birds, and insects referred to insects. Among them, insects were the most numerous and varied. There were countless insect demons, and no one knew how many insect demons there were in the world. This was because insects were born with no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. That was why there were many demons that could become demons. However, there were not many demons that could form a demon core or reach a higher realm. However, insect demons were usually the strongest. Be it in terms of strength, speed, endurance, or vitality, they far surpassed demons of the same level. An ant could carry 400 times its own weight, while a flea could jump 100 times its own distance. It could jump once every 4 seconds for 78 hours. There was no need to mention the vitality of a cockroach. These tiny creatures at the bottom of the food chain would immediately leap to the top of the food chain once they had the chance to become demons, becoming the most terrifying predators. However, insect demons had a fatal flaw. They had very low intelligence. Even if they could form a demon core and gain intelligence, they would not be able to become intelligent. This was the so-called weakness of intelligence. An idea formed in Li Qingshan's mind. He questioned, "Millipede, why are you eating my food?" Millipede said, "I didn't know it was yours." "No, it's all mine. It's something from underground." Li Qingshan asked, "Do you still want to eat?" "Yes." Millipede opened his mouth and saliva flowed out. Li Qingshan said, "There's no more food here. There's plenty above ground. Hurry up and eat." Millipede shook his head like a rattledrum. "You can't go above ground." "Why?" A hint of fear appeared on Millipede's stiff face. "It's an order. I can't disobey it." Li Qingshan was delighted. He had been able to get information out of him so easily. This Millipede was indeed stupid. He was much easier to deal with than that clever Xianhua. Intelligence was always the most important standard for a living being. Humans relied on this advantage to suppress thousands of demons with their own strength. If one's brain was not enough, it would all be for naught, no matter how powerful they were. "There's nothing left here. I'll go up and get you some more, all right?" "All right, all right. Hurry up, hurry up." Millipede's eyes lit up as he urged. It was that simple. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. It was so simple that he felt a little embarrassed. In order to be more convincing, he asked, "Then what do you like to eat?" Chapter 193. Millipede thought about it seriously. Li Qingshan was nervous. He was afraid that he would say, "Eat you," and that would be the end of him. Fortunately, Millipede said in the end, yellow seeds and white seeds. Li Qingshan froze for a moment before realizing that he was talking about millet, rice, and alcohol. This guy was actually a vegetarian. Then he remembered that most millipedes in this world were vegetarians. Of course, most monsters did not care about this. Even if it was originally a goat, after eating grass on the hillside for half its life, after becoming a monster, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem. This guy was probably too stupid to change his eating habits. I'll go get it now. Li Qingshan brought Little and with him as he tried to jump into the hole above his head. Wait. Li Qingshan's heart sank, but he heard Millipede say, and colorless water. Water? I meant a bar. I guess. All right, then I'll go get it. As expected, Millipede didn't stop him. He didn't even think of using Little and as a hostage. He urged, hurry. Hurry. Li Qingshan jumped out of the secret underground room. The back garden happened to be above the hole, so the house didn't collapse. He ran out with Little and lay down on the ground. He looked up at the dark blue sky and took deep breaths. It felt like he had caught a huge shark. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the shark wasn't very smart and couldn't leave the water. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Little and lay down beside him and also looked up at the night sky. Faint clouds floated past, but her expression seemed a little worried. Li Qingshan suddenly sat up and grabbed her by the armpits, making her stand up. Then he scolded, "You're too disobedient. I told you to go first, so go first. Why did you come back?" Shaun waved his hands and argued in a babbling voice. Li Qingshan glared. Huh? You just learned to talk, and you're already talking back. You were lucky to be able to help me in the Boundless Mountain, but that doesn't mean you did the right thing. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. I'm doing this for your own good. Little Anne was so angry that her eyes turned red. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qingshan said, "Don't cry." Little Anne's tears streamed down. Li Qingshan's heart immediately ached. Hardening his heart, he said, "It's useless even if you cry this time. I'll teach you a lesson." Little Anne suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan with an expression that he had never seen before. His chest heaved up and down violently, like a volcano brewing lava. He suddenly erupted and shouted, "Ya, how many times will you leave me behind before you're satisfied?" His voice went from indistinct to clear, his expression mournful and heartbroken. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the house. "You." Li Qingshan was completely stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. Little Anne finally said her first complete sentence. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the contents of her words made him feel a slight pain in his heart. Once again, he slumped to the ground, feeling the so-called troubles of growing up. In the large hole in the garden, Millipede asked, "Are you done?" "No," Li Qingshan roared. "Why so loud?" Millipede asked woodenly. "It has nothing to do with you." Li Qingshan roared again. "Just you wait." Oh! For the first time, Li Qingshan realized the seriousness of the problem. Little Anne was slowly growing up. She would definitely become more and more assertive, and might even reach the legendary rebellious phase. It was inevitable that there would be friction between a family. No, it should be said that the closer they were to a family, the easier it was to have friction. As the head of the family, he had to consider this point. He had to consider this and pay attention to how he communicated with her. He had to guide her growth, but how exactly should he do it? His mind was a mess again. It was 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So, he lay there and thought about many things. He thought about how his parents had treated him and about the education he had listened to on TV in his previous life. Li Qingshan sat up abruptly. "Yes, first of all, we have to communicate as equals." He climbed up from the ground and walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it was empty. The door suddenly opened, and a petite figure jumped into his arms. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. He could sense her attachment to him, so he rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I was being too impressive earlier. I've never thought about abandoning you. I just want to protect you." Also, want to protect you. Little Anne's words were still not very smooth, but her expression was very serious. Her expression was extremely cute, and Li Qingshan was both moved and pitiful. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Little, and this little one has already been blessed by you. Come, give me a kiss." He pushed aside her bangs and gave her a big bite on her smooth forehead. The black iron tower-like demon young man and the petite, fair, and tender girl formed an extremely unique scene. Instead of saying something like, "The tiger in your heart sniffs the rose," in a sour tone, it would be better to say, "The cow chews on the peony, recklessly wasting God's gift." Little Anne's face was completely red. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. The warm, soft feeling lingered there, and he could not help but chuckle. In the big hole, Millipede shouted again, "I'm hungry." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "Let's think about how we're going to deal with this big bro." Little Anne covered her mouth and giggled. Li Qingshan was rather reluctant to leave this secret place of cultivation that he had just constructed, and Millipede did not seem to be very dangerous either. And when he considered Millipede's habits, he seemed to be a docile and harmless insect. After being touched, Millipede would usually curl up into a ball and play dead. At most, he would release some irritating gas or something. Now that he thought about it, the pink gas that Millipede had released was the result of coming into contact with the iron plate corpse. However, it was not some regular irritating gas, but venom that could corrode metal and corrode bone. If the sect came knocking right now, all Li Qingshan needed to do was take them into the hole and collect their corpses. 9th layer Qi refinement, 10th layer Qi refinement, they were all useless in front of a demon general. Even if the sect master came, he would most likely lose against a carapaced demon general. After quite a while of consideration, Li Qingshan carried the bamboo basket on his back and arrived in Salt Mountain City with Little N. He found Yu Shuquang. "I'll be leaving for a while. Don't let anyone approach my estate." This was the result of his consideration. Demon generals were far too dangerous. Although they seemed very stupid and could be used as they pleased, it also meant that their actions were unpredictable. But correspondingly, it meant that his actions were unpredictable. If one accidentally angered him, they would meet an extremely miserable end. From a certain perspective, Millipede was even more dangerous than Xianwei in the past. At the very least, Li Qingshan knew what Xianwei wanted. They had even developed feelings for each other. Even if he angered her, she would not kill him. Betting his life on the feelings of an idiot was truly an unwise decision. Before he obtained the power to protect himself, he decided to maintain his distance. "I can't afford to provoke him, but can't I just hide?" Yu Shuquang jerked awake. Great hero Niu. Where are you going?" "That's none of your business." Li Qingshan pondered slightly. Obviously, he was going to provoke someone he could afford to provoke. Yu Shuquang said, "Then go." "Go." Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already vanished. He kicked up a fierce gust of wind in the room, causing the door to creak. Yu Shuquang was rather reluctant to part with him. The tiger butcher was terrifying, but he was very reasonable and generous. All he had done was buy an estate and deliver food and drink for a few days, yet he had given him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100 grasses pill. He was an extremely ideal backer. If he could do a few more things for him and exchange them for some pills and medicines, there was a great chance for him to reach the innate realm. He made his way off the bed and took out an envelope from the drawer. He carefully took out the letter inside and read it under the light. His daughter's letter said that she had ingested the legendary innate pill and had already begun practicing qi. The edges of the letter were frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it countless times. But every time he read it, he would reveal a gratified smile. The little girl who held her cheeks and listened to his stories of chivalry had finally grown up and walked ahead of her father. However, after smiling, he felt a sense of loss and worry. The world of Qi practitioners and the world of people of the Jianghu lived in two completely different worlds. In the Jianghu, he was the revered great hero Yu who was chivalrous and righteous. However, Even when he faced the weakest Qi practitioner, he still had to bow and bend his back and deal with him carefully. Only ignorant commoners would treat Qi practitioners like gods. He understood very well that the human heart was just as vicious no matter where it was. He only hated himself for being too used to her admiring gaze and making those chivalrous stories sound too convincing. In the end, that stubborn lass really believed in the path of chivalry. Perhaps he would suffer a great loss if he didn't say anything. When he thought of this, he became so worried that he could not sleep. Sigh, he could not help her at all now. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he felt like he had suddenly aged. He carefully put the letter back into the drawer. His desire to break through to the innate realm was stronger than ever. Starlight shone through the treetops and into the cave, landing on Milliped's dumbfounded face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He raised his head to look at this rare sight, and his saliva dripped down. It looks like sesame. So slow. Li Qingshan left Salt Mountain City and ran for dozens of li. He found the cave entrance and entered it. He traveled underground and arrived in front of the zombie cave abode. He suddenly stopped and raised his nose to sniff the air a few times. His expression instantly changed. Although it was very faint, he would never forget that familiar scent of cosmetics. It came from that perverted Grandma Shiman. Other than that, there were 3 other different scents of cosmetics. People from at least 4 gates had been here before, and it was very likely that they were the 4 grannies of the 4 gates, which meant that they were 4 ninth-layer Qi practitioners. He did not expect them to be able to find this place. He felt that he had been too careless. If he had been trapped in the cave abode by these people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 194. The tiger snake trap smell would always be something that human cultivators overlooked the most. Li Qingshan possessed a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than regular wild beasts, as well as an instinctive sense for danger and killing intent. It was impossible for him to be ambushed so easily. He erased all of his aura and gripped a wind-entwining blade firmly. He prepared all of his talismans and approached the zombie dwelling slowly. His nose constantly sniffed out the lingering scents in the air, doing his best to determine how many people were hiding in the dwelling right now. He had come exactly for the sect, so how could he flee? Of course, if there were too many people, he would retreat, but if there were too few, he would go and kill them. If he worked with little, and he still had quite a good chance against a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. When he finally set foot in the dwelling, it was empty inside. Only the lingering scent gradually drifted away. Why would these great Qi practitioners wait for a junior in the pitch-black underground? However, they only waited for a few days before leaving to search for Wei Yingjia's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed. As it seemed, he still had to go through some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan climbed up the Hawk Wolf Guard silently and arrived before his original residence. Sure enough, there was an aura inside, but it was much more powerful than what he had expected. However, there was no mistaking the scent. Qianrongji had actually broken through to the 5th layer. She was even a little faster than him. He got little and to stand guard outside as Li Qingshan climbed up the building alone. He pushed open the window and saw Qianrongji meditating and practicing qi. She did not seem perverted at all. Instead, she seemed rather solemn. When Qianrongji heard the sound of the window frame, she immediately grabbed her weapon and talismans, assuming a defensive posture. Afterwards, she was surprised. "It's you," Li Qingshan said. "It's me." Qianrongji's body relaxed. She did not ask Li Qingshan why his body had changed so drastically. Her eyes lit up. "You've reached the 3rd layer. You really are a genius." The first time she met Li Qingshan was only a few months ago. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation surprised me even more." Qianrongji said, "Even a loser has his own way of living, but it's a pity that I can't beat you." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, "What if you can defeat me?" Qianrongji smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Li Qingshan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "How's the door?" Lu, who is in charge now? Don't ask me. I was implicated because of Wei Yingjia's disappearance, and now I've been expelled from the family. I've knelt on the ground and begged Grandma for a long time, but it's useless. I've been tested for so long in vain, but I didn't even get to learn a set of martial arts. Don't you think it's pitiful? Qian Rongji's face was full of bitterness and grievance, as if she didn't kill Wei Yingjue with her own hands. Implicated? Li Qingshan sneered. Same old rules. If you can lure Grandma Shimin out alone to a certain place underground, then everything related to the door in my 100 treasures pouch will belong to you. Qian Rongji's eyes widened. You can kill a 9th-layer Qi practitioner? She knew that Li Qingshan had other trump cards, and his strength was at least above the 6th layer, but she didn't expect him to have reached this level. She originally thought that with the speed of her cultivation, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to Li Qingshan, but at this moment, her confidence suddenly disappeared. Not only did the distance between her and Li Qingshan not shrink, it seemed to be increasing. She also understood why he didn't care about her potential threat. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself. With such a huge difference in strength, no tricks or schemes would work. This man was probably different from any man she had ever met. He was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. So, it's best if you maintain a bit of respect for me. That's good for both of us. Qian Rongji stopped smiling. I understand. The vice head of the door, Wei Zhongyuan, and the 4 grannies went to the zombie cave to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they split up to look for you. The building is spread all over the place, and we're well informed. As soon as you appear, you'll be discovered. Li Qingshan said. You lured them to the zombie cave? Qian Rongji said. I said Wei Yingjie went there to look for you, but I didn't say you killed him. In any case, you've already become sworn enemies with the door, so it doesn't matter to you. You wouldn't be stupid enough to hide there, would you? Li Qingshan's heart felt stifled, but he said boldly, of course not. Continue. She said it so calmly that he couldn't act up. Qian Rongji smiled faintly. The building lost 2 building heads in a row, so the door didn't send anyone new. If you want to deal with the door, then I suggest Wei Zhongyuan. He's grieving over the loss of his son, so he's mentally unstable and easy to control. Cultivation? 10th layer Qi practitioner. I refuse, Li Qingshan said resolutely. 10th layer Qi practitioners had opened all the meridians and acupoints in their body and connected the 12 main meridians and 8 extra meridians. They were only 1 step away from the foundation building realm. The difference between them and 9th layer Qi practitioners was almost the same as the difference between 6th layer Qi practitioners and 5th layer Qi practitioners. Although he was confident in his own strength, it wasn't to the extent of arrogance. Qian Rongji revealed a disappointed expression. Her plan to use Wei Zhongyuan to break through had failed, but she also felt a lot more relieved. At the very least, Li Qingshan currently didn't have the strength to fight against a 10th layer Qi practitioner. Then Grandma Shimin, but I need time. I need time to plan, and I need time to explain my cultivation. Also, the higher-ups will send a new Black Eagle commander. So what? I'll apply for the Black Wolf commander. As long as I advance to the commander level, even if the door suspects me, they won't dare to casually deal with me without evidence. Of course, I still have to thank you for helping me make room. She was full of schemes and schemes in front of other people, but before Li Qingshan, she would always be extremely honest. This was not because she had any special fondness for Li Qingshan. Instead, she had to speak according to the person and speak according to the person. She knew that this was the only way she could work with Li Qingshan and maximize her own benefits. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that she was already at the 5th layer. She did indeed have the right to become a Black Wolf commander. They had joined the Hawk Wolf Guard together. Before he knew it, she had already reached the step. She really was a woman who could not be underestimated. After leaving behind a talisman for contact, Qian Rongji smiled. In a month at the very least, or 3 months at the very most, I'll send Grandma Shimin to you. Li Qingshan nodded. He wanted to use this time to ingest the remaining pills and reach the highest realm of strength he could, so that he could increase his chances of victory as much as possible. Once he won, he could use the pills in Grandma Shimon's 100 treasures pouch to maintain his cultivation speed. The deal between the two of them was for a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. Then, Li Qingshan said, "Oh right, can you help me identify these pills?" He had obtained several dozen bottles now, containing several high-level pills. However, he had no idea what their effects were or whether they could be ingested. Qian Rongji was from a clan after all. She had learned proper alchemy from Qian Yannian, so she should be able to identify them. As expected, Qian Rongji's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the pills Li Qingshan took out. She listed out the names and effects of all the pills like she was familiar with them. Most of them had similar effects to Pearl Dew pills, so they could be ingested for cultivation. However, there were also 2 bottles of Qi eruption pills that could instantly unleash one's potential, 2 bottles of concealing pills that could conceal one's presence, and 3 bottles of healing pills that could heal wounds. If he did not recognize their effects, it would be a waste to ingest them. In the end, Li Qingshan took out 3 goose yellow pills. And what are these? Although he did not know alchemy, he could feel that the spiritual energy contained in these 3 pills was very special. It was extremely pure, yet exceptionally gentle and calm. It did not seem like pills used for cultivation. Qian Rongji said, "These are innate pills. They are worth much more than Pearl Dew pills, but they are not meant for Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan was very clear about the value of Pearl Dew pills. They were something that countless Qi practitioners fought over. Since these innate pills were not meant for Qi practitioners, they were meant for ordinary people. Could it be? Qian Rongji said, "That's right. They are pills that can help ordinary people practice Qi. However, it does not have a 100% success rate. It also depends on one's aptitude." Qian Yannian spent a lot of effort to find one for his beloved son. Even after he ingested it, he was still unable to advance to the innate realm. That's why only the big clans would concoct such pills. Li Qingshan understood that if it was not for the fact that they were wealthy and had an endless supply of pills, any Qi practitioner would be more willing to exchange for a few Pearl Dew pills to increase their own cultivation rather than use them to nurture their descendants. He first kept the innate pills and said, "Pick a bottle, consider it as a reward." Without any hesitation, Qian Rongji chose the concealing pill, which happened to be the one that Li Qingshan needed the least. He then kept all the pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Qian Rongji asked, "Is the child with you?" Qian Rongji said, "I want to see her." Seeing Li Qingshan's hesitation, she took out a bottle of Qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan said, "I won't trade her." His calm words sounded like the ringing of a bell in Qian Rongji's ears. The hand that was holding the Qi gathering pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. She even felt ashamed of herself. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're all very lucky." Her smile revealed an indescribable envy and jealousy, and even a hint of sadness. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He called little and in, but she said, "There's no need. You can leave." After Li Qingshan left, Qian Rongji leaned against the windowsill, a trace of confusion in her eyes. In her heart, there was an indescribable, extravagant hope that someone would say something like that to her. Just once was enough. But would someone say it? Would she believe it even if he said it? She laughed at herself. In her will, the word trust no longer existed. The unlucky should avoid being too close to the lucky. Otherwise, even this determination would be lost, and there would be nothing left of her. She had long since stopped praying for luck. Kneeling on the ground and praying to the heavens was useless, no matter how many times she tried. Praying to others was also useless. It would only encourage their smiles. Everything had to be won with her own 2 hands. She looked at her right hand. It was beautiful and fair, with 5 sharp fingers. Her eyes gradually regained their calm, indifferent calmness. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Her right hand suddenly clenched. "Tear the smiles in the sky to pieces. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 195. Diving underground once more, Li Qingshan found a huge karst cave with the help of the underground mental map. He said to Little N, "Looks like we'll have to work hard for a while. This place can't compare to Salt Mountain City." "All right," Little N replied obediently. Her voice was muffled and soft. Apart from the first cry, she couldn't say anything else clearly. However, it was still very pleasant to listen to, like a spring breeze caressing one's face, making one's heart feel at ease. In a forest of stalagmites, Li Qingshan checked the elixirs. Half of the qi deposition pills had already been used, leaving only about 4,000. He had only used 100 herb pill, leaving about 1,000. As for the high-grade elixirs that could be used for cultivation, there were close to 100 of them. The resources could be considered plentiful. Li Qingshan kept a talisman close to his body. This talisman was called a message talisman, and there were 2 of them. As long as one was within 1,000 miles, the other would respond when triggered. Although it couldn't transmit complicated information, it was enough to send a signal. As for what method Qian Rongji was going to use to lure Grandma Ximen out, Li Qingshan didn't ask. She had to adapt to the situation. In any case, this woman was incomparably familiar with such things. He wasn't worried that she would betray him. Although she didn't have any morals to speak of, she always put profit first, which made her easy to guess. If she betrayed him, just based on the fact that she had colluded with the enemy, the sect wouldn't let her off. He just needed to wait quietly at the right place at the right time. This reminded him of a fairy tale he had read in his previous life. The tiger caught the fox, and the fox said that as long as the tiger didn't eat him, he would bring other animals over. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the tiger had the ability to eat the animals that the fox brought. He tilted his head back, poured the qi deposition pills into his mouth, and began to cultivate. 6 days later, Li Qingshan began to miss his manor in Salt Mountain City. Not only did he miss the delicious food and wine, but it was also because of Little N. In this empty cave, there was nothing for Little N to do. Whenever she was bored, she would prop up her cheeks and watch him cultivate. This made Li Qingshan feel very guilty, and he often had to stop his cultivation to play with her for a while. If he were alone, then it did not matter what he did. Even if he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and went into seclusion for a year or so, it would be nothing. But as long as she was by his side, he wanted to make her live a comfortable life as much as possible. Looking around, all he could see were dark and barren rocks. It was nothing like his ideal place. It was not beneficial to the mental health of children. Li Qingshan made up his mind. Since there's nothing else here, let's go back and take a look. That millipede must have run out of patience and left. The villa was quiet, but the autumn was getting stronger. Li Qingshan pushed open the front door and went straight to the back garden. He pushed aside the sparse vegetation and looked into the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Millipede's eyes were closed as he lay in the cave. He seemed to be dead, as if he hadn't moved at all. Suddenly, he snapped open his slightly protruding eyes. He stared straight at Li Qingshan and said with a muffled voice, "Where's the food?" He completely failed to realize that Li Qingshan had stood him up. Li Qingshan grinned. "I'm coming." Afterwards, he turned around and left with Little N. He was uncertain whether it was because he had been moved by his gluttonous spirit, or perhaps it was because he was just too easy to fool, which made him feel rather uneasy. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquan looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and joy. "Great hero Niu. You've finally returned." Li Qingshan nodded. Yep, I'm back. There's something else I need to trouble you with." Yu Shuquan saw how cautious he was, so he said emotionally, "Feel free to tell me, great hero Niu." Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a pot of boiling oil, Li Qingshan interrupted him. "It's not that serious. Prepare 3 items for me and deliver them to the villa." "You mean?" Yu Shuquan could not imagine what items Li Qingshan would ask for. Even if he wanted it, it should not be him. Millet, rice, alcohol. Li Qingshan took out another 1,000,000 taels of silver and slammed it on the table. "That's it?" Yu Shuquan was so surprised that his jaw almost fell off. He was asking for regular food from him in such a formal manner. Li Qingshan said, "Prepare some other grains, fruits, and vegetables. The more, the better. Of course, you can't skip the 20 banquets every day either. You have to do this as discreetly as possible. Don't let too many people know about it. Don't worry, great hero Nyo. I'll send people to prepare it immediately. I'll have as much as you need." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. As the chief of the Jianghu, even if he could not find anything else, obtaining some food was a piece of cake. Li Qingshan said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Oh right, I obtained a few innate pills recently." With that, he turned around and left. The speaker had intentions, while the listener obviously had even more intentions. Yu Shuquang's eyes slowly widened. As a person of the Jianghu, he did not know a lot about the thousands of pills that qi practitioners possessed. However, there was one that he absolutely had to know about, and that was the innate pill. It was the holy pill that all martial artists yearned for. Who did not want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and set foot in a brand new realm of cultivation? Yu Shuquang wanted it too, and it was not just any random thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan had casually mentioned were like a carrot tied to the front of a donkey. Even if he knew he would not be able to eat it, he still wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Li Qingshan had sounded like he could give him one. He immediately gathered a few of his trusted disciples and passed down orders sternly. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had told him to do it discreetly, he almost could not help but carry out this matter personally so that Li Qingshan could see his performance. The efficiency of a powerful local organization was startlingly high when it began operating. An hour later, the items that Li Qingshan wanted began to arrive endlessly. Catch! Li Qingshan picked up a bag of rice and tossed it into the hole. Millipede extended his hand and tore at it. The crystalline rice flowed out with a rustle. His mouth widened to an exaggerated degree, which made Li Qingshan think of a character in a cartoon. In the blink of an eye, a bag of rice had flowed into his mouth. He smacked his lips. Delicious. Afterwards, he continued to stare at Li Qingshan. "Eat more if it's delicious. Once you're full, don't bother me." Li Qingshan casually tossed down another bag of rice. Millipede only cared about eating the rice. He did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Another bag of rice went down his stomach, but he still looked as if he had not had enough. Li Qingshan simply tossed down dozens of bags of rice. The charm of the innate pellet had far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Following that, rice, flour, and all sorts of other foodstuffs were delivered by the disciples of the Proud Sword Manor. There were also all sorts of fruits and vegetables, some of which even Li Qingshan did not know the names of. Li Qingshan held a few bags of rice in his arms and a few more on his shoulders. He was like a super dock porter, running back and forth between the front door and the back garden, tossing bag after bag of foodstuffs into the hole. Millipede, who always had a wooden expression, was currently grinning from ear to ear. As a glutton, he saw all sorts of foodstuffs falling from the sky. His mood was similar to that of a money grubber who saw gold and silver coins falling like rain. He was dazzled and did not know what to eat first. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Little and, "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Remember not to go into the cave. Be careful that I don't eat you too." Little and obviously did not take these words to heart. He agreed with a smile and squatted by the entrance of the cave, watching Millipede eat. He found it very interesting. In the evening, the 20 tables of food that Li Qingshan had requested arrived. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and sat down. He opened the food box and began wolfing down the food. It had to be said that watching Millipede eat was very appetizing. Li Qingshan ate above the cave, while Millipede ate below. Little and looked down at Millipede and up at Li Qingshan, finding it very interesting. After transforming into a fiendish demon, they could use heaven and earth yuan qi as a substitute for food. Even if they didn't eat for a long time, with the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi a fiendish demon general could absorb, they could still survive, even if they cut off their source of food. However, his instinctive appetite would not disappear. It would only grow stronger with time. Humans chose to go without food because there was too much foul air in the 5 grains. It would affect cultivation if it accumulated in their stomachs. However, The cultivation path and constitution of demons were completely different from that of humans. For demons, eating and drinking to their fill was never a bad thing. Their powerful bodies could absorb and digest any foul air. The process of human cultivation was like a sculptor carving an exquisite piece of art. He would carefully choose the most suitable cultivation method and the most suitable pill. Then, he would meticulously divide the cultivation process into many steps and slowly advance towards his goal. He wanted everything to be within his control and constantly improve. Only then would he be able to stand above others and become an immortal. The process of cultivation for demons was like a painter casually painting a landscape. It was rough, bold, and free. The painter was not even the demons themselves, but the creation of the world. It was like a strange rock that had been polished by wind, frost, rain, and snow over thousands of years. It just so happened that it had more characteristics than other rocks and was known as a demon. Milliped's mouth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. Snow-white rice dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Wine." Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content when he noticed Milliped's gaze. He tossed the wine jar in his hand down. "For you." Millipede gulped it down, then asked for more. After tossing down 4 or 5 jars of wine, Li Qingshan had drunk quite a bit as well. In his excitement, he forgot about Little Anne's warning and jumped down the cave with the food and wine. He raised his jar and knocked it against Millipede's, then tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Millipede stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. He had no idea what he was doing. When Li Qingshan had drunk half the jar, he seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly drank his wine, looking at Li Qingshan as he drank. However, he still let Li Qingshan finish his wine first and laughed. Millipede was immediately displeased. He shoved a jar of wine into Li Qingshan's hands, then picked up a jar for himself and clinked it against Li Qingshan's jar. He hurriedly opened his mouth and drank the wine. Chapter 196. The sun set and the moon rose. Moonlight shone into the cave, illuminating the 2 men as they drank. One was bald and dressed in pink, the other was built like an iron tower. Alcohol was a wonderful thing that could bring people closer, but it had to be drunk. Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content. He sat in the pile of grain, smelling the natural fragrance of the grain and letting down his guard. Drinking with the silly Millipede was more enjoyable than any banquet he had ever been to. There was no scheming or conflict of interest. Eating was for the sake of eating, and drinking was for the sake of drinking. After drinking over 100 jars of alcohol, the 2 men's stomachs bulged and their eyes became hazy. Millipede's shiny bald head was even more dazzling in the moonlight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "You're not bad. You don't have any bad intentions." "No, you don't have any." Millipede smiled foolishly. "You're good too. Underground, do you want to go?" Li Qingshan shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I still have things to do. If you want to eat, come find me. It's my treat." Millipede was a bit disappointed, but after hearing Li Qingshan's words, he said yes. Suddenly, his eyes became hazy, and he fell to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded him. "You eat and sleep and eat after you're full. You don't have any distracting thoughts. How enviable." He raised his head and yawned, sinking his body into the golden grains of millet. The mountain of millet collapsed, covering most of his body like a blanket. He also fell into a deep sleep. Little Anne came down and cleaned up the leftovers. He squatted at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for Li Qingshan. In a daze, Li Qingshan realized he had become a child again. His small hands and feet, wearing clothes full of patches, he ran wildly through the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. Sweat poured down, but he didn't wipe it. His feet were pierced by sharp stones, but he didn't care either. He tripped and fell to the ground. He rolled over and got up from the ground. Without stopping, he stared at the sun in the sky. A huge green mountain blocked his way. He couldn't stop in time and bumped into the mountain. However, it wasn't as hard as he had imagined. An incomparably huge bullhead stretched out from the side of the mountain. It looked at him with its moist eyes and said in a booming voice, "What's the rush? It's not like the sun will run away." Startled, he climbed up the back of the ox that was like a mountain ridge and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun really did not run away. He touched his waist and found a bamboo flute. It was rough but familiar. He picked it up and played it. The sun and moon alternated. The warm noon sun hung lazily in the sky, shining its warm light into the cave. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and yawned. He saw that Millipede was still asleep. He had no idea when he would wake up. Leaping out of the hole, he felt refreshed. The autumn scenery in the distant mountains was pleasant, making him feel refreshed and carefree. It seemed like he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ever since he came to this dangerous place in Jiaoping, he was surrounded by enemies and danger at every step. He could only continuously cultivate and break through again. Even when he was sleeping, he would think about how to increase his cultivation and how to deal with his enemies. The string in his heart had been stretched taut, and a lot of fatigue had accumulated in his heart. Even he himself didn't notice it. After drinking to his heart's content and having a great dream, the string finally relaxed. Thinking back to last night's dream, he laughed and said to himself, "Yes, what's the rush?" He took out the long-forgotten flute from the depths of his 100 treasures pouch. The sound of the flute echoed in the autumn mountains. Millipede opened his eyes and listened quietly. From that day onwards, Little noticed that Li Qingshan smiled more often and played the flute more often. He would often pull her along and ask her to teach him how to write, or take her for a stroll in the nearby forest of withered leaves. As they walked, he would suddenly stop and look at Little with a solemn expression. Little immediately became nervous. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "It's coming." Li Qingshan's lips quickly opened and closed. "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." Little hurriedly stammered, "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." This was a trick that Li Qingshan had come up with to train her to speak. It was called Qingshan, Teach Me Jingles, but now Li Qingshan was completely immersed in seeing her red face and the cute sight of her lisping out the jingle. He reached out and pinched her little face. "That's what you get for laughing at my ugly handwriting." Little turned her head away in annoyance, not letting him pinch her. However, she was in an extremely good mood. Although being obedient did not affect his cultivation, she still yearned for his concern and not to be separated by a stone door. Holy Church. In reality, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivating. He still ate the pills every day, but he was much less nervous now. No matter what he did, he paid attention to the path of relaxation. If he was always tense on a daily basis, it would be easy for him to be overly nervous when something big happened, and his mind would not be as sharp. Moreover, his responsibility was not just to protect her. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. All the qi-gathering pills had been used up, and the demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body had reached an unprecedented level. There was still no news from Qian Rongji, but he was not anxious. Instead, he began to eat the 100 herb pills. The first snow of the year came very early. When the first snowflake landed on the tip of Li Qingshan's nose, he was staring at Millipede like a tiger watching its prey. He was glaring at Millipede fiercely, while Millipede was looking at Xiaoan nervously. More accurately, he was looking at the dice cup in Xiaoan's hand. A few wine jars were turned upside down, forming a table. There were bowls of wine on it. Li Qingshan and Millipede sat opposite each other. Little sat at the side, acting as the dealer. Little rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus-like arms. She smiled and opened the dice cup. Li Qingshan laughed. 15 points, drink. He grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pile of food beside him, peeled them, and tossed them into his mouth. Millipede chuckled, picking up the wine bowl and drinking. Compared to the first time Li Qingshan saw him, he was much more energetic and a little chubbier. Little picked up a long peanut kernel and said to Millipede, "Does it look like you?" Her words were clear, like the tinkling of spring water or the humming of a zither. The Qingshan will teach you jingles. Homeschooling had achieved initial success. Millipede looked at himself, then at the peanuts and nodded. Yes! Here! Little and placed the peanut kernel in Millipede's palm. Millipede immediately tossed it into his mouth. You ate yourself. Li Qingshan was about to say something, but his expression froze. Little and immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan. Come on. Her jingles were spoken even faster than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan smiled at her and took out the messaging talisman. The talisman burned quickly, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye, scattering with the wind. Qianrongji's message had finally arrived. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly, and so did Millipede. His mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder and pushed him back down. I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon. Li Qingshan didn't ask for Millipede's help, nor did he plan to use him against the door. He was a great drinking buddy, and that was all. He had to take care of his own business. Li Qingshan and Little and one big and one small disappeared from the cave. Little and even turned around and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Snowflakes fell into his bowl of wine. He took a bite of his favorite rice, but it seemed to have lost some of its flavor. He scratched his bald head in confusion. In the house, Qianrongji was deep in thought with a frown. She went through the plan in detail, including how to start, how to deal with the aftermath, and how to escape if they failed. She made sure there were no loopholes. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and turned around. You're finally here. Li Qingshan happened to be standing behind her. Apart from the fact that he still seemed extremely sturdy, he had basically returned to his original state. This was the result of strengthening his cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression recently. He saw the unusual black wolf uniform on her with a single glance. You're a black wolf commander now? Qianrongji stood up and spun around, showing off. How is it? Not bad, right? Not bad. Thank you. Looks like you've been doing well recently. It's been all right. They greeted each other like old friends, using fake etiquette to maintain their fragile alliance. Before Li Qingshan could ask, Qianrongji said, the fish has already taken the bait. According to your request, I'm only fishing for the west gate. Li Qingshan asked in confusion, how did you do it? Luring people out of the door was not difficult, but luring out Grandma Shimin without alerting the other people outside was anything but simple. Qianrongji did not explain. She gently stroked the black wolf tablet on her waist and smiled. This is my job. It's all up to you now. If I don't get what I want, I won't let it go. As long as you do your job, you obviously don't have to worry about me. With absolute confidence, Li Qingshan adjusted himself to a peak condition. He needed a battle. His relaxed nerves were gradually being pulled taut as his battle intent rose up. Qianrongji changed the topic. Though, I still have to prepare for the worst. Before we confirm the number of enemies, I'd advise you to hide your presence properly. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Qianrongji said calmly, no plan is absolutely perfect. Even I can't eliminate all accidents. I don't need to say more about this. Before thinking about victory, think about failure. Of course. Even if Qianrongji did not say it, Li Qingshan would also prepare for the worst and not completely trust her. She said this to clarify that even if something unexpected happened, it was not her who wanted to harm him. Li Qingshan smiled. Anyway, you only have one life. Cherish it. Of course. Qianrongji also smiled. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to deceive Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place Qianrongji chose would be here. He lifted the edge of the bamboo hat and looked at the towering Qian family's mansion. It was normal for her to choose a place she was familiar with. However, she had killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people would avoid it, but she did not. Everything was the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain and found a cave entrance in the withered grass and fallen leaves. He entered it and gradually widened. In the end, it became a huge natural cave. Li Qingshan measured the height and even tried to transform. Then, he began to make preparations. He constantly observed the cave. First, he pasted 7 talismans on the hidden stalagmite at the top of the cave. Then, he passed the talismans to little N. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, this time, it was an extremely dangerous beast. Chapter 197. You sure cultivate quickly. Grandma Shimin squinted her eyes and studied Qianrongji. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. The sacred church. A few young men gathered around Grandma Shimin, massaging her limbs. As they looked at Qianrongji in the valiant uniform of a black wolf commander, they were filled with jealousy. Qianrongji knelt down and begged. Rongji only obtained the demon's demon core by chance, which is why she's like this. However, it's not a long-term plan at the end of the day. Please accept me back under your wing, Granny. I definitely won't disappoint you. Grandma Shimin gently stroked the face of a handsome young man. If what you said is true, it's not like I can't consider it. Granny does like you very much. She felt extremely delighted to be bowed to by a black wolf commander. The handsome young man looked at Qianrongji arrogantly, as if Qianrongji was kneeling to him. Qianrongji was overjoyed. Rongji definitely isn't lying. When I became a black wolf commander, I discovered through the informants of the Hawk Wolf Guard that Li Qingshan had once appeared in ancient Wine City with that child. I specially sent people to investigate, and we only found where he was hiding after great difficulty. Not only does he possess the zombie Taoist's 100 treasures pouch, but it's very likely that Zhuozhibua and the other Hawk Wolf Guards were harmed by him too. He possesses wealth worth several thousand spiritual stones at the very least. Granny definitely won't be disappointed. This was her scheme. If a measly Qi practitioner possessed great wealth and another powerful Qi practitioner learned about it, they obviously would not contact their companions. Instead, they would find a way to keep the wealth for themselves. Just when Grandma Shimin's wrinkled face blossomed into a smile, an old voice rang out from outside. Old woman, how could you forget about your younger sister when you have such great benefits? Grandma Shimin's expression suddenly changed, while Qianrongji's heart sank. It was Grandma Dongman's voice. The East Gate Granny leisurely walked in, a delighted smile on her face. Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongman had always been enemies. They paid attention to each other's movements at all times. As soon as Grandma Shimin left the prefectural city, Grandma Dongman sensed her. Suspicious, she tailed her silently. The people who pay the most attention to you are not your friends, but your enemies. Grandma Dongman ignored Grandma Shimin's gloomy face and said to Qianrongji, Qian girl, take us there quickly. That guy is very alert. We can't listen to someone's stupid idea and waste a few days. The Great Wall. Qianrongji looked at Grandma Shimin awkwardly. Grandma Shimin said with a calm face, let's go. Since things had come to this point, it was useless to be angry. She could only take it as a comeback for this old thing. The three of them arrived in the mountains behind ancient Wind City and stopped outside a pitch-black cave. Qianrongji said, Grandma, Li Qingshan should be hiding in there. Lead the way. Yes. The blow from the failure of her plan did not throw her off balance, nor did she reveal any openings. She planned carefully. As long as she could prove that Li Qingshan had indeed appeared in ancient Wind City, the two old women should not vent their anger on her too much. And, before she left, she specially told the Eagle leader she trusted that she was going to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of Hawk Wolf Guards. It was basically a protective talisman. If she did not succeed once, there would always be a next time. As long as she kept trying, there would always be a time when she would succeed. Following the winding path, he continued forward until he reached the huge cave. Qianrongji's expression suddenly changed drastically. She almost cursed aloud. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. He just sat down on a boulder and meditated casually. Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongmen walked past her. Grandma Dongmen even patted her shoulder and said, well done. She did not notice her pale face. Qianrongji said with some difficulty, please capture that Li Qingshan, Grannies. I'll wait outside for now. Grandma Shimin nodded without minding it at all. She only looked at Li Qingshan. Go wait in the carriage. We'll be out very soon. Grandma Dongman's eyes lit up. Old woman, go easy on him. It's rare to see a child as strong as him. Let me try the vitality devouring technique again. The vitality devouring technique. Grandma Shimon's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qian Rongji's back and thought. Qian Rongji sensed the sword-like gaze sweep past her, but she did not move faster. Holy Church Grandma Shimon suppressed her suspicions. She turned around and scolded, I knew you're going to be horny. I'll give this kid to you. I'll take 10% more of his belongings. Grandma Dongmen agreed with a creepy smile. She looked at Li Qingshan with an extremely greedy expression. But don't suck it dry. We still have to ask about Ingjie's whereabouts and that beautiful child. Grandma Shimon looked around. She could not find little and, didn't Wei Zhongyuan ask Ma Bai to do the divination? That unlucky child is probably dead. The murderer should be in the north. It's most likely this kid. Qian Rongji's heart trembled. There was actually such an exquisite divination technique in the world. If it was not for Li Qingshan, she would have been exposed long ago. She made her way out of the cave in a single breath. As if she was exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly. She slammed the wall viciously, leaving behind a deep handprint. If Li Qingshan were captured, then the matter of her killing Wei Yingjie would definitely be exposed. She would have to face the wrath of a 10th-layer Qi practitioner, or even the entire sect. The Hawkwolf Guard could not protect her, nor would they protect her. All she could do now was flee immediately. The further she fled, the better. However, the world was so vast, so where could she run to? She could only flee underground like Li Qingshan. Why didn't Li Qingshan flee? Look at that woman. No matter how high her cultivation is, she's like a dog. The carriage stopped nearby, in an empty clearing with sparse vegetation. A few handsome young men gathered together, pointing at the disheveled Qian Rongji. You're the dogs. Qian Rongji glanced at them scornfully. The young men were stunned. The youths were stunned. One of them angrily said, You actually dare to talk back? Another sinisterly said, Just because of this sentence, Granny can cut you into 1,000 pieces. They were relying on the West Gate Granny, a big tree. Normally, no one would dare to say even half a word of complaint to them. Qian Rongji smiled. But the old granny isn't here right now. She walked over with her water-splitting barb. Even if she was fleeing, she had to drag a few of them down with her. What are you trying to do? The young men were fearful. They backed away slowly, turning around and fleeing towards the carriage. Qian Rongji swung her hand, and there was a flash of light. All 8 of their legs were severed at the base. The horse neighed a few times uneasily and raised its hooves. Qian Rongji glanced at it, and it immediately quietened down. However, there were some who couldn't calm down. A few young men were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Qian Rongji skillfully stopped their bleeding. She channeled a stream of innate qi into each of them, so that they could stay awake and not faint from the pain. They could enjoy the torture. You bitch, Granny will definitely kill you. Just you wait. The young man in red cried and cursed. The water-splitting barb slashed across his face, cutting off his nose and completely destroying his handsome face. Qian Rongji patted his bloody face. I hope your granny will continue to love you, ugly noseless ghost. The other 3 young men didn't dare to curse anymore. They looked at Qian Rongji with fear and resentment. Their beautiful faces were the most important thing to them. They might be able to recover if their legs were cut off, but once their faces were destroyed, they would completely lose their granny's love. Then, shrill screams like those of evil spirits resounded in the forest. Qian Rongji cut off another 3 noses and crushed them, cutting off all their hopes. She didn't choose to run away. Instead, she faced the cave not far away and sat down amidst the screams. If Grandma Shimon came out and saw her beloved gigolo in such a state, she would definitely tear her into pieces. However, she had completely calmed down. She knew what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Since he didn't run away, he must be confident that he wouldn't run away. Since he dared to fight, why wouldn't she? At worst, she would just die. Having come this far, she had already disregarded life and death. She would never take a step back. Qianrongji's guess was right. Li Qingshan was indeed fighting. When he smelled two scents entering the cave, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. However, it shouldn't be Qianrongji's plot. If she wanted to harm him, she could have summoned all the people in the clan. If it was just Grandma Shimin, he was confident that he could win. However, if Grandma Dongmen was added to the mix, his chances of winning would fall to less than 70%. If he didn't dare to fight when he had 70% confidence, could he still be considered a man? Therefore, he didn't hide. Instead, he sat there and adjusted every inch of his body to its best state. He was like a ferocious tiger preparing to hunt, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Li Qingshan glanced at the pale-faced Qianrongji and confirmed his conjecture. When he heard how the two old ghosts spoke again, they basically treated him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. As he moved, his murderousness rose up. Grandma Shimin looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still, and said strangely, "This brat isn't running away? He must be scared silly. Don't be afraid, good boy. Grandma won't hurt you." Grandma Dong'en smiled coquettishly as she used her arts of charm. No matter how impressive body-tempering arts were, it was still a piece of cake for her with her strength as a third-layer Qi practitioner. Grandma Shimin sneered. She knew that the arts of charm were not very effective against Li Qingshan, but she purposefully did not warn Grandma Dongmen. She was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire cave. The spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down in his body, suppressing all stray thoughts. Grandma Dongmen was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan stopped laughing. "Two old and ugly monsters, yet you're acting coquettishly like a little girl. How laughable. Even if you can fool others, can you fool yourself? Why don't you look in the mirror and count how many wrinkles you have?" That immediately stabbed the two grannies where it hurt the most. They hated people mentioning their appearance and age the most. Grandma Dongmen was furious. "Brat, you're looking to die." With a wave of her hand, a tremendous, pitch-black true qi turned into a huge, black wave and swept towards Li Qingshan. Bang, 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 bang. The thick stalagmites in the path of the true qi were smashed to pieces. Rubble flew everywhere like a huge, black snake slithering on the ground. It arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It raised its head high and bit down viciously. With a great rumble, the boulder Li Qingshan sat on was smashed to pieces. Chapter 198. I've trained before. In addition to the 5 elemental energies, there were also yin and yang energies, which were collectively known as the mysterious yin energy and the mysterious yang energy. This sect cultivated both yin and yang energy. Men cultivated the mysterious yang energy, and women cultivated the mysterious yin energy. Their energies were black and white, and when cultivated to the extreme yin energy gave birth to yang energy, and the extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy. Please bear in mind that not only is this not an evil technique, it is an orthodox Taoist technique. The yin and yang qi were ever-changing, and the cultivation methods they produced surpassed the true qi of the 5 elements. Moreover, their attributes varied greatly. The zombie Taoist practiced profound yin true qi, but his profound yin true qi was only for refining and nurturing corpses. It did not have the ability to bewitch people or steal their essence. Li Qingshan was secretly shocked. The Xian yin qi had never been known for its ferocity, yet it could have such an effect. 9th-layer qi practitioners were indeed not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Li Qingshan. A giant black hand viciously grabbed at him. Grandma Shimin opened her right hand and said gloomily, "Let's see where you can run to this time." "Why should I run?" Li Qingshan said proudly. He spread his hands apart and took out the cursive sword calligraphy. Incomparably pure true qi surged madly into it, and the strokes were like blades and swords, lighting up one by one. The last time he tried out the cursive sword calligraphy was in Qingyang City. The innate method of practicing qi was only at the 2nd layer, but now that he had reached the 7th layer, his true qi had increased by more than tenfold. A total of 21 strokes lit up on the cursive sword calligraphy, stabbing into the black hand. Sword chi shot out, and the black hand disintegrated inch by inch. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandma Shimin was shocked and shouted, "Black mud vortex." The thick black true chi formed a huge vortex in front of her. It spun at high speed, as if it wanted to swallow everything. This was the strongest protective spell that Grandma Shimin knew, and she was confident that it could withstand the bombardment of any chi practitioner's spells. 21 strands of sword chi pierced into the black vortex at the same time, and the vortex immediately stirred. Grandma Shimin's face was solemn. She operated the spell with all her strength, and the black mud vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, shattering and annihilating the 21 sword chi. With a roar, the genuine chi vortex collapsed. Grandma Shimin lowered her body, and a sword light flashed past her shoulder, bringing out a splash of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a piece of spirit stone. The pure heaven and earth essence chi slowly flowed into his body through his palm, and his true chi quickly recovered. He was also shocked. Originally, he only wanted to block the attack of the big black hand and take the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the cursive sword 9 astronomy. Advertisement for John 1 words. TXT download, Supreme Spiritual Weapon? Grandma Shimin's expression changed drastically. This cursive sword calligraphy wasn't complete, so even Grandma Shimin couldn't determine its rank. She only knew that it was extraordinary. Her embarrassment turned into anger, and she also felt extremely greedy. "This thing is mine, old woman. Don't fight with me." Grandma Dongman's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes, held a spell with both hands, and chanted. The profound in true chi all returned to her side, and it surged like black water as if it was alive. A sense of danger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. It must be an extraordinary spell for a level 9 chi practitioner to spend so much effort to prepare. But instead of retreating, he advanced. Holding the wind-entwining saber with a backhand, the acupoints under his feet produced a cushion-like true chi, and he stepped on the stone wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He took 7 steps in a row and jumped above Grandma Dongman's head. With a flash of cold light, the wind-entwining saber was unsheathed with a clang and slashed down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Grandma Shimin's spell had just been broken, and she couldn't save him in time. Or rather, she didn't want to save him at all. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Grandma Dong'an, and she certainly had to make up for it now. She just stood by and watched, thinking, this kid's body-refining technique is really powerful. Together with that supreme spiritual weapon, if he suddenly attacks, maybe even a level 6 chi practitioner will fall into his trap. Grandma Dongmen suddenly opened her eyes, clenched her hands, and pointed at Li Qingshan with her index and middle fingers. Snake-binding curse. The black true chi turned into thousands of pitch-black snakes and swarmed up, but the momentum alone was enough to frighten ordinary people. The wind-entwining saber was entangled by dozens of black snakes, and it couldn't move an inch forward as if it was stuck in a swamp. His body was also entangled by layers of snakes, leaving only a human shape. Li Qingshan focused his mind and put all his strength on the wind-entwining saber. His eyes passed through the black true chi and stared at the top of Grandma Dongman's head, and he shouted, "Break." His arms suddenly expanded violently and turned green. The demonic energy broke through the black snake's restraint, and he slashed down violently. Grandma Dong'an, who had just put on a complacent smile, suddenly froze. Grandma Shimin also noticed that something was wrong. She took out a small crimson needle. Although the needle was small, it was very bright. It turned out to be a superior-grade spiritual weapon. There weren't many superior-grade spiritual weapons in the first place, and needles were even rarer, so it was more difficult to refine. Once it was refined, it would be extremely powerful. Not only was it extremely fast and stealthy, but it could also break through all protective true chi and spells. In a fight, it could instantly kill a chi practitioner without a protective spiritual weapon. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line and almost reached first, stabbing at Li Qingshan's head. One of the skull prayer beads flew over and hit the flying needle. The other turned into a huge skull and bit at Grandma Shimin. Little and rushed out of the floating soil and jumped out of the darkness, stabbing at Grandma Dongman's back. 3 talismans were stuck on her hands, feet, and sword, increasing her speed, strength, and lethality to the highest level just to launch this fatal attack. Li Qingshan pretended to be weak in order to find an opportunity to form such a killing momentum. If he could kill one of the grannies first, he would definitely win this battle. Layers of light emitted from Grandma Dongman's body, enveloping her whole body. The saber slashed and the sword stabbed, making 2 loud bangs. The light trembled, but it didn't break. Li Qingshan and Little and took advantage of the counterforce and jumped back lightly. A nick appeared on each of the saber and the sword. They both felt regretful. Grandma Dong'an had an extremely powerful protective spiritual weapon. The East Gate Granny shrieked and flew to the side. It had been many years since she had experienced such a life-threatening crisis. If she hadn't spent a large sum of money to buy a middle-grade spirit artifact, the luminous heart-protecting mirror, she would have almost died a violent death. When she looked at the luminous heart-protecting mirror again, she saw 2 deep marks on it, and its spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. She was both shocked and furious. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was already 3 meters tall. His body was as black as iron, and there were 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His red hair hung down to his waist. She shouted, "There's something wrong with this kid. Attack with all your strength." She raised her hand, and a comb flew out of her sleeve. It expanded in the wind and flew toward Li Qingshan. The comb was shining with spiritual light. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. She didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Even the beautiful child was very strange. But she believed that as long as they were serious, Li Qingshan would definitely be no match for 2 ninth-layer aura refining cultivators and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. However, she saw Li Qingshan take out a talisman. She could tell at a glance that it was a mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman. She sneered in her heart. It wasn't a thunderstorm, so this mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman couldn't even penetrate her protective true qi. She was sure that Li Qingshan had exhausted all his tricks. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His killing move wasn't over yet. The thunder-summoning talisman was activated, but it did not strike Grandma Dong'an. Instead, it turned into countless tiny bolts of electricity, illuminating the pitch-black cavern. It also illuminated the 8 talismans Li Qingshan had stuck on them. The electricity flowed through them. The 8 talismans were activated at the same time, forming a scorching bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket. It struck Grandma Dongmen in the air. Her weak protective true qi was unable to stop it at all. It was pierced in a single stroke, and her radiant heart-protecting mirror shattered immediately. She shrieked out and fell out of the air as smoke rose from her body. What a vicious kid! Grandma Shimon's face darkened when she saw this. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face. She used a high-grade golden shell talisman to block the skulls that spewed flames. At the same time, she controlled the flying needle to stab Li Qingshan again. It was both swift and urgent. Even the skull prayer beads were unable to catch up. Li Qingshan's face narrowed. He expanded to 10 meters tall and extended his hand to grab the out-of-control comb. He released the spirit turtle's profound shell. With a clang, the flying needle stabbed into the spirit turtle's profound shell and became stuck, unable to advance any further. Grandma Shimin was surprised. Her flying needle had actually failed to penetrate the protective technique. When she looked at Li Qingshan's terrifying figure again, an idea flashed through her head. She cursed aloud, "This is that little bitch's trap." At the same time, Little and arrived before Grandma Dongmen and stabbed down with his sword, giving her no time to catch her breath. With a clang, the sword landed on a patch of golden light. At that critical moment, Grandma Dongmen stuck a high-grade golden shell talisman on herself. High-grade talismans were extremely precious. They were reluctant to use them unless they had no other choice. Little and was emotionless. The hidden blade stabbed down like a storm. His arm had basically become a blur, and the golden light receded bit by bit. Grandma Dongmen was surprised, but she did not panic. She used the opportunity to ingest a healing pill and held a spiritual stone in her hand, recovering her true chi. She was charred all over, but just a few lightning-summoning talismans were not enough to kill her. She was utterly furious, powering the spiritual comb desperately. The spiritual comb in Li Qingshan's hand trembled, but how could it rival his strength of 2 oxen? Just when he smiled, there was a sudden flash of light, and several dozen blades of light shot out from the teeth of the comb. They were no weaker than the sword chi from the cursive sword calligraphy. They were all there, unavoidable, and he could not block them with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Clang! 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 There was a series of metallic clangs as the blades of light landed on Li Qingshan's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Little and did not even look at it. His attacks became even more violent. The thin hidden blade could not be used anymore, becoming riddled with cracks. Grandma Dongman's golden shell talisman had been weakened to the limit as well. It was on the verge of shattering. Several dozen terrifying wounds crisscrossed on Li Qingshan's body. Some of them were bone-deep, but none of them were fatal. Wounds like that were nothing to demons. With a surge of demon chi, the wounds closed up rapidly and vanished. Grandma Dongman's complacent smile froze on her face. Impossible! Even demons can't have such tough skin. Little did she know that after Li Qingshan achieved the second layer of the Ox Demon's fist of great strength, his Ox Demon forges its hide had reached a new height as well. I've practiced it. As soon as Li Qingshan said that, he arrived before Grandma Dongman and threw a punch. Chapter 199. The golden armor talisman was broken. A mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Dongman's burnt face. She was holding a talisman between her skinny fingers. Huh? Li Qingshan was startled and felt that something was wrong. The talisman was activated. Cold light bloomed and cold air spread everywhere. Ice crawled up Li Qingshan's arm from his fist and sealed his whole body. His fist moved forward with difficulty, but it finally stopped in front of Grandma Dongman. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube. His face was still full of shock. The terrifying murderous aura that almost suffocated Grandma Dongman was also frozen in an instant. Little N was not spared either. He was sealed in ice and could not move. Li Qingshan was not the only one who had a trump card and a trump card. Grandma Shiman sneered, "You are finally willing to use this supreme-grade cold wave talisman." She knew Grandma Dongman had this trump card, so she usually gave her some leeway. Today, she was finally forced to use it. She could not help but feel happy. The East Gate Granny had survived, but her face was filled with sorrow. Who knew how much effort she had put into cultivating for a century before she managed to accumulate a supreme-grade talisman? This was a true talisman that could save her life. Even if she killed Li Qingshan, it probably would not be enough to make up for her losses. She thought fiercely. If she knew this would happen, she would not have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this old man die in the trap? She looked at Li Qingshan again. Her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to skin him, break his bones, and torture him to death. Grandma Shiman looked at Little and sighed, "It's a pity for this child. Otherwise, we could erase his original memory and control him with the mind-bewitching spell. We would have one more powerful weapon in our sect." The effect of the cold wave talisman was not only to freeze, but also to freeze the body and destroy the meridians. It was almost equivalent to a strike from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and it was impossible to survive. Grandma Dongman said, "This child is very strange. It's good that he's dead." This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. How could he hide his monstrous chi so well? He could even pretend to be a chi practitioner. In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. "Holy Church!" Grandma Dongman exclaimed, "He's not dead yet. Do it now, or we'll all die here today." Grandma Shiman was also shocked. How could this be possible? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan's heart beat like a war drum, faster and faster. His blood vessels expanded, his muscles bulged, and he let out a soundless roar. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice. Grandma Shiman didn't dare to be careless. She controlled the flying needle and stabbed Li Qingshan's heart with her other hand. She also held a supreme-grade spiritual talisman in her other hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shone, dazzling her eyes. Little and turned his frozen flesh and blood back into blazing flames. He stuck a spiritual talisman onto his white bones. It was a high-grade strength talisman of Vajra. A huge golden humanoid broke out of the ice. It had complete facial features and wielded a golden sword. Its effects were definitely not something an inferior spiritual talisman could compare to. At the core of the golden humanoid was a tiny, white skeleton. As it was illuminated by the golden light, it actually faintly shone with a golden hue, giving off a hint of Buddhist aura. It turned around and glared at Grandma Shimin, vaguely giving off the feeling of a Vajra's glare. Grandma Shimin's expression froze. Her mind was shaken, and she was taken aback. She had always cultivated the arts of charm to affect the minds of others, so her mind was naturally powerful. At this moment, she was actually intimidated instead. The path of white bone and great beauty resonated with the strength talisman of Vajra, unleashing unimaginable might. The Vajra warriors were the protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. Even if they were tainted with a sliver of their spirituality, they were definitely not something that any chi practitioner could withstand. Both their strength and mind would be suppressed. The Vajra glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, showing mercy to the 6 paths. There was no way Little and would let go of such an opportunity. He strode towards Grandma Shimin. The white bones were emotionless, but the Vajra was even more furious. He raised the golden sword high and swung it down with the power to slay all evil. Holy Hall, the threat of death brought Grandma Shimin back to her senses. The golden sword was already inches away from her. She screamed and cast a technique. Profound true chi surged out of her body and formed a protective barrier of true chi. She made up her mind and also took out a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should retreat immediately or activate that supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Whoosh! The Vajra slashed through the protective barrier of true chi and severed her hand that held the supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Grandma Shimin clutched her severed arm and cried out in retreat. She wanted to use her true chi to retrieve the talisman, but the Vajra grabbed the talisman with one hand, causing her true chi to miss. Then, it slashed down a second time. She did not dare to stay any longer. She cast a technique to increase her speed and ran out of the cave. However, when she looked up, she saw that Grandma Dongmen was even ahead of her. She could not help but curse in her heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ice shattered and shot out. Li Qingshan broke out of the ice and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He took a step forward and cast the Ox Demon Trample. A crack spread from the soles of his feet and quickly caught up to Grandma Dongmen. However, the target was not her. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The cave collapsed and completely sealed the cave. Grandma Dongmen had just turned around and did not even have the time to speak. The tiger demon roared and released endless sound waves and wind blades. They swept over and pushed her against the stone wall. Before she could slide down, Li Qingshan caught up. A punch landed on her body. Black mud vortex. Under such circumstances, Grandma Dongmen was still able to cast a technique and offset most of the force. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, Li Qingshan threw out 100 punches and shattered the black mud vortex. He smashed her whole body into the stone wall and turned her into meat paste. When Li Qingshan turned around, he saw that Little and was chasing Grandma Shimin in all directions. With the sharpness of her flying needles, she actually pierced through the golden body. However, she did not injure Little and's well-tempered white bones. Grandma Shimin suddenly felt a pair of red eyes staring at her. The huge figure was approaching quickly, and she was covered in the shadow of death. She could not help but feel desperate. Even without Xiao An's extraordinary performance, Li Qingshan was absolutely confident that he could take on the Westgate Granny 2 against 1. While the Westgate Granny had been forced into a corner by Xiao An, he reached out with his huge claw and grabbed the Westgate Granny. He tightened his grip, and her protective true qi shattered. The West Gate Granny followed in the East Gate Granny's footsteps. She did not even have the time to shriek before she was crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and showed a bright smile. He had won this fight. Because his demonic qi was of the water attribute, the supreme-grade Cold Wave Talisman did not cause much damage to him. Even so, there were large areas of frostbite on his body. If it had been another supreme-grade talisman, he might have been in danger this time. There were also many mistakes in this battle. First, he did not estimate the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Otherwise, if he had included it in his plan, he would have had the chance to seriously injure or even kill Grandma Dong'an. Secondly, he underestimated the miraculous effects of the Vajra Titan talisman on Little N. Of course, there was no need to demand perfection. Li Qingshan was also constantly learning how to fight in battle. In comparison, the West Gate Granny and East Gate Granny had made even more mistakes. If they had been prepared right from the beginning and used their full strength instead of fooling around, Li Qingshan's chances at victory would have dropped to 50% at the very least. It was this kind of careless attitude that gave Li Qingshan the chance to strike first. He did not cooperate at all and only responded in panic under the endless attacks. The result of his defeat was practically written in the beginning. But what 9th-layer Qi practitioner would be serious about a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner? His greatest weapon wasn't the cursive sword calligraphy, nor was it the Vajra strength talisman. Instead, it was his outward weakness. At any time, he could take advantage of an unsuspecting opponent to strike first and seize the initiative. The flames devoured Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongman's corpses and returned to Little An's body. Then, she slowly condensed a body of flesh and blood. She smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan and handed over 200 treasures pouches, 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and a supreme-grade talisman. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and opened the 100 treasures pouch to take a look. He was shocked. The space inside was vast, something he had never seen before. There were countless medicinal pills, spiritual stones, talismans, and cultivation methods. However, there was not a single Qi gathering pill. Instead, there was a medicinal pill called the Qi Gathering Pill. Its medicinal power was slightly inferior to the Pearl Dew pill, but it was 10 times stronger than the Qi Gathering Pill. There were a lot fewer impurities, and there were 1,000 of them. There were also dozens of other medicinal pills. However, what surprised Li Qingshan the most were the 2 embroidered boxes filled with talismans. Inside were 2 light purple medicinal pills that gave off a strange fragrance. The embroidered boxes were obviously used to prevent the medicinal power from being lost. Li Qingshan did not dare to look too long and hurriedly closed the embroidered boxes. Something that a 9th-layer Qi practitioner treasured so much was definitely not ordinary. When he had the chance, he would carefully inquire about the name of this spiritual medicine. There were many talismans. Apart from 2 or 3 superior-grade talismans that caught Li Qingshan's attention, the others were not worth mentioning. There were only 2 spiritual artifacts, but the difference of 1 grade was at least 10 times the value. Just these 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, the Scarlet Flying Needle and the Spiritual Comb, were worth more than the sum of all the spiritual artifacts that Li Qingshan had obtained, apart from the cursive sword calligraphy. Apart from this, there were not many spiritual stones, only a few dozen. They must have used all their wealth on the supreme-grade talismans, superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and the purple spiritual pill. Li Qingshan hugged Little and rubbed his hair. He smiled and said, "We're rich." He gave Little and 100 treasures pouches each. Little and said, "We're rich." Li Qingshan took out 100 herb pills and meditated on the spot for a while, recovering his true qi and demonic qi to their peak state. Only then did he raise the wind-entwining saber and open up the cave again. When he and Little and came out of the cave, they saw Qian Rongji sitting on the empty ground not far away. They couldn't help but be surprised. "You didn't leave?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "I haven't even gotten the things I wanted. How could I leave just like that?" She had a calm expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Only now did she relax. She was even more shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. He had actually killed 2 ninth-layer Qi practitioners. Although this cultivation technique focused on bewitching the enemy's mind and couldn't be considered good at fighting, the strength of a ninth-layer Qi practitioner could not be faked. In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She then looked at little N, who seemed to be filled with mystery. She couldn't help but sigh. This child was still so clean. Chapter 200. Yu Ziji and her enchanting voice left Qian Rongji stunned for quite a while. She even smiled. Hello. However, she only watched from afar and did not approach her. According to their agreement, when Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji the pills and techniques related to the sect to her, Qian Rongji finally lost her composure. There were 9 bottles of first-rate pills of spring breeze and rain, as well as 3 bottles of profound Yin pills specially prepared for cultivators who cultivated profound Yin true Qi. As for the other pills like pills of passion and pills of calming, there was no need to mention them. However, what caught her attention the most was not these, but a book called The Method of Bewitching Heart. This was a technique specially used to bewitch people with the method of bewitching heart as its foundation. Only the upper echelon of the sect had the opportunity to learn it. Regular disciples could only learn some regular techniques of charm. The method of bewitching people was basically like adding wings to a tiger for someone like her who was skilled at controlling and manipulating people. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Give me 2 bottles of pills of spring breeze and rain." Qian Rongji handed them over generously. When Li Qingshan wanted to give her 2 bottles of Qi amassing pills in exchange, she waved her hand and turned him down. She said fervently, "I can draw out the others too." Li Qingshan cut her off. "You better think about how you're going to stay out of this." The 2 grannies of the sect could not be compared to people like Zhao Liangqing. Their disappearance would definitely lead to a huge commotion in the sect, and they would become extremely careful. Moreover, he would have to be extremely careful in his actions. If he were to face 2 ninth-layer aura refining cultivators, his chances of winning would only be 50-50. If he were to face the 10th-layer aura refining vice sect leader and the unpredictable main sect leader, it would be almost certain that he would die. Qian Rongji's smile froze. She had thought through this as well. Once the sect investigated the whereabouts of the 2 grannies, it would not be difficult for them to discover that she had come into contact with them. She needed to deal with them extremely carefully, so how could she take any more risks? Her plan seemed easy, but she was actually dancing on the edge of a blade. Thank you for reminding me, but I'm still a woman after all. I'm blinded by some petty profits and become short-sighted. You don't need to thank me, I'm just doing this for myself. Li Qingshan casually threw the 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills into her hands, took little and with him, and disappeared into the woods. Qian Rongji stared at the gathering Qi pill in her hand, reflecting on the gains and losses this time. She considered herself to be resourceful, ruthless, and decisive, but when it came to big matters, she showed her lack of tolerance and could not compare to Li Qingshan. The distant mountains were covered with pure white snow. The sparkling snowflakes fell on the wine bowl and overflowed. A big hand picked up the bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. The taste of the wine had faded and was now even colder. It had a different taste to it. There was no sign of Millipede. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer and had returned underground. Thinking of Millipede's invitation, he shook his head and sighed. What fun could there be underground? After drinking with Millipede so many times in the past few days, he already knew that this was an order from the demon commander. If he thought deeper, it was an order from the #1 demon king of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea. If Millipede reverted to his original form and went to a human city, he would be a monster that could destroy a city. This arrangement was probably to maintain peace between humans and demons. Suddenly, a gust of wind assaulted him from the back of his head. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly, and a snowball brushed past his cheek. He turned his head, only to see Little and covering her mouth and snickering. Li Qingshan said, "All right, don't regret it." Before he could finish speaking, another snowball flew over. He was about to tilt his head to dodge, but the snowball also changed direction and smashed into his face, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. A white prayer bead flew back into Little Anne's hand. Li Qingshan wiped away the snowflakes on his face and widened his eyes. "I'm angry." Little Anne stuck out her tongue and fled out of the cave. Looking back, just as expected, Li Qingshan had caught up. He bellowed out, "Great snowball technique." The drifting snowflakes all gathered in Li Qingshan's hand, condensing into a huge snowball several feet in diameter. He pushed it towards Little Anne. "Hiya! Hiya!" The carriage driver waved his whip and urged the horses on, pulling the carriage over the snow. He was dressed in the uniform of the proud sword manor. He was Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple, the gentle young man who was often sent to deliver things. His name was Yu Lian. The carriage turned around a forest and saw a manor surrounded by snowy mountains. The carriage stopped at the entrance and Yu Lian said, "Master, we're here." A swordsman with a full beard alighted from the carriage. He held his chest high and raised his head in an extremely impressive manner. He was Yu Shuquang. His face was beaming and he wore red silk robes. Only when he arrived at the entrance did he bow slightly. He knocked on the door gently, rather nervously. "Is great hero Nyo here?" Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. The sound grew closer and closer. Rumble. "Oh no!" Yu Shuquang used his movement technique and flew up. A huge, white ball smashed through the vermilion door, brushing past his feet and rolling down the mountain. Yu Shuquang was still shaken. If he had been hit by that thing, he would have lost half his life. However, that thing seemed to be a snowball. However, he had never seen such a large, tough snowball before. Li Qingshan stood in the courtyard and saw Yu Shuquang from afar. He called out loudly, "Great hero Yu, why have you come?" Yu Shuquang went up in a hurry and bowed. He looked around and was stunned. There were traces of the huge snowball rolling past everywhere. A corridor had been destroyed, and a few of the woodshed in the east had collapsed. What are you doing?" "I'm having a snowball fight." Li Qingshan grabbed Little Anne by the collar. "I'm showing this girl power." Little Anne's seaweed-like, curly hair hung down. She said nothing obediently. She basically seemed rather timid. However, Li Qingshan knew that she was afraid of strangers the most. Once she was in front of outsiders, she would become very quiet. Yu Shuquang shivered. The tiger butcher really was violent. He had actually thrown such a huge snowball at such a cute child. If it struck, she would die. Yu Shuquang was afraid of persuading him otherwise. He even began to hesitate about his original plan. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you doing here?" Yu Shuquang gritted his teeth and fished out an invitation from his sleeve. He had invited Li Qingshan to attend a banquet in the Proud Sword Manor at noon the next day to celebrate Yu Zijian's breakthrough to the innate realm and becoming a chi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked, "Has your daughter returned?" Yu Shuquang said, "Not yet. She'll probably be here tonight." "Then congratulations." Li Qingshan asked Little Anne, "Do you want to go?" Little Anne looked at Li Qingshan hesitantly, as if she was trying to guess what he was thinking. Li Qingshan said, "Then I want to go." It had been quite some time since he had taken her out for a walk. He said to Yu Shuquang, "All right, I'll go. However, I don't want to expose my identity, so arrange a private room for me." Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He agreed in a hurry. At noon the next day, the light snow had just cleared up. However, not a single piece of snow had accumulated on the outdoor square of the Proud Sword Manor. The disciples of the manor had swept it clean. Lanterns and streamers decorated the entire place. Everyone was in high spirits. To the people of the Jianghu, the four great joys of life probably could not even compare to the joy of breaking through to the innate realm. Breaking through to the innate realm represented entering a brand new world, possessing unimaginable possibilities. Perhaps power and wealth were just fleeting, but longevity was what everyone yearned for. A high-level chi practitioner could even live for over 200 years. Yu Zijian had become a chi practitioner, so the status of the entire Proud Sword Manor would rise with her. Regular disciples like them could all benefit as well. And although Yu Zijian was Yu Shuquang's beloved daughter, she did not possess the arrogance of a young miss at all. Not only was she kind to regular disciples, but she also liked to uphold justice and uphold justice. The people of Salt Mountain City all praised her. When a person like that received the blessings of the heavens, others would always feel happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. However, there were also many young disciples who secretly sighed in sorrow, cutting off the possibility of becoming the son-in-law of the proud sword manor. Perhaps the story of a rich young lady marrying a poor boy could be repeated a few times in real life. However, chi practitioners would never marry a regular person. Sect Master Lu, you've come. Please come in, please come in. Yu Shuquang personally stood at the entrance of the hall to receive the esteemed guest. As he faced his fellow members of the martial arts society, he was so complacent that he almost raised his head to the sky. Yu Zijian sat in the main seat in the hall with some discomfort, accepting everyone's congratulations. She saw the various renowned figures of the martial arts society and uncles greet and congratulate her. She found it extremely strange. As it turned out, becoming a chi practitioner was actually such a good thing. When the banquet was about to begin, Yu Shuquang excused himself to everyone and took Yu Zijian to the back. "Father, where are we going?" Yu Shuquang said, "I'm taking you to see an esteemed guest. You have to be a little more polite when the time comes." Yu Zijian was rather confused. Earlier, when she wanted to be polite, Yu Shuquang would not even let her. He insisted on her maintaining her bearing as an innate master. Just who was it that could make her father treat her so seriously? In a dimly lit room with all the windows and doors shut, Yu Zijian saw an extraordinarily tall, sturdy figure. He wore a huge, conical bamboo hat on his head, and there was a bamboo basket beside him. An extremely sumptuous banquet was laid out before him. Yu Zijian could not sense the presence of a chi practitioner or even a cultivator, but it did not diminish his dignified bearing at all. She became slightly more solemn. Yu Zijian said, "This is Great Hero Nyo Air." Pfft. Yu Zijian's seriousness immediately collapsed. "Damned girl, don't laugh." Yu Shuquang barked. He was afraid that she would angrily Qingshan. Before he could say anything, Yu Zijian said apologetically, "Great Hero Nyo, I'm not laughing at you. Please don't take offense." She also found it very inappropriate to laugh at someone else's name to their face, but the contrast earlier was just too great, so she could not help herself. Li Qingshan's impression of Yu Zijian was limited to the girl in violet beside Hua Chenglu. Now that he heard her speak, he took quite a liking to her. He studied her. Her hair was not adorned with pearls or jade. Her fine, black hair was tied into a thick bun, with 2 strands draping down her cheeks. It made her seem even more clear and beautiful. She was still dressed in bright violet clothes, with a deep violet sash around her waist, accentuating her unique, slender waist. Moreover, her bearing was natural and gentle, and her words were light and casual. Although it had not reached the level of love at first sight, she was still a cute young woman that moved his heart. Just looking at her made him feel refreshed. There was a saying that those who could hear the sound of a hairpin falling through a curtain, yet they did not think about it, were either foolish or intelligent. Fortunately, I'm between foolish and intelligent. Chapter 201. Your daughter really is a smart and polite woman. My trip here this time has been worth it. The last time Li Qingshan saw her, he had been surrounded by a group of people from the Jianghu. He was constantly worried about Grandma Shimin outside. Even when he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Hua Chenglu. Now that he saw Yu Zijian again, he was rather surprised. "You're too kind, you're too kind." Yu Shuquang smiled, but he was in thought inside. Don't tell me Li Qingshan is interested in my daughter? The first thought that crossed his mind was, absolutely not. How could he entrust his daughter to a murderous butcher? However, upon further thought, he felt that it might not be impossible if Li Qingshan really was interested. He had seen Li Qingshan's original appearance before. He knew he was only 16 or 17, the same age as Yu Zijian. He could be regarded as a dignified young man. He had only become like this to hide from powerful enemies. It had already been mentioned before that in the eyes of the experienced Jianghu, Li Qingshan's appearance was much more pleasing to the eye than the pale-faced scholar. Coupled with his startlingly powerful ability, he would just have to see what this girl was thinking. However, these thoughts of his were destined to be fruitless. That was because as Li Qingshan studied Yu Zijian studied Li Qingshan as well. The shadow from the bamboo had almost completely hid his dark face, only revealing a beardless chin. Although his yellow robes had been specially made to be several sizes larger than a regular person's, they were still unable to hide his bulging muscles. All young women yearned for love, but the ones they yearned for were graceful gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, not a super fierce man like him. Probably only a thirsty, resentful woman would be interested in someone like him. However, when the sharp gaze that emerged from the darkness swept past her, she could not help but shiver slightly. She lowered her head in a hurry. The gaze seemed to possess a dangerous and invasive nature, such that she dared not look directly at it. As he lowered his head, he saw that the ground was littered with pig and chicken bones. It was obvious that Hero Nyo's mouth had not been idle while he was in a daze. However, he had completely wronged Li Qingshan. The quality of the banquet Yu Shuquang had prepared far exceeded what he usually prepared. Whether it was roasted whole lamb, crystal pork knuckles, or stewed beef, they were all delicious. They were all his favorites as a carnivore. There was even a steamed bear paw, which was absolutely delicious. He spread his belly and ate a lot of food, but he didn't spit out the bones when he ate meat. Instead, like a wild beast, he chewed the bones into powder and ate them together. The bones on the ground were all leftovers from Little Anne's meal. She followed Li Qingshan, and her appetite for food had increased a lot. When she ate, she chewed slowly and looked elegant, but she was not much slower than Li Qingshan, who was wolfing down his food. However, she refused to eat bones. Although she refined white bones, she had no interest in the bones of cooked animals. Actually, the food she ate did not even reach her stomach. It was all refined with her true flames. She purely wanted to taste it. Yu Shuquang's respectful attitude made her directly treat Li Qingshan as a senior on the level of an uncle. It was impossible for her to develop any romantic feelings towards him. Zijian. Yu Shuquang tugged at Yu Zijian's sleeve. Yu Zijian returned to her senses and raised her head. "You're too kind, great hero Nyo." As she listened to Li Qingshan's heavy voice, her heart became even calmer. However, she felt that this great hero Nyo was slightly familiar, so she asked without any hesitation, "Have we met somewhere before?" Li Qingshan shook his head and asked with a smile, "Do you have 100 treasures pouch on you?" "I don't," Yu Zijian answered honestly. Originally, Hua Chenglu wanted to give her one, but she was afraid that she would never be able to return the favor, so she did not accept it. And she had heard that as long as she joined the 100 schools of thought, she could receive her own 100 treasures pouch. This is the first 100 treasures pouch I've ever obtained. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Li Qingshan took out a rather damaged 100 treasures pouch. It was the one he had obtained from Qian Rongji's dead older brother. Although he found this girl to be quite nice, he did not actually have any delusions that he would give her an extremely precious gift to please her. However, the gift was too light and it was unsuitable. It would be better if it was suitable. He just happened to have many 100 treasures pouches on him. All chi practitioners could not lack them, but these 100 treasures pouches could not be stored together, so he could only fold them up and carry them on him. He had almost become a disciple of the beggar's gang, and he had an unprecedented number of over a dozen pouches. It was perfect for him to get rid of one this time. Yu Shuquang beamed. He had heard about 100 treasures pouches a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch was even rarer than spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan had been so generous right from the start, which made him feel like his hard work during this period had not been for nothing. That's far too precious. Yu Zijian declined in a hurry. She glanced at Yu Shuquang and wondered what great hero Nyo's relationship with her father was. Why had she never heard of him before? Li Qingshan smiled. "I'm just afraid you'll find it old. If you don't like it, I have others. You can exchange them." "That's not what I meant." Yu Zijian waved her hand in a hurry. Yu Shuquang coughed gently. Great hero Niu wants you to accept it, so just accept it. Only then did Yu Zijian accept the old 100 treasures pouch happily. Her feelings were no different from Li Qingshan's in the past, but it was exactly because it was old that she was able to accept it calmly. Li Qing'an said, there are still many people waiting up ahead. There's no need to waste time here. You should go. Yu Shuquang said, we'll be taking our leave first. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the servants. They had left. Li Qingshan took off his bamboo hat and carried Little and out of the bamboo basket, placing him on his lap. Let's keep eating. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Yu Shuquang's face had already become bright red from drinking. He was currently competing with his good friend, the master of the Elation School. At the entrance, a man with a pockmarked face raised his head and stared at the words, Proud Sword Manor. He sneered hatefully. He seemed to be in his 40s, but he wore an extremely luxurious robe around his waist. A treasured blade hung from his waist. Its hilt was made of pure gold, embedded with a cat's eye gem. It was extremely grand. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know he was wealthy. Afterwards, he directly barged in. Who are you? You can't enter without an invitation. Just when the disciples guarding the entrance wanted to stop him, the pockmarked man swung his sleeve. Before he could even touch the disciples, they were all sent flying through the entrance uncontrollably. An innate master. Most of the people who had come to attend the banquet were people of the Jianghu. When they saw this, they all cried out. Only innate masters could externalize their true qi. The pockmarked man stopped in front of the hall. Under the gazes of several hundred guests, he said sternly, Yu Shuquang, you've invited everyone, so how could you forget to invite an old friend like me? Yu Shuquang heard the disturbance outside and had already rushed out with his fellow martial artists. He gazed down from the 12th floor and gasped. The crippled madman. The expressions of his fellow martial artists beside him all changed. Beside the individual tables, another young man asked, Who's the crippled madman? Why haven't I heard of him before? The old man who was knowledgeable about the history of the Jianghu said softly, His name is Ma Chaochuan. He's skilled in the 36 stances of the Mad Demon Blade style. He's extremely vicious when he fights, always wanting to drag his opponent down with him. He also has pockmarks on his face, so he's also known as the crippled madman. Does he have some grievances with Great Hero Yu? The Proud Sword Hall was originally called the Mad Blade Hall. In the past, the two of them had fought over the heart of a woman. They had staked their lives on the line. Ma Chaochuan had been defeated in a single move, and he had fled into the mountains and forests ever since. As a result, Yu Shuquang took the woman as his wife and used the Mad Blade Hall as his foundation to rapidly strengthen his organization. In the end, he unified Salt Mountain City. Never did he think that his old rival in love would actually reappear after so many years, and he was already an innate master. Yu Shuquang's expression changed for a while before changing into a smile. He clasped his hands. Brother Ma, it's been many years. Have you been well? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first before laughing aloud. That doesn't sound like something the Mad Sword hero would say. Where's your arrogance? Where's Zi? Get her to come out and see me. Suddenly, he called out madly, Zi, senior brother, I've returned. I'm already an innate master. However, no one dared to laugh at his madness. His roar was filled with innate true qi, shaking up the hall. Everyone's ears rang as they became shocked. Yu Shuquang sighed. Zi Ershi has already passed away many years ago. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. His eyes reddened as he ground his teeth. She's actually already dead? You must have caused her death. She didn't like you at all. Oh, right. She must have discovered that you poisoned me, right? What nonsense are you spouting? My father would never poison you. Yu Zijian stood in the crowd and watched on. When she heard that, she immediately refused to accept it. She parted the crowd and called out loudly, Zi, Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. At a closer glance, he discovered that her age did not seem right. Who are you? I'm Yu Zijian. I'm my father's daughter. And who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the proud sword manner? Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. I'll expose this hypocrite before everyone right now. Back then, I was already a first-rate master, while your father was only at the peak of the second-rate. How could his wild sword defeat my mad blade? If your father hadn't poisoned me, would he have won? Zijian. Just when Zijian wanted to retort, Yu Shuquang grabbed her. That's right. I couldn't defeat you back then. Father. Yu Zijian looked at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. The surroundings were thrown into an uproar. Although Yu Shuquang was not as great as Yu Zijian imagined him to be, he was still a pillar of support for the orthodox path. He was renowned for his chivalry. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first. He never expected Yu Shuquang to admit it so readily. He laughed aloud. Everyone heard it. Girl, you heard it too. Just what kind of person is your father? But I wasn't the one who poisoned him. It was Zi-er. What Yu Shuquang said next made everyone fall silent. My mother. Yu Zijian was stunned. She did not have a particularly deep impression of her mother who had passed away so early. She only remembered her as an extremely gentle, beautiful woman who often sighed. Yu Shuquang often said that she was as kind as her mother. Ma Chaochuan felt like a boulder had been thrown into the lake in his heart, kicking up huge waves. Impossible. You're just spouting nonsense. Junior sister has always been in love with me, so why would she harm me? Why would she harm me? Chapter 202. Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. You should have known this a long time ago. I never had the opportunity to touch your food and drink. The Holy Hall. This was a doubt that had existed in Ma Chaochuan's heart for many years, but he never dared to look at it directly. He refused to believe that the extremely gentle woman who had grown up with him would do something so cruel to him. Now that he had suddenly received confirmation, his conviction for revenge that he had cultivated arduously for many years suddenly became so pitiful and laughable. He could not help but become furious as tears streamed down his face. He roared at the sky madly. Yu Zijian was originally extremely annoyed with him, but when she heard his howl like a despairing beast, she could not help but feel miserable. She felt great sympathy for him. He must have loved my mother very much. My mother was far too wrong. If she didn't like him, she could have just told him directly. Why did she have to poison him? Don't be sad. So many years have already passed. You'll definitely find a woman better than my mother. Ma Chaochuan stopped howling with that. He looked at Yu Zijian. Her beautiful face filled with sincere sympathy seemed to overlap with the face in his heart. He murmured, You really are like her. Brother Ma, so many years have passed. We're both grown up, so it's time for us to let go of these grievances. Today is a joyous day to celebrate Zijian becoming a chi practitioner. She'll be taking the entrance exams for the 100 schools of thought next year. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Yu Shuquang hinted. They were no longer regular members of the martial arts society that could be trampled on. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and revealed a twisted smile, which made his pockmarked face seem even uglier. I want to compete with you again. Afterwards, he pointed at Yu Zijian. She'll be the wager. With a crack, Li Qingshan broke the chopsticks in his hand. That's far too shameless. He had heard the disturbance outside before anyone else. Afterwards, he listened to the grievances of the Jianghu with interest as he ate. It really did go down well with his meal. He felt quite sympathetic towards this pockmarked brother. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted was probably horrible. At the same time, he felt great disdain towards Zi-er. She had sacrificed her own senior brother Cho for a handsome man. That was far too unfair. The two of them could be regarded as prodigies among men, yet they had taken a liking to such a fickle woman. They really had low standards. Fortunately, Yu Zijian was not as heartless as her mother. However, when they heard Ma Chaochuan's final decision, they completely disagreed with him. This was no longer just revenge against Yu Shuquang. It was revenge against the woman called Zi as well as the entire society. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a cultivation? You want? Even if you have cultivation, do whatever you want. Don't you even think about it. Yu Shuquang, who had remained calm the entire time, immediately reddened. He drew his sword and widened his eyes. Yu Zijian was the apple of his eye. If anyone touched a single hair on her, he would throw his life at them. Yu Chun, Zijian, was, saint, or, was, to, yen, to zi, t is, the sword, to, t, by, yu, to, up, to, yen. Yu, chin, after, shan, to, he, to, sanat. Tian, good. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Ma Chaochuan repeated 3 times. He showed no fear at all. I've cultivated arduously on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for all these years just for this day. Those who have nothing to do with this piss off. If anyone gets in my way, you can just wait for the revenge of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Ah! With that, a series of cries rang out at the same time, rushing into Li Qingshan's ears. His expression was strange as well. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain? Was this the legendary Count of Pheasant's Grace Mountain? The others obviously did not share the same thoughts as Li Qingshan. No one here had been to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain before. They did not even know where it was. However, as long as they were first-rate experts, they would have heard of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and the Burial Mountain were 3 powerful cultivation sections. They were renowned throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture, and they had become the sites of the 3 mountains. Not only were there chi practitioners among them, but there were even Foundation Establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation guarding them. Their strength went without saying. As long as regular people could join any one of them, they would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Their statuses would be drastically different. No one dared to ignore Ma Chaochuan's threat. To the people of the Jianghu, chi practitioners were existences higher up the food chain. Many of the people who were more on friendly terms with Yu Shuquang backed away silently. Only a few of his good friends remained by his side. They were hesitant as well. Yu Zijian's face was bright red. She was speechless from embarrassment and anger. Seeing this, she scolded, "You're bold enough to kill people recklessly. Aren't you afraid of the Hawkwolf Guard?" She had personally witnessed the might of a Hawkwolf Guard before, so she had an extremely deep impression of him. Ma Chaochuan laughed aloud. The Hawkwolf Guard? Do they care about the lives of you people of the Jianghu? Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He knew that Ma Chaochuan was right. He was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he understood this very well. People of the Jianghu who practiced inner force were a special group that existed between regular people and cultivators. The Hawkwolf Guard's attitude towards them was extremely special. The Black Wind stronghold could massacre villages as a show of force and place their names on the blacklist. It had been many years since the Hawkwolf Guard paid any attention to them. However, if a cultivator did that, it would be considered a crime. The commander would directly assign them a mission to deal with it. If the entire clan of people of the Jianghu was destroyed, even if several hundred of them died, the Hawkwolf Guard would only investigate it casually at most. They would never treat it as a proper matter. When people of the Jianghu killed regular people, they would be treated as regular people and treated as such. However, when they were killed by chi practitioners, they would be treated as chi practitioners and ignored. Under Ma Chaochuan's vicious gaze, the master of the Elation sect gulped. "Brother Yu, look," Yu Shuquang clasped his hands around. Yu Shuquang, thank you all for your support today, but this is my personal grievance. It has nothing to do with you. Whoever interferes will be making an enemy of my proud sword manor and looking down on me." Everyone was touched and ashamed. Great hero, you truly was chivalrous. He did not make things difficult for his friends. When they looked at Ma Chaochuan again, they found him to be even more despicable. The master of the Elation sect wanted to say something, but he backed off to one side in the end. Yu Shuquang's side immediately emptied out, only leaving Yu Zijian behind. She tugged at Yu Shuquang's sleeve, feeling both admiration and anxiety. "Father, he's a second-layer chi practitioner." First-rate masters had no chance of victory against a second-layer chi practitioner, and she had just ingested an innate pill recently. Although she was a first-layer chi practitioner now, she might not even be a match for a first-rate master like Yu Shuquang in terms of battle prowess, much less Ma Chaochuan's opponent. Stop putting on an act. If you're a man, then come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first. Ma Chaochuan was furious. This bastard was the best at using false pretenses to win people over. If it were not for his glib tongue, why would Zier? His heart ached. He looked at Yu Zijian again, and his gaze softened. His efforts over the past few years would not go to waste. He would definitely make it up to her. Yu Shuquang gently pushed Yu Zijian away. Don't worry. You can go to the back. He winked at Yu Zijian before turning to Ma Chaochuan. Ma madman, come. Let's spar again. Let's see if your blade of madness is stronger or my sword of madness is stronger. Yu Zijian was taken aback. We're in the middle of a battle of life and death, yet father is telling me to go to the back? What does that mean? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurried off to the back of the Proud Sword Hall without even looking back. Right now, the only person who could save her was great hero Nyo. The door to the room was pushed open loudly. Light shone into the pitch-black room, illuminating a broad back. Countless specks of dust could be vaguely seen. Li Qingshan wore a large, conical hat as he held up a bowl of alcohol, acting like he was drinking it. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Yu Zijian said, "Uncle Nyo, please save my father." Li Qingshan almost spat out his alcohol. Why had he suddenly become her uncle, and it felt like he had been farming for 40 years? So-called men, even if they did not like a woman, they still hoped that she would fall in love with them, let alone the fact that he had a rather good impression of Yu Zijian. He could not help but feel slightly gloomy. However, an extremely gentle chuckle rang out from the bamboo basket beside him. Yu Zijian had seen quite a lot of the world with Yu Shuquang. She knew that only by getting closer to him could she ask for his help. She never thought that this form of address filled with respect would achieve the exact opposite effect. Before Yu Zijian could say anything, Li Qingshan had already said, "I heard everything that happened outside. Uncle Nyo, my father, smack." Li Qingshan placed the bowl of alcohol on the table and said gloomily, "I'm not your whatever, Uncle Nyo. Don't call me that." Yu Zijian felt wronged. She knew that great hero Nyo was afraid of offending the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, so he refused to help. However, Yu Shuquang's life was hanging by a thread. In order to save her father, she could no longer care about her dignity as a woman. She said loudly, "Then I'll call you Uncle Nyo, all right? I beg you." Li Qingshan's head paused. Whatever you want." He kicked the bamboo basket. Little N's laughter was basically infuriating to him. Yu Zijian thought that he had agreed to it. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Let's go." She was tempted to grab his arm. Li Qingshan said, "You've heard what your father said. This is your family's matter. I can't interfere." Yu Zijian paled and collapsed on the ground. Then what do we do?" Li Qingshan said, "But aren't you a chi practitioner too?" Yu Zijian raised her head. Her pretty face was like a tearful beauty. The blade and sword collided and sparks flew. There was also a splash of blood, which came from Yu Shuquang's shoulder. Ma Chaochuan let out a meaningless roar. He seemed almost deranged, but the treasured blade in his hand danced about like a storm. The chilling coldness reached several meters away. The spectating members of the Martial Arts Society were all shocked, retreating into a large circle. Yu Shuquang also retreated step by step. He left behind a footprint in the marble with each step. He had launched the first 3 strikes, pushing his sword style and moves to the limit, forming a circle of blurs before him. Chapter 203. You'll never be able to match up to me in martial arts. Ma Chaochuan took a step forward and swung his right arm like a willow branch. The treasured blade followed, swinging horizontally and vertically. He swung it 13 times from 13 different angles. Every single strike was as swift as the wind, actually tearing through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, producing a sharp whistle. The sacred hall under the influence of hatred, he pushed his blade's style to the limit. He was as wild as the wind, filled with a terrifying bearing of wanting to drag his enemy down with him. Even if the spectators looked down on his actions, they did not dare to look down on his martial arts. On the other hand, Yu Shuquang did not possess any of the might of a wild sword at all. His clothes were tattered, and he struggled to move left and right. Every time the blade pierced through the sword, it would leave behind a wound on him before retreating. He was like a horseman riding through the borders of an enemy kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering. It was like he had entered a deserted land, yet he did not kill them. He wanted to humiliate them viciously. He retorted, "What else do you have apart from martial arts?" Ma Chachuan paled. He had been stabbed where it hurt. He was ugly, and his words were crude. Apart from his martial arts, he really had nothing else that he excelled in, which was why Yu Shuquang had stolen Zi-Er's heart. He wandered the Jianghu alone. Apart from his martial arts, he had nothing else. He bellowed out, "Die!" He channeled his true qi, and the light from the blade pressed down like a mountain. The sword wanted to resist, but it was already riddled with wounds like Yu Shuquang. It immediately shattered when it came in contact with the mountain of blades. "Master! Brother Yu!" Countless calls rang out, but they were not as fast as the blade. No one could stop them. Yu Shuquang closed his eyes helplessly. "Zi-Er, I've come to see you." Outside the Proud Sword Manor, on a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, 2 young men dressed in luxurious silk robes sat opposite each other. They were as arrogant as 2 roosters and were leisurely sipping tea. It was as if they did not know what was happening in the Proud Sword Manor. However, Ma Chachuan had come to Salt Mountain City on these 2 carriages before disembarking and entering the Proud Sword Manor. The young man on the left said, "Junior brother Ma is just too slow. Why don't you deal with him quickly?" A lifelike tail feather of a rooster was embroidered on his chest. It was beautiful and glorious. It was the symbol of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Only formal disciples at the 3rd layer and above had the right to wear it. His cultivation level was shockingly at the 5th layer of qi refining. Years of accumulated resentment, it's understandable. On the other hand, the young man on the other side was indifferent. That was the indifference of a strong cultivator. 2 tail feathers were embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of a core intersect disciple who had surpassed the 6th layer of qi refining. You're in such a sorry state for a woman. With his aptitude, he can only reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm in this lifetime. A 2nd layer qi practitioner is enough. Once we take back Salt Mountain City, he can stay here and gather talents for the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, just in case the people of the Green Vine Mountain always get ahead of him. Senior brother is wise. Stop, Yu Zijian called out. Ma Chachuan suddenly raised his head. A wave of fiery light surged towards him. With a cry, he spun his blade and slashed upwards. There was a boom, and flames exploded. Although Ma Chachuan managed to avoid being incinerated, he was sent flying. His eyebrows were scorched. He cried out, "Scarlet Fire Talisman." Yu Zijian had already helped Yu Shuquang up. "Father, are you fine?" Yu Shuquang saw how she was alone. Is he unwilling to help? Yu Zijian shook her head. She fed the recovery pill Li Qingshan had given her to Yu Shuquang and commanded the disciples of the Proud Sword sect. Afterwards, she faced Ma Chachuan. "I'll be your opponent." "Girl, do you think you can become my opponent just because you have a few talismans in your possession? Move aside. Let me kill your father, and then I'll take you to the wedding." As Ma Chachuan said that, he began to laugh aloud. He found it extremely amusing. However, no one in the surroundings agreed with him. They all glared at him furiously. Originally, Yu Zijian was still rather fearful, but when she saw Yu Shuquang's miserable state, she became furious. "It's no wonder my mother doesn't like a baddie like you." Baddie was a swear word used by children. It would only make adults laugh. However, the second sentence made Ma Chachuan cry out in anger. "How do you know she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She's always called me senior brother, since young." As he said that, he almost burst into tears again. He alternated between sorrow and joy, anger and sorrow. He really did seem like a madman. Yu Zijian held a talisman. She was extremely reluctant to do this. Then she thought of what Uncle Nyo had said just now. Once you use this talisman, you'll definitely be able to kill him in a single stroke. You can't be soft-hearted. Ma Chaochuan raised his treasured blade and pointed it at Yu Zijian. All right, I'll capture you first, and then I'll kill your father. Yu Zijian raised her right hand as she watched Ma Chaochuan charge over. She swung it forcefully from left to right, and a crescent-shaped, golden arc of light appeared. Ma Chaochuan's pupils constricted. Golden crescent slash. However, he had no intentions of retreating. Although the golden crescent slash was an extremely terrifying metal element technique that was swift and sharp, he was confident he could block a golden crescent slash from a low-grade talisman with his blade. However, the golden arc seemed to be much brighter than he had imagined it to be. Before he could think too much about it, the golden arc had completely vanished from his vision. Oh no, that's a mid-grade talisman. With that thought, there was a splatter of blood and intense pain. A mid-grade talisman was equivalent to a technique from a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Although it lacked a lot of meticulous control and variations, it was definitely powerful enough. It was not something a measly 2nd-layer Qi practitioner could block. However, Li Qingshan had quite a few mid-grade talismans in his possession. Apart from supplementary talismans that could increase his speed and strength, offensive talismans basically had no use at all. No matter how strong or weak the enemy he was about to face, they would not be able to use talismans like this. However, a mid-grade talisman was a god artifact that could determine the outcome of a battle between weaker Qi practitioners. Ma Chaochuan suddenly fell to the ground, but he discovered that he was still conscious. Although the golden crescent slash had left behind a horrific wound on his shoulder, it was not fatal. In the final moment, Yu Zijian's hand moved slightly, preventing her from killing him on the spot. She panted slightly and said to Ma Chaochuan, "You've lost. I won't kill you. You can go." In the secret room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He had told her not to show any mercy. Although he sympathized with this brother Ma slightly, his principles were that as long as he was identified as an enemy, he would not show any mercy. However, he did not blame her. A girl as gentle and kind-hearted as her was quite rare. Helping her was much more enjoyable than helping Qian Rongji at the very least. He shook his head and murmured, "I'll show mercy, but I'll show no mercy." Uncle Nyo, little and said crisply with a giggle. Li Qingshan's expression seemed like he had been stabbed. He pinched her tender cheeks and pulled them apart. "If you keep calling me that, I'll rip your mouth apart." Little and said vaguely, "Of course." Ma Chaochuan's expression changed several times. He stood up with his blade. "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose again. Don't move." Yu Zijian immediately had no idea what to do. She took out another golden crescent slash talisman. Uncle Nyo's voice rang out in her head, "Bring an extra one, just in case." He actually seemed to see through her reluctance to kill him. However, Ma Chaochuan continued forward as if he was courting death. He had already lost once. He could not afford to lose again. "They have talismans, but don't we?" Suddenly, a person called out from outside. A streak of yellow light shot in from outside, sticking to Ma Chaochuan's back. It was actually another mid-grade talisman. A flash of light enveloped him from head to toe. Ma Chaochuan felt his mind rouse as endless power filled his body. True Qi constantly flowed out from his back. He turned around and said gratefully, "Senior brother Song." Yu Shuquan's expression changed drastically. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain actually still had masters here. In the carriage, the young man with a chicken's plume said, "Senior brother, isn't it a little wasteful to use a mid-grade vitality talisman on him? He has the assistance of a master. She's just a little girl at the 1st layer of Qi practitioner, so where can she get 2 mid-grade talismans from? Let's just wait and see. We have to force that person out. Let's see just who's bold enough to oppose the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." Senior brother Song's face was cold. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had sensed the 2 presences outside right from the beginning, so he was not surprised by their actions. He said, "Girl, you can't show any mercy this time." His deep, hoarse voice immediately became louder and louder. Everyone only felt like a gust of wind had whistled past, immediately suppressing senior brother Song's presence outside. Yu Shuquang beamed with joy and completely relaxed. The tiger butcher was dangerous, but if he stood behind him and became his backer, he would feel extremely at ease. Everyone understood why Yu Shuquang had specially taken Yu Zijian to the back of the hall just now. The proud sword manor was actually hiding a master like that. Ma Chachuan and Yu Zijian were like two puppets fighting. The ones who truly controlled the outcome of the battle were the people behind them. Ma Chachuan roared out. Tremendous true qi pushed up his clothes, and his treasured blade lit up. It gave off a chilling coldness, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Yu Zijian dared not tarry. With a wave of her hand, she cast down a golden arc of light before her. She dared not show any mercy this time. With a flash of the golden arc, it directly swung towards Ma Chaochuan's chest. With the assistance of the Vitality Talisman, not only had Ma Chaochuan's true qi increased drastically, but even his senses had sharpened. He grasped the trajectory of the golden arc of light, and his treasured blade spat out a streak of light as he swung down. With a great clang, Ma Chaochuan was sent flying. A great nick appeared on his blade, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open, dripping with blood. However, there was only joy on his face. Before he had even landed on the ground, he exhaled true qi from his hand and pressed it against the ground. He shot back up, fusing with the blade as he swung towards Yu Zijian. His eyes were scarlet like he had lost his mind. Yu Zijian no longer had any more talismans to use. She was about to die to the blade. Crack! 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 There was a series of sounds of wood and rock colliding. A figure rushed out of the hall with even greater speed than Ma Chaochuan. It arrived before the stairs, and with a kick, it directly collided with Ma Chaochuan. They both fell out of the air. Although Ma Chaochuan was protected by true qi, he still felt his back ache, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the figure did not seem to feel any pain at all. It immediately flipped over and leapt to its feet. Its movements were swift and mechanical. Two sharp blades extended from its arms, stabbing towards Ma Chaochuan. Only then did everyone see that it was not a human, but a puppet. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Zijian's eyes. She felt like the puppet was rather familiar. Chapter 204. The puppet and Ma Chaochuan became entangled in battle. Ma Chaochuan's treasured blade landed on the puppet, but it only left behind a deep mark. There was the vague sound of metal colliding. The Mahist puppets were made from thousand-year-old ironwood. They had been tempered through a special method, so they could not be compared to regular wood. Although he had the assistance of a vitality talisman, he was still forced into a retreat. Senior brother, what do we do? Senior brother Song's expression finally changed slightly. Even if he had a few more mid-grade talismans, it would be far too much of a waste. With a great roar, he leapt out of the carriage and took off from the door, rushing into the air. He flew over the spacious square like a great bird. He completely ignored Ma Chaochuan and the others below. He landed on the proud sword hall and pushed off again, directly shooting towards the secret room where Li Qingshan resided. The people of the Jianghu in the square had never seen such a wondrous movement technique before. They all raised their heads and became dumbfounded. Yu Zijian cried out, "Sixth-layer Qi practitioner." During the time she spent in the Clear River Prefecture, she had learned a lot about the general knowledge of Qi practitioners. She understood just how terrifying sixth-layer Qi practitioners were, which immediately made her worry for Uncle Nyo. She rushed towards the proud sword hall. As he rapidly approached her, senior brother Song grabbed and pulled with his finger, and the thick wooden door shattered. He saw the tall, hooded figure inside with a single glance as if he had not sensed anything at all. He still had his back towards him. There was definitely no such a tall, burly man on the three mountains. Senior brother Song immediately realized this. He slammed his palm against the man's back, and true qi surged out of his body. "Uncle Nyo." Yu Zijian happened to make her way over. When she saw this, she paled and became filled with sorrow. "It's all my fault. Uncle Nyo is going to be beaten to death by the bad guy now." Senior Brother Song's face had just lit up when it vanished, as not only did the burly man not fly away, but he basically did not budge at all. He continued to drink from his bowl of alcohol. The true chi he breathed out was like mud in the ocean. It failed to harm the burly man at all. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Who are you? Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. There was a scarlet flash in the darkness under the hat. Senior Brother Song wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. His arm, which was almost twice as long as a normal person's, wrapped around his neck with a dustpan-like hand. He felt as if he was trapped by iron and had no chance of breaking free. As long as this hand exerted a little force, his neck would be broken and he would become a corpse. All Yu Zijian saw was Uncle Nyo finally stand up. His tall figure was filled with unbelievable power. His head seemed like it was about to hit the ceiling. With a single step, the ground shook, and the dishes on the table flew into the air. Call me Nyo Juxia. He took a step back and pulled back his arm. He roared, Call me Nyo Juxia. He threw Martial Brother Song like a javelin thrower. With a whoosh, Senior Brother Song's figure disappeared. He even crashed into the eaves with a loud bang, causing broken tiles to fall to the ground. The martial artists in the square saw that the figure left even faster than the one who came. He drew a parabola and landed outside the door with a loud bang. His mouth was open without him realizing it. Obviously, Nyo Juxia inside was more ruthless. Senior brother, are you fine? Senior Brother Song was disorientated from the fall, but he was protected by true chi, so he was not injured. However, he was truly frightened. Just who was that huge man? Before him, he actually felt like he was unable to resist. If he wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man already. He was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, so he said in a hurry, Go, go. He actually ignored Ma Chaochuan and immediately boarded the carriage. He whipped off, rushing out of Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. Just now, the light from outside had landed on him, illuminating his pitch-black, unsophisticated face. His face was much younger than she had imagined it to be. He gave off a dignified air without being angry. His pursed lips made him seem extremely dignified. She was certain that she had never seen a face like that before, but the sense of familiarity did not vanish. Instead, it grew heavier. Could this be fate? A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, which made her leap in fright. How was this possible? This fate was a little too great. Thank you, Bi Anyo Juxia. Li Qingshan sat back down on the bench and pushed down his bamboo hat. There's no need to thank me. Go see your father. Yu Zijian turned around and returned to the hall. The entire square fell silent. Everyone gathered their gazes on her, as if they wanted to find out about this Nyo Juxia's secret from her. Ma Chaochuan's face was ashen. In his eyes, Senior Brother Song was a supreme existence on the entire Pheasant's Grace Mountain, yet he had actually been defeated in a single move by the person inside. He did not even dare to fight back. The vitality talisman on him had dimmed and lost its effect. The puppet soldier gripped his arm firmly, pressing him to the ground. Yu Shuquang said, What else do you have to say? Ma Chaochuan struggled as hard as he could. His face twisted viciously. It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm weaker than you, but that you're despicable and deceitful. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely avenge me and slaughter your proud sword manor. Yu Shuquang suddenly laughed aloud, but it was not the complacent laughter of a victor. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. I really don't understand. You're ugly and you're extreme. Apart from your martial arts being slightly better than mine, which aspect of me is inferior to you? Why does Z or just have to take a fancy to you? Ma Chaochuan said, What did you say? Li Qingshan was confused as well. Why would there be a woman who would poison the person she took a fancy to in the world? That's because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you, but if you win, you'll definitely kill me. That's why she resorted to this. She once personally told me that she would marry a madman like you regardless of the outcome. I've already lost before the battle has even begun. I just refuse to accept this. I want to prove to her that I, Yu Shuquang, am fearless even if I have to die for her. However, she just can't bear to see me die for her. How can she let anyone die for her? When Yu Shuquang reached there, he could not help but burst into tears. Ma Chachuan was stunned. She had once tried so hard to persuade him not to fight Yu Shuquang, but he became more and more suspicious that she had fallen in love with someone else. He flew into a rage, determined to kill Yu Shuquang. Yu Shuquang continued, "After the match, you left without even leaving behind a single message." She was filled with regret. Although she had no choice but to marry me, she passed away in a few years. Ever since then, he grew his beard and swore never to marry again. He focused on raising Yu Zijian. Neither of the two young and stubborn men took a step back. All the woman could do was do what she could, but it was all for naught in the end. Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. The extremely gentle woman had never betrayed him. He had been blinded by his jealousy and suspicion. At that moment, he suddenly hoped that she had really fallen in love with someone else, obtained everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. Chapter 205. Yu Shuquang gazed at the sobbing Ma Chaochuan and the tearful Yu Shuquang as he thought about the kind-hearted woman who had passed away long ago. The sacred church Yu Zijian seemed to understand the pain the three of them felt. She was distressed, but she had no idea what to say. None of them were bad people, so why did they end up like this? Was the will of the heavens playing tricks on them? Suddenly, she heard Niu Jusha's voice ring out. "It's not a bad thing to be benevolent, but in life, how can you ask for perfection? Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others. You were soft-hearted today, almost causing your father to lose his life and humiliating yourself. If my cultivation was a little weaker, I would have been dragged into this as well. I hope you take this as a warning and don't repeat your mother's mistakes." Yu Zijian looked at the expressions of the people in the surroundings. Clearly, none of them had heard that. She looked at the sky in confusion. Then what should I do? Zijian, oh Zijian. Violet is the color of utmost veneration. The sword is the ruler of all weapons, the wise monarch. Violet Chi comes from the east, sweeping through everything and killing millions. Uniting the world, ushering in eternal peace and achieving great benevolence. Towards the end, Li Qingshan's voice gradually drifted away. Clearly, he had already traveled off into the distance. Yu Shuquang had originally named her Zijian in memory of her mother. The sword obviously represented the proud sword manner. Yu Zijian knew this too, but she never thought her name would have such a meaning. It was like she had been given a new name. She suddenly understood. She subconsciously touched the sword on her waist. For the first time, she felt a vague connection with the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed. She lost some of her gentleness, but she gained a sense of determination. Sometimes, people only needed an opportunity to mature and change. Allowing the seed to sprout, allowing the sword to emerge from its sheath. Right now, Li Qingshan would have never imagined what kind of fate would be buried in the philosophy of life that he had come up with carelessly, leading to a sudden change in the situation. When his words came true, when she swung her sword and killed millions, only seeking great benevolence in her heart, did he ever regret it? He would rather she return to this moment and place, to return to that gentle, naive girl. Or perhaps he would roar with laughter, praising her for killing well. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For the next few days, he took pills and cultivated every day. His days suddenly became dull, but with little and accompanying him, he did not feel bored. It was just that when he drank, he always felt a little lonely without someone to drink with. The next day, Yu Shuquang visited him with Yu Zijian to thank him. He said that Ma Chaochuan had already returned to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he would not be returning. In the end, Li Qingshan didn't open the door for them. He only said from inside, "Go." Acting like a hermit expert, he did a perfect job. Because there was nothing much to say when they saw each other. It was impossible for him to say, "Marry your daughter to me." From that day onwards, the banquets delivered every day were even more sumptuous than before. But when Li Qingshan picked up his wine cup, he would put it down again. After the joyous time of drinking together, he suddenly felt that drinking alone was unpalatable. Suddenly, his expression changed. He walked into the cave and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was Millipede. He had a long body and a bald head. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "You've finally come." Millipede saw Li Qingshan and grinned widely, smiling foolishly. Seeing him clearly, Li Qingshan was surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Many parts of Millipede's pink cloak were tattered, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Millipede sat down in front of the round table assembled from jars of alcohol. Afterwards, he fished out a glistening, red fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit was long and round. It seemed extremely plump, and it gave off an exotic fragrance that filled the entire cave. Li Qingshan fished out a messy pile of recovery pills from his 100 treasures pouch in a hurry. Millipede ate it and closed his eyes, collapsing on the ground. His snores rang out loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. During this process, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Even his pink cloak was being repaired bit by bit. This was one of his methods of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled wryly. "Isn't this a sweet potato?" It could also be called a sweet potato or a sweet potato. To put it more elegantly, it could even be called a sweet potato, but it was still a sweet potato. However, the spiritual qi it contained was 10 times better than the spiritual ginseng Li Qingshan had obtained in the past. It was a rare heavenly resource with a single glance. For a moment, he and Little and looked at each other in dismay. Li Qingshan was filled with questions. Just where did this sweet potato come from? Just who was it that could injure him? However, he could only ask Millipede when he woke up. Fortunately, Millipede had fallen into a deep sleep, so he woke up very quickly. In less than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and looked at his shiny, pink cloak. He smiled at Li Qingshan. "It's nice." Li Qingshan raised the sweet potato in his hand. "What's going on?" "Eat, it's on me," Li Qingshan said. "Tell me what's going on first. It won't be too late for me to eat after that." Millipede gestured as he explained the situation. Although his words were unclear and his words were incoherent, Li Qingshan still roughly understood the whole story. However, Li Qingshan still managed to gain a rough understanding of the entire situation. As it turned out, the sweet potatoes came from underground, within Millipede's territory. They should have been under his control. However, over the years, another demon general had been constantly invading his territory and had finally gotten his hands on this red sweet potato root. As a result, every time the sweet potato ripened, the two demon generals would inevitably fight. Millipede was slightly stronger, but he was alone while the demon general had many subordinates. Every time he was outnumbered, Millipede would lose more often than he won. This time, he finally managed to snatch a sweet potato with great difficulty. Millipede was originally smiling foolishly and happy, but the more he spoke, the more upset he felt. Suddenly, he began to bawl. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that it was not peaceful underground, and demon generals had their own troubles too. He raised his hand and smacked Millipede's bald head. He yelled, "Stop crying, you good for nothing." "You hit me too," Millipede said with a sobbing tone. He curled his lips and cried even harder. Li Qingshan shouted, "He has subordinates, but you don't?" Millipede shook his head and sniffled. He looked over with teary eyes. Li Qingshan put his arm around Little Ant's shoulders. "We'll be your subordinates." Although he hated troubling his friends, he would not ignore them. "You guys," Little Ant pointed at the sweet potato in Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. "This one is more like you." Li Qingshan stood up. "Come, let's go down and take a look." Bringing all the food and wine, the three of them walked into the pitch-black underground. Li Qingshan had finally begun his demon path and entered a world where demons ruled. Under Millipede's lead, they advanced through the twisting and turning caverns and went downwards. 30 feet, 300 feet, until he could no longer estimate. Li Qingshan had never gone so deep underground before. However, the scene underground was different from what he had imagined. This place was not barren and barren. Instead, it was full of mysteries and contained treasures that Li Qingshan had never seen before. Chapter 206. Whoosh, whoosh. The three of them crossed an underground river amidst the sound of water. Holy Church Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression. He could feel the faint spiritual qi in the river water. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful. His demon qi had actually grown slightly. There were many unknown plants growing on both sides of the river filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi they contained clearly told Li Qingshan that these were rare spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Millipede hurriedly said, "You can't eat it. It tastes terrible." But it was too late. An extremely bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. His tongue was about to go numb. The spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grass clashed with the demon qi in his body, and most of it was lost. Li Qingshan hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and chuckled. There were still traces of tears on his face, making him look even more foolish. When he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes widened, revealing a look of longing. Li Qingshan passed the jar to Millipede, and he gulped it all down. He let out a drunken burp, as if he had forgotten all about his sorrows. Li Qingshan, however, had other thoughts. Most of the spiritual grass in this world could not be eaten directly, but there was no such thing as a useless spiritual grass. The inconspicuous spiritual grass growing by the river was very likely an ingredient needed to refine a certain type of pill. However, the demons lacked the skill to refine medicine, so they treated it as useless. But it was also because of this that these spiritual grass had been preserved and not harvested. As for humans, even powerful qi practitioners, they struggled to venture so deep underground. Although he did not run into a single demon along the way, Li Qingshan sensed 7 or 8 powerful auras at the very least. They sensed Millipede's arrival and avoided him from afar, afraid to approach him. If it had been a human, they would have immediately become prey for these ferocious predators. Moreover, Millipede was an overlord-level demon general, so he probably wouldn't show any mercy to the foreign species that had invaded his territory. Any qi practitioner would be instantly killed if he made a move. Of course, demons could not go above ground, and the underground was also a forbidden zone for humans. As Li Qingshan walked, he felt like he was dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a speck of blue light appeared in his vision. It was like a blue star in the night sky, quietly shining with light and forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but in this absolute darkness, when it suddenly fell into the eyes, it actually gave off a beautiful and dazzling feeling. Only when he got closer did he discover that it was a small azure flower growing quietly in the crevice of a stone. Its butterfly-like petals would curl and unfurl from time to time, as if it was alive. Little and gently touched one of them. The petals immediately shrank and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan had never seen such a wonderful plant before. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in it was much richer than the spiritual herbs he had seen just now. As he moved forward, the pitch-black cave gradually widened. The number of azure flowers also gradually increased. 3 to 5 of them formed a cluster, looking exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual qi in the air was getting denser and denser. It had long surpassed the zombie cave. Millipede said, "We're almost there." There was no need for him to say it. Li Qingshan had already sensed it. A blue light shone from the front, illuminating the path in front of him. It was as if there was a blue moon buried underground, quietly waiting for him to unearth it. He suddenly saw the end of the long tunnel. Li Qingshan walked forward impatiently, and the light became even more dazzling. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. In front of him was an open space the size of a football field. Thousands of flowers grew there, emitting blue light in the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. It was a sea of sparkling flowers, and there were many butterflies of blue light dancing on the surface of the sea. It was like a dream. This was a scene that could only be seen in a deep dream. Xiao-En's sleeve came into contact with an azure flower that had completely bloomed beside her. The blue flower suddenly broke free from its leaves and began to dance about. It turned into a beautiful butterfly of blue light, leaving behind a beautiful trail. These butterflies had been born from the spirit herb. They were the spirit of the spirit herb. Little Anne reached out and grabbed, but the blue butterfly turned into spiritual light and dissipated between her fingers. It reformed not far away and flew away. Little Anne immediately chased after it, wading through the sea of flowers that was about to drown her. Flower petals danced in the air, turning into countless blue butterflies that circled around her. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne." This was Milliped's home. It was his first time visiting, so he had to be polite. These spirit herbs might be extremely important to Milliped. Little Anne suddenly turned around. The blue light illuminated her entire body, making her look like a legendary spirit. Li Qingshan suddenly didn't know what to say next. He looked at Millipede, who was smiling foolishly beside him, and sighed softly. He smiled and said, "You're living in a pretty nice place." It wasn't just beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so thick that he had never seen it before. If he meditated and cultivated here, both his demon chi and true chi would grow rapidly. Millipede said, "What's not bad?" He pointed at the blue butterfly. "This can be eaten, but it's not delicious." Li Qingshan knocked his bald head. "What else is there in your head other than eating? Such a beautiful thing, even if it was delicious, he probably couldn't eat it." Millipede rubbed his head and continued to smile foolishly. He didn't have any of the dignity of a demon general. When Li Qingshan agreed to go underground with him, he stopped smiling foolishly. He completely forgot about being bullied by other demon generals. "Don't smile. Be serious. No wonder you're bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes," Li Qingshan scolded. Since he was determined to help him reclaim his lost territory, they were no longer just drinking buddies. They were comrades who fought side by side. He still had to rely on Millipede's strength from now on. Seeing how foolish he was, he couldn't help but scold him. Millipede immediately pursed his lips and said sternly, "You guys stay. It's fine if you don't eat the sweet potatoes." It was rare that his thoughts were clear and he expressed himself clearly. Li Qingshan felt his chest heat up. He was very touched. How can my friend not have sweet potatoes to eat? Millipede wasn't smart, but he treated him with absolute sincerity. His cultivation level was high, but he wasn't arrogant. He was many times better than those arrogant, pretentious peddlers at the 6th or 7th level of Qi practitioner. He was the first friend he acknowledged from the bottom of his heart, and he definitely wouldn't disappoint his friend. "Friend?" Millipede pondered the word. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled. "Good friend. Good friend." Millipede also patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. He seemed to understand something and laughed loudly. Friends were even better than sweet potatoes. After walking through the sea of flowers and startling countless butterflies, they arrived at the center of the open ground. There was a huge stone platform without any plants. It was 3 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 7 or 8 feet tall. Millipede lay down on it and stretched his limbs, forming the Chinese character. A relaxed expression appeared on his wooden face as he exhaled comfortably. He glanced at Li Qingshan and Little and then rolled to the side to make space. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You're inviting us to sleep?" Then he heard snoring. This guy had already fallen asleep. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at each other. Was this stone bed really that good to sleep on? Li Qingshan carried Little and to the stone platform and then tried to lie down on it. However, he sat up as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of shock. In that instant, he didn't feel as if he was lying on a hard rock, but on a turbulent sea of spiritual qi. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform with all his might and examined it closely. He saw a faint, resplendent light under the stone platform, as if the most beautiful gems in the world had been melted together. This wasn't the first time Li Qingshan had seen such a beautiful color. He took out a spirit stone hesitantly and compared it with the stone platform. Finally, he confirmed it. This is a spirit stone bed. This feeling was similar to how a normal person would feel when they saw a golden bed. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, he immediately understood why Millipede had chosen this place as his cave in the vast underground world. All demons' first instinct was no longer to eat and drink, but to search for places with spiritual chi so that they could absorb more of it. However, although the spirit stone bed was large, it couldn't withstand decades or even centuries of absorption by a demon general. A thought that even he didn't quite believe appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. He walked to the side of the bed and pushed away the dirt. His expression instantly became extremely strange. His guess was correct. This wasn't a spirit stone bed, but a spirit stone mine. This stone platform was just the tip of the iceberg of this mine. If a spirit stone bed could make cultivators' eyes red with envy, then a spirit stone mine could make two cultivator sects go to war. That spirit stone mine alone was enough to cause two cultivation sects to wage war, causing noble cultivators to die like mortals. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. It was the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stone mines were crystals formed naturally from the spiritual chi of the world. They were usually formed on spirit veins. Most of the spirit stone veins on the surface were controlled by powerful forces and guarded by powerful cultivators. However, spirit stones weren't just equivalent goods. They were also consumables. Over millions of years, many had been excavated by humans. Some had even drained the goose that laid the golden eggs to catch the fish. Even spirit veins had been directly dug out. However, in the depths of the underground world where spirit veins were the most abundant, demons didn't have the habit of using spirit stones to trade. They wouldn't use spirit stones on formations, puppets, or artifacts either. These spirit stone mines that weren't excavated could be recycled, constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of the world and nurturing countless demons and spirit herbs. Li Qingshan thought, fortune truly favors fools. He'd thought that this fellow was poor, which was why he'd come to freeload off him. He hadn't expected him to sleep on a spirit stone mine every day. How extravagant. Millipede had come to freeload off him. Today, it was his turn to freeload off him. It would be a shameful waste if he didn't make use of such a holy land for cultivation. Chapter 207. Ninth layer perfection. Having been given the cold shoulder, Yu Shuquang did not become angry. Instead, he admired Li Qingshan even more. 100 search rope entered the station quickly bullet-wide. He had already learnt from Yu Zijian that the silly bird who had flown in and out was actually a 6th layer chi practitioner. Back then, he had only returned to his senses after being surprised for quite a while. Just what kind of concept was a 6th layer chi practitioner? It had completely exceeded his imagination. He had heard that with just a thought, a flying sword could circle around, and a first-rate master like him would be beheaded. However, someone like that had not even managed to withstand a single strike from Li Qingshan before being tossed out. He did not even dare to look back as he wondered inside. Just how did Li Qingshan train at such a young age? Was he the illegitimate child of some large clan? Or was he a secret disciple of some cultivation sect? His thoughts ran wild, but he was still unable to get to the bottom of it. All he knew was how fortunate he was to be able to establish a relationship with such an important figure. Father, I just find that great hero you rather familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yu Zijian's face heated up slightly as she said that. However, Yu Shuquang was surprised. He smiled dryly. How's that possible? It must be your imagination. Li Qingshan had specially reminded him that he could not let Yu Zijian learn about his true identity. How could he disobey him now? Yu Zijian frowned. Really? Yu Shuquang suddenly said, let's go see your mother. What happened yesterday had stirred up the matters that had lain dormant in his heart for many years. He had thought of this since then. However, he only saw off all the guests late into the night yesterday, brushing off all the curious gazes. Yu Zijian gave a gentle response of agreement. Stepping through the snow, the two of them arrived in the east of the city. At the foot of a beautiful hill was a small grave. It was extremely clean, and fresh offerings were placed on the grave. This was obviously Yu Shuquang's arrangement. But today, A person knelt before the grave with a straight back. His magnificent, silk robes had been reduced to a mess by mud and blood, but he did not seem to sense it at all. Ma Chaochuan. Yu Shuquang frowned. As it turned out, he had not left. How did he find out about this place? Yu Zijian gripped the hilt of her sword and secretly raised her guard. Even she had failed to realize that she was very different from before today. Ma Chaochuan turned around stiffly. His face was pale, and his lips were dark. Only when he saw Yu Zijian did his eyes light up. He murmured, "Z-er." Although the golden crescent slash had avoided his vitals, it had still severely injured him. He didn't go to treat his injuries, only wanting to die here. Pop-up gallery full text TT download. Yu Zijian said frantically, "I'm not Z-er. You better go heal. If this continues, you'll die." Although she was enlightened, no change could be made overnight. The kindness in her heart would not disappear. When Ma Chaochuan saw it clearly, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Years of hatred had vanished in an instant, and he no longer had the strength to continue living. Yu Shuquang said coldly, "If you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't die here." Ma Chaochuan's gaze turned cold as he pressed down on his saber hilt. Yu Zijian said, "Father." Yu Shuquang pushed Yu Zijian away and said furiously, "Why did she have to grow up with a piece of trash like you? You're looking to die." Ma Chaochuan drew his blade with a swish. His face surged with murderousness. Yu Zijian blocked Yu Shuquang's way and said anxiously, "Even now, you still don't understand? My mother doesn't want to see you like this. If you die and she learns about it in the afterlife, wouldn't she be sad all over again?" When Yu Zijian said that, it seemed to possess a wondrous charm. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. Yu Zijian persuaded him gently, "You have to live well. Only then will my mother be at ease." Ma Chaochuan slowly lowered his eyes. Girl, you're right." Suddenly, he stabbed his thigh with a backhand motion before pulling it out casually. His face became even paler. Yu Zijian covered her mouth and cried out. All she heard was Ma Chaochuan say, "I said a lot of crazy things to you yesterday. Just treat this as my apology. Hee, someone like me deserves to die in the first place for having lustful thoughts towards her, but I can't drag her down with me anymore. I'll just keep living." Yu Zijian knew that his intense personality could not be changed. She sighed gently. "You might be different from others, but the goodness of a person's heart is even more important than their appearance. You'll definitely be able to find a woman who truly loves you." Ma Chaochuan only sneered. Which woman in this world didn't love a handsome man? With his current cultivation, there was no lack of beautiful women by his side. However, those women only liked his money and power. Other than her, no one else treated him with sincerity. Even if you really can't get over it, I've heard that there are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation that can definitely heal your face. Ma Chaochuan's expression gradually underwent a wondrous change. A smear of light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at the gravestone deeply, as if he wanted to engrave every single word into his heart. Afterwards, he limped off into the distance. Yu Zijian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She smiled, knowing that her persuasion was effective. However, she failed to hear Ma Chaochuan murmur to himself, "There are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation. There must be one that can save you." This tiny hope landed in his heart that had dried up from exhaustion and despair, but it was like planting a seed. He was only a member of the bottom rung of the cultivation world. Even if there were wondrous methods that could revive the dead, it was not something a mere second-layer chi practitioner could come into contact with. However, the almost extreme obsession and unbelievable delusions of humans were also the source of their power. Yu Shuquang watched Ma Chaochuan's figure gradually grow further away. He was also desolate. He turned around and said to the tiny gravestone, "Do you see that? He's still alive. Don't be sad anymore." He thought of the woman's words again. Even if senior brother Ma is wrong about everything, he's always been extremely good to me. I can't let him down. He could not help but sigh gloomily. If only I hadn't been saved by you and had just died outside Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian seemed to see through his thoughts. She said loudly, "Mother must have liked you, father." I believe she didn't marry you because she had no other choice. Yu Shuquang smiled and rubbed Yu Zijian's head. Perhaps, but she still can overcome her own difficulties. Although she was no longer with him, she had left the best gift for him. He made up his mind that he had to ask Li Qingshan for the innate pill no matter what. He was not old yet. He could still take care of her. Thinking up to there, he suddenly said earnestly, I've never been bold enough to tell you that many of the stories I've told you about my chivalrous deeds are fake. Ah! Yu Zijian was alarmed. She took a step back and stared at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. Yu Shuquang coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. I just want to tell you that you can't be a good person in this world. You need to learn to be a little smarter and a little more bad. You liar. I'm not a bad person. Just treat it as I'm begging you. No, liar. Yu Shuquang said, even I, your father, would lie to you, so who wouldn't lie to you? Yu Zijian was taken aback. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously. Father, I don't blame you anymore. Yu Zijian said seriously, although you've lied to me, it's so I can learn the path of chivalry. It's still a great thing. This time, it was Yu Shuquang's turn to be surprised. He knew his daughter the best. Since when could she think like that? Yu Zijian smiled complacently. I want to be a good person. In the depths of the ground, flowers bloomed and butterflies danced in the sea of flowers. The large, stone platform flickered with a magnificent color. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A cold, heavy spiritual qi directly rushed into the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head, pouring into his yin-yang heel meridian. His meridians that had originally been rather empty were now filled with pure spiritual qi of the world, such that he felt a slight prickling pain in his meridians. If it were not for the fact that his body was extremely tough as a demon, it was possible for all his meridians to be severed. He practiced the innate method of practicing qi instinctively in an attempt to convert the spiritual qi into true qi, but he failed. The amount of spiritual qi was just too tremendous, such that he was unable to circulate it easily. The prickling pain in his meridians grew more and more intense, but he was unable to sense it at all. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core began to revolve by itself, shining brightly as it absorbed the spiritual qi to its heart's content while suppressing the excess spiritual qi. Only then did the innate method of practicing qi finally begin to operate, refining the spiritual qi strand by strand and converting it into true qi. The Sumeru ring on his finger also constantly came into play, refining and purifying his true qi once more. The pure true qi surged like the tide. With each breath, it would grow at a terrifying rate. This rate completely surpassed the rate at which regular qi practitioners could cultivate by ingesting qi-gathering pills alone. A cultivator who could absorb the spiritual qi of the world as a qi practitioner, an extremely precious spiritual stone mine, and a Sumeru ring that only core formation cultivators had the right to possess. With the three of them combined, it was an extraordinary rate of cultivation. In less than 4 hours, Li Qingshan's body trembled once more. He had reached the 8th layer of the innate method of practicing qi. The flow of his true qi immediately sped up slightly, and the quantity increased by quite a lot too. However, he continued to cultivate. Time passed by bit by bit. After who knew how long in the darkness, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again and looked inside himself. He discovered that he had finally reached the 9th layer of great perfection with the innate method of practicing qi. He had reached the peak of the 3rd layer. This was the first cultivation method he had completed. He felt a faint sense of satisfaction. He wanted to share this good news with others. Looking at Millipede beside him, he was still snoring away. He seemed extremely peaceful, as if he had put aside all his worries in his sleep. However, he never had anything on his mind in the first place. For once, Little Anne had curled up and fallen asleep as well. As it seemed, the spiritual stone mine was extremely beneficial to her. Li Qingshan did not want to alarm them. He raised his right hand and gazed at his huge, pitch-black hand. With every increase in strength, he would become more confident in controlling everything. If he used the cursive sword calligraphy to launch another sneak attack, he might actually be able to heavily injure a 9th layer qi practitioner. He would not have to transform to deal with many problems as a human. Chapter 208. This was extremely important. There were many times and many places in the human world that were unsuitable for him to transform into a demon. The stronger he was as a human, the more opportunities he could obtain justifiably. However, if he wanted to continue his cultivation, he needed to find a new cultivation method. He felt like as long as he had a chi practitioner method, he could immediately break through to the fourth layer and open his yang linking meridian. It was just a pity that he had not obtained any of the 5 great methods of practicing qi. He could only stop here for now and wait for the future. Within the Proud Sword Hall, 2 rows of disciples stood to the left and right. They all stared straight ahead, their eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. The weather was extremely cold, but Yu Shuquang's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He leaned forward and said carefully, "Brother Liu, there really aren't any decent disciples in our Proud Sword Manor that can catch your eye." The person who sat before Yu Shuquang was Lu Fingrui, who had visited a few days ago just now. He waved his hand arrogantly, and Yu Shuquang dismissed everyone. Lu Fingrui smiled. "That's not why I've come this time. Brother Yu, it's time for you to celebrate." "What's there to celebrate in my empty home?" Lu Fingrui said. "I've heard about what happened a few days ago. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain abused their power to bully others, wanting to steal Brother Yu's property. Fortunately, Brother Yu had the assistance of a master, but that's not a long-term plan. As a result, I specially pleaded with my master to allow the Proud Sword Manor to join the Green Vine Mountain's protection. From now on, anyone who provokes the Proud Sword Manor will be provoking the dignity of our Green Vine Mountain." Yu Shuquang was surprised. He had wished for this a long time ago. He wanted to place the Proud Sword Manor under the protection of a certain mountain. Although he would have an additional master above him, it was still better than the days when any Qi practitioner could kick his ass. However, now that he had met Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian was about to have a promising future, he was not particularly happy. However, he reacted quickly. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Liu." Lu Fingrui was very satisfied with Yu Shuquang's behavior. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had actually extended their influence into the territory of the Green Vine Mountain, so the Green Vine Mountain obviously had to respond. He pursed his lips. "That's only one of them. Brother, you will probably be even happier when you hear about the next one. May I ask what it is?" "I heard your daughter has already reached the innate realm, so Master has specially extended his grace and is willing to accept her into the Green Vine Mountain. I'll be taking her back to the mountain this time." Lu Fingrui was complacent inside. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was the one who came up with this. Not only could he consolidate the Green Vine's influence in the mortal world, but he could also recruit a disciple for the Green Vine Mountain. When Yu Shuquang heard that, he was probably so happy that he wanted to kneel down to him. Yu Shuquang said, My son has already promised a good friend of the Hua family that he'll be attending the 100 schools of thought next year, without waiting for him to finish." Lu Fingrui's face sank. He had never thought that not only would Yu Shuquang thank him, but he would also turn him down. "Oh! Are you saying our Green Vine Mountain can't rival the 100 schools of thought? Or do you want to use the Hua family to scare me? How dare you? Then why don't you let your daughter come out to see me?" Yu Shuquang could only order someone to summon Yu Zijian over. Yu Zijian immediately shook her head when she heard that. "No, I've already agreed to Qinglu." Lu Finrui saw Yu Zijian. His eyes lit up slightly, but his face remained sunken. "My master never speaks so easily. However, there's no way he can take back what he said. You better consider it properly." "I said I'm not willing, so I'm not willing," Yu Zijian said in annoyance. Ever since she saw Lu Fingrui the first time, she had disliked his pretentiousness and his sarcasm. Lu Finrui's eyes turned cold. A mere first-layer Qi practitioner actually dared to defy him in public. He was looking to die. Yu Shuquang smiled apologetically at Lu Fingrui. "Please wait a moment." As he pulled Yu Zijian towards the back, he needed Li Qingshan to make the decision. Lu Finrui seemed to see through their thoughts. He still felt like his threat was not powerful enough, so he added, The Pheasant's Grace Mountain has already gathered people to deal with that Nyojushia or whatever behind you, but we still stopped them. Just because an independent cultivator who came out of nowhere defeated a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, does he think he can contend with the entire sect? Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He pulled Yu Zijian to the back and immediately ordered people to search for Li Qingshan in the manor. Yu Zijian also looked forward to the tremendous figure descending from above, grabbing the person surnamed Lu outside, and tossing him outside as well. However, the news they received in the end was that Li Qingshan had already vanished. Yu Shuquang immediately sat down in the armchair and sighed. What am I supposed to do? Yu Zijian experienced the sorrow of powerlessness once again. She gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. Father, I'll agree to him. Yu Shuquang said, how can you do that? At the very least, Yu Zijian would have Hua Qinlu to take care of her in the 100 Schools of Thought. The 100 Schools of Thought was a place of rules. Looking at how Lu Finrui behaved, there probably was not a lot of love between fellow disciples on the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian instead comforted Yu Shuquang. Don't worry. The Green Vine Mountain is not necessarily worse than the 100 Schools of Thought. Suddenly, she suppressed her voice. This is just a temporary solution. I'll write a letter to Chenglu. Perhaps she can help me. Yu Shuquang could not help but sigh. His daughter had truly grown up. He said helplessly, that's all we can do then. In the hall, Lu Fengrui smiled complacently. As long as what was done could not be undone, it would not be that easy for the Hua family to interfere with the matters of the sect. If the little girl obeyed obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, she would probably suffer a lot. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Li Qingshan's resonant voice echoed through the silent cavern. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Little and sat on Li Qingshan's neck and sang along with him. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Li Qingshan turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Little and also turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. You're wrong, you're wrong. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He shook his head so much that Little and began to move with him. What's wrong? Little and tightened her grip around his neck and grabbed Li Qingshan's ear to maintain her balance. Li Qingshan said, it should be the cave patrol. Little and thought about it. Fair enough. Li Qingshan had already been underground for half a month. He did not recklessly make Millipede fight the demon general. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the situation underground. He discovered that Millipede's territory was not just being invaded by the demon general. It was being invaded by all the nearby demon generals. Everyone else had a bunch of subordinates following their orders, but he was alone. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If he wasn't bullied, it would be unforgivable. Li Qingshan also gained a deeper understanding of the importance of territory. The underground world was basically a great treasure trove. Here, he could find spiritual veins and holy lands that were 10 times better than the zombie Taoist dwelling, spiritual springs that could rapidly recover true qi by drinking them, and various strange spiritual herbs. These lands of treasure were scattered across the crisscrossing caverns. Losing a portion of territory was losing a portion of resources. And the most important resources were all sorts of demons. Theoretically, all the demons in Millipede's territory had to listen to his commands. In exchange, Millipede would not eat them. However, Millipede lacked the skill and wisdom to lead. Even when he gave orders, the demons would only obey him on the surface. They would never show their support. As the saying went, in order to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Right now, Li Qingshan was going to visit these demons one by one. Chapter 209. Blackwater Salamander. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map he had stolen from the zombie Taoist and unfurled it. This place had completely exceeded the range of the underground mental map. When he channeled his true qi into the mental map, it flashed, but it did not form an image. Instead, it was a blurry speck of light. Something had interfered with it. Little and said softly, it must be because of the underground magnetic field. Li Qingshan said, "How did you know?" Little and said hesitantly, "I think I've read it somewhere before, but I can't remember where." Li Qingshan smiled. It must be a memory from the past. Otherwise, how could she forget which book it was with her memory? Little and immediately fell silent. She showed a rare hint of worry. She had no idea whether it was because of Milliped's spiritual stone bed or the fragrance of the blue iris. The memories in the depths of her mind surfaced bit by bit, bringing her illusionary dreams. Li Qingshan fell silent as well. He thought of the same place as her. It was her hometown in the distant south. She did not know where it was exactly. Perhaps it would suddenly jump into her mind at any time and pull her into the distance. He carried her down and cradled her in his arms like a doll. He stroked her smooth hair gently and kissed the red mole on her forehead gently. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered around his lips. "It's not a bad thing to be able to recover my memories. Tell me about the underground magnetic field." "I've never heard Millipede mention this before." Little and nodded obediently and wrapped her arms around his neck. "The underground magnetic field will affect the use of techniques and spiritual artifacts. The deeper you go, the greater the effect." Li Qingshan casually cast a simple technique. Sure enough, it was slightly more difficult to cast than it was above ground. This really was the home ground of demons. Although demons could use techniques like techniques, they basically relied on their powerful demon chi to force their way through. They did not have the delicate process of casting techniques like humans, so the effects were obviously negligible. So smart. Little and smiled faintly. There are also astral winds in the sky. The higher you go, the stronger they get. They can scatter the spiritual energy of the true chi and scatter the souls of people. Really? That's amazing! Also, heavenly flame burning cloud. Li Qingshan listened to her with a smile as he moved forward. It was rare to hear her talk so much. They forgot the hidden troubles and enjoyed the moment together. Then, they looked forward to the fact that there really was a banquet in the world that would never end, and it was prepared for them. Pop-up window full text TT download. In this dark underground, many of the methods of humans were useless. They could only rely on their instinctive sense of smell, hearing, sense of direction, and memory. The underground cavern was thousands of times more complicated than any maze in the world. No one could be sure where the path in front of them led to. When you were focused on going up and wanted to return to the surface, the cavern might suddenly curve downwards, or you might even run into a dead end. All of your plans would be for naught, and you would have to find a new path. Add to that the threat of demons hiding in the shadows. It was enough to make 9th and 10th layer chi practitioners tired and anxious, or even lost in the depths of the underground. The dangers here were terrifying, and it was not just about power. However, Li Qingshan was strolling around like it was his own backyard. His sensitive senses allowed him to easily find the path. As long as he released his powerful demon chi, the other demons would be able to restrain themselves and not attack randomly. The most terrifying demon here, King Millipede, was his strong shield. However, he did not bring Millipede with him this time to suppress the other powerful demons. On the path of demons, the strong were revered. It was not as strict and orderly as the humans. The rule of a fox borrowing the tiger's might was not as effective in the world of demons as it was in the human world. If he could not display enough power, how could he make those arrogant demons submit to him, the commander of the demons? Apart from that, he had a deeper purpose. Li Qingshan advanced along the underground river with faint spiritual chi. The water gradually sank deeper into the ground. He dove into the water and swam forward with the current. An hour later, his field of vision suddenly widened. He saw an extremely wide body of water. He could not see the end of it, nor did he see the surface of the water. There was only the quiet ripples of the black water, as if there were black jade buried underground. When it came to the underground, normal people would naturally think of the boundless earth. Who would have thought that there would be such a rich water source underground? Li Qingshan thought, the person Millipede mentioned should be here. The spiritual chi in the black water was very dense. Although it was not as dense as Millipede's residence, it was still a rare holy land for cultivation. According to Li Qingshan's observations over the past few days, there was a spiritual vein underground. It was in this direction, so it was very likely that there were crystallized spiritual stones in the depths of the black water. He wanted to find the hidden demons. Of course, he was not going to look around randomly. Instead, he followed Milliped's description and the direction the spiritual vein took. All powerful demons occupied places with dense spiritual qi. Li Qingshan got little and to wait on one side before letting out a deep roar. He completely transformed into his demon form. He had tiger claws, a tiger tail, ox hooves, and ox horns. His head of scarlet hair floated upwards like a ball of blazing fire. His figure had already reached a height of 9 meters. During this period of time, he had stopped practicing qi and focused on practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. He continued to eat the various pills and borrowed Milliped's bed to sleep a few times. His demon qi grew extremely rapidly, gradually suppressing the ox demon completely. Recovering his original appearance was no longer an issue. Afterwards, he immediately began practicing the second layer of the tiger demon. Practicing the tiger demon was not just about eating pills and cultivating silently. It required intense battles to unleash its potential and break through bottlenecks. As a result, he released his demon qi fearlessly and let out a provocative roar. At the bottom of the water, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly lit up in the depths of the mud. They shone with a vicious light. With a swing of its huge tail, it pushed away the black mud. Its colossal body shot over 30 meters away nimbly, swimming straight towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sensed a demon qi even more powerful than his own in the distance. Just like Millipede had said, this guy was very powerful. It was so powerful that even Millipede was unwilling to make trouble for it in the water. However, Millipede was of the fire element, while Li Qingshan was of the water element. The deep waters were also his home ground. With the spirit turtle's demon core, he moved no slower than he would on land. He sank to the bottom of the water, his hooves digging into the mud and stepping on the rocks. He stared ahead calmly. The demon qi grew closer and closer. He also vaguely made out a huge, vicious figure, as well as a pair of eye-catching demon eyes. The demon must have seen the same thing. Before the demon had even approached him, the water surged over like a tsunami. Of course, this was not just a splash from its body. Instead, it was controlled by demon qi. Li Qingshan's expression remained the same. He did not even use the spirit turtle's profound shell to protect himself. The water surged and rumbled like an army charging towards the enemy, slamming into Li Qingshan viciously and producing a thunderous rumble at the bottom of the water. His fiery, scarlet hair suddenly swept backwards, but Li Qingshan's figure was like a pillar of support, unmoving. Even with the tremendous pressure on him, he did not even frown. The surging water produced countless tiny, white streams of turbulence across his body. A small, colorful fish was lifted up by the water against its will, slipping through one of the streams. Its body was immediately sliced cleanly apart. Even if it was as gentle as water, it could become a terrifying weapon as long as it was strengthened with sufficient speed and power. However, this was only a test and a demonstration. Seeing how its first test had failed, the black water demon did not rush over in a hurry. It watched on from afar. "It's my turn." Scarlet light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He spread his arms and reached into the water like he was grabbing something extremely heavy. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved as its demon qi expanded to the limit. Suddenly, it pushed forward forcefully, and the water several meters around Li Qingshan suddenly emptied. Li Qingshan seemed to have lifted up a huge ball of water and smashed it towards the demon. The demon swung its tail and shattered the ball of water. It was like hundreds of tons had exploded at the bottom of the water, stirring up the entire lake. However, using water to deal with a demon of the same element obviously would not achieve anything. This was like how ferocious beasts would always roar at each other when they met in the wilderness to demonstrate their might. As if it had confirmed that Li Qingshan was an opponent on par with it, the black water demon swam over. This time, it did not cause any ripples. Wherever it swam, the black water would automatically part for it. It was so quiet that it seemed like it was sliding through space. Li Qingshan finally saw the demon's appearance. It was a salamander, but it had reached a terrifying length of 50 or 60 meters. Its smooth, sticky skin was pitch black like ink. As it swam through the water silently, it was like a ghost in the darkness. It actually possessed an indescribable sense of elegance. It was the ruler of this lake. The first subordinate that Li Qingshan wanted to recruit, the Blackwater Salamander. Two tremendous demon chi constantly clashed in the water. The Blackwater Salamander used the changes in the demon chi to communicate its intentions clearly. Who are you? Why have you invaded my territory? Of course, not all demons could speak the human language. However, every single demon had grasped a method of communication after constantly communicating with the spiritual chi of the world over the years. They used the pulses of demon chi to replace their roars. Although it was not as intricate as the human language, it was much simpler and clearer. Li Qingshan was a demon in the first place. After learning a little from Millipede, he comprehended this special method of communication for demons, so he obviously understood what the Blackwater Salamander was trying to say. Li Qingshan eased up slightly inside. Sure enough, powerful demons all possessed a certain level of intelligence. This Blackwater Salamander seemed to be even smarter than Millipede. Chapter 210. The Blackwater Salamander swam nimbly in the water and let out a mocking laugh. Millipede? You're talking about that idiot. Only an idiot would follow his orders. You're an idiot, but I'm not. Sanctuary. Li Qingshan raised his tiger claws. What if I say that you must obey me? If you catch me, I'll listen to you. All right. This time, Li Qingshan actually roared. The tiger demon's killing roar followed, tearing a hole in the black water as it charged towards the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander actually didn't dodge. It allowed the tiger demon's killing roar to land on its body. The Blackwater Salamander slid away and turned to the bottom of the water, creating a huge hole. However, it didn't cause any damage to the salamander at all. The demonic aura once again let out a mocking laugh. It doesn't hurt or tickle. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He could clearly see that just now, there was a layer of brilliance flowing around its body. This guy's innate divine ability seemed to be able to dodge spells. No wonder it dared to let Li Qingshan catch it. The Blackwater Salamander twisted its body and spat out a water arrow, creating a sharp and strange whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Qingshan. Although it wasn't as powerful as it was just now, it was a true killing move. It could easily pierce through metal and stone. Li Qingshan also dodged. The water arrow arrived before him, but it was blocked by a blue barrier of light. It was the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's neither painful nor itchy. He eased up slightly. The Blackwater Salamander's cultivation was not low, but its attacks were mainly water-type techniques. It would struggle to get through his spirit turtle's profound shell that was also of the water element. However, even if there were 4 or 5 9th-level Chi warriors like Grandma Shiman, fighting the Blackwater Salamanders in the deep water would only result in death. Although this guy wasn't a demon general, once he had the terrain advantage, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing that its attack didn't work, the Blackwater Salamander was shocked. It took another deep breath of water and spat out thousands of water arrows. The arrows pierced through the black water, leaving a straight white trail. Like torrential rain striking glass, the spirit turtle's profound framework trembled gently as if it could shatter at any time. However, despite the rain of water arrows, it remained there firmly, without leaving behind a single mark. Holy Church Li Qingshan felt his demon chi rapidly deplete. He knew that the spirit turtle's profound theory could not be directly destroyed, but it still required demon chi. There was no benefit in dragging it out any longer. Stepping off the bottom of the lake, he shot off into the air like a rocket. When the Blackwater Salamander saw Li Qingshan pouncing towards it, it opened its huge mouth, revealing its eerie white teeth, and bit towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thrust his head forward, as if he wanted to let go of his head in the salamander's mouth. However, the two extremely sharp horns stopped the salamander from biting down on Li Qingshan's shoulder. The two behemoths tangled with each other. The black water surged and demon chi filled the air. Li Qingshan felt pain in his shoulder. The sharp teeth of the blackwater salamander had already pierced into his skin, but he did not care at all. He wrapped his arms around the blackwater salamander and dragged it towards the bottom of the lake. Although he was a water-type demon, he was used to living on land after all. He was not as agile as the blackwater salamander in the water. However, as long as his feet touched the ground, he would be able to use his strength to suppress the blackwater salamander. Originally, the blackwater salamander wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Li Qingshan's shoulder, but it seemed to have bitten into extremely tough leather. It wanted to move its neck, but it was hugged tightly, unable to break free. It became even more shocked. His demon chi was not as great as his, but why was his strength greater than his? Although the black water was deep, it was still not the ocean. Li Qingshan's three-zhangtal figure was enough to traverse most of the water. In an instant, his iron hooves once again reached the bottom of the lake. With a wild roar, he threw the blackwater salamander to the ground. He had succeeded in his plan. I won. An oily light flashed across the blackwater salamander's pitch-black skin. Li Qingshan felt something slip from his arms. The blackwater salamander slid out like a ghost. Even his barbed tiger claws could not catch it. You can't catch me. The blackwater salamander mocked as it disappeared in front of Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan thought, this fellow's innate ability is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder it did not take Demon General Millipede seriously. Although its attack power is not strong, it is still extremely difficult for others to deal with it in the water. But this was his first battle. How could he give up? He also shot out and chased after the demonic aura. The demonic aura suddenly disappeared. The ripples in the surrounding water grew more and more intense. White waves rolled in the black water, turning the depths of the ground into a world of black and white. Without any warning, and without feeling the ripples in the water, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan and slammed into his waist. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his waist and lost his balance. From the corner of his eye, he saw the blackwater salamander disappear into the water again. Before he could stabilize himself, the blackwater salamander changed direction and slammed into him again. The blackwater salamander drew out countless pitch-black trails, intersecting with Li Qingshan's body. In an instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he had been slammed into. He spun around in the water, feeling dizzy. It was as if he had become the blackwater salamander's toy. His entire body was in pain. It was only thanks to his strong body that he had not been slammed to death. A top-level demon was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he did not become dejected at all. Instead, his battle intent burned brighter and brighter. He did not use the spirit turtle's profound shell, as his demon chi was nowhere close to the blackwater salamanders in the first place. If he used the spirit turtle's profound shell, his demon chi would probably run out very quickly. He could only retreat temporarily. However, why would he retreat? He did not get Little and to help him, not because he wanted Little and to hide to one side and launch a sneak attack. Instead, he treated this as a test for himself. This was not a battle to the death where he would resort to every conceivable means. Instead, he was trying to subdue a demon weapon. As a result, not only did he have to win this battle, but he had to win it fair and square. The difference in strength between them was not particularly great. Apart from the slightly weaker demon chi, his strength and abilities even surpassed it. The reason why he could not gain the upper hand was definitely because he had not done enough. Li Qingshan just closed his eyes and was slammed into a few more times by the blackwater salamander viciously. Amidst the great waves, the depths of his heart calmed down instead. It was like a droplet of water had fallen into his heart. Li Qingshan's heart suddenly lit up. It was water. Although he was a water-type demon, he was not good at fighting in water. His method of controlling the water was extremely clumsy as well. He did not make good use of the environment at all, giving the blackwater salamander a geographical advantage for nothing. He floated and sank in the water, no longer trying to control his body. He no longer tried to land on the ground. He was like a creature born in the water, treating the water as his home. His demon chi scattered in the surroundings, forming a connection with the surrounding water. He was no longer as clumsy as when he picked up a huge water ball and smashed it at people. Instead, he monitored the surrounding waters with the sensitivity of a radar. The blackwater salamander broke through the water once again, like a black, ghostly bolt of lightning. Although it did not cause any ripples, it did touch the water under Li Qingshan's control. "It's behind me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head, but his movements were not as agile as the blackwater salamander. At such a close distance, even if he discovered it, it would be hard for him to dodge. The blackwater salamander was proud of itself. Just as it was about to slam Li Qingshan around again, Li Qingshan's huge body suddenly moved to the left without any warning. Li Qingshan controlled the water and pushed it away, avoiding the blackwater salamander's attack for the first time. At this moment, he finally felt like he was a little like a demon in the water. When he sensed the blackwater salamander's movement, he clenched his fist, and the moment the blackwater salamander brushed past him, he ruthlessly smashed the blackwater salamander's head. With a loud bang, the water turned into waves and spread across the entire body of water. The furious attack that Li Qingshan had prepared for a long time was not a joke. Even if it was a tough rock or iron, it would still be smashed flat. Just when he was considering if he had used too much force. Ouch! 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 The blackwater salamander hugged its head with its two forelimbs and swam far away while swinging its long tail. In that instant, it also used the ability to slide away from the attack, dissipating most of the force. Only then did it not get knocked unconscious by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan floated in the water with his head and feet above his head. Looking at the blackwater salamander, his demon chi fluctuated. "You still don't want to admit defeat? Did you catch me?" The blackwater salamander was furious and actually swam far away. "Even if I can't beat you, don't even think of catching me and making me listen to your commands." Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows and adjusted his body. He leaned his body forward and struck a freestyle swimming pose. His forelimbs suddenly pushed back, and then he controlled the water waves to push himself forward, rushing towards the blackwater salamander. In terms of swimming, how could the blackwater salamander lose to Li Qingshan? With a wave of its tail, it swam 3 to 4 meters to the side. No matter how it swam, it couldn't compare to its natural agility. Just as it was about to mock Li Qingshan a few more times, it suddenly felt its tail tighten. Li Qingshan had grabbed onto its tail, but its tail was the most slippery to begin with. With a flash of light, it instantly escaped far away, not daring to stay any longer. In the extremely vast underground lake, two enormous creatures, one fiercely chasing and the other frantically escaping. Even though the blackwater salamander had nowhere to hide, Li Qingshan was still not fast enough. He couldn't even touch its tail. After 3 days and 3 nights, their speed was as slow as an ordinary fish. They were both exhausted, but they still refused to listen to the drama. Li Qingshan felt as if he had really become a fish. He had a new understanding of how to use his body to paddle water and how to control the flow of water. To him, water battles were no longer a weakness. Even though he was exhausted, he relied on his ox-like endurance to forcefully hang on to the blackwater salamander, not giving it any time to rest. The blackwater salamander gritted its teeth in hatred and scolded Li Qingshan. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. A ball of fluctuating flowing fire was quietly burning in the water. Within the flowing fire sat a small skeleton. She also imitated the monsters and used her breath to convey her meaning clearly. "Why don't we just kill it and take out its demon core to eat?" Beside her, 2 huge skulls opened and closed their mouths, as if they were waiting for a meal to be served. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't eat me, I will explode my Yao core." The blackwater salamander instinctively felt a dangerous aura. It knew that it couldn't pass this hurdle. It was dispirited, but it also admired Li Qingshan's perseverance. Chapter 211. The blackwater salamander had been wondering what kind of monster Li Qingshan was. Holy Church, Li Qingshan said, "You're the thing." He swung his fist down. Even though the Blackwater salamander was exhausted, it was still agile and dodged. Li Qingshan glared at it. "You dare to dodge when the leader hits you? Do you want to live or not?" Little Anne's two skulls threatened it. The Blackwater salamander had no choice but to go forward and hit Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He looked at his #1 soldier in satisfaction. He didn't expect that he would become a leader in the Demon Dao before he even became a Black Wolf commander. Moreover, the people he led were all top-notch powerful monsters. The Blackwater salamander's strength, according to human chi refinement standards, was around the 9th or 10th layer. It wasn't far from becoming a demon general. If Li Qingshan's strength was calculated according to chi refinement standards, it would already be amazing if he could reach the 7th or 8th layer. He was still very far away from becoming a demon general. It couldn't be helped. Demon cultivation was extremely time-consuming. Being able to reach this level was already a great help from those pills. This victory was completely due to the 3 powerful divine abilities. Seeing that there was no danger, the Blackwater salamander stopped to rest. It carefully looked at Little and said, "Leader, that millipede," Li Qingshan said, "call him King." The Blackwater salamander said, "Why did King Millipede want you to beat me up?" Li Qingshan said, "Not just you. I want to beat up all the monsters on the ground. If they listen to my orders, then I'll let them go. If they don't, then I'll kill them all." Although the Blackwater salamander wasn't the strongest monster on the ground, it was the most difficult to deal with. Millipede didn't want to go deep into the water. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy to subdue him. That was why Li Qingshan made it his first target. The Blackwater salamander glanced at Little and, "Leader, this is?" Li Qingshan said, "This is the deputy leader." The flames in Little Anne's eye sockets flickered. He had actually become the deputy leader. Holy Church, Li Qingshan said, "Do you know where King Millipede's cave is?" I know. On this piece of land, as long as it was a demon with a bit of intelligence, it would probably know. Li Qingshan said, "All right, I will be holding a meeting there in 3 months. At that time, if you dare to not show up, you can forget about staying in this Blackwater lake." He didn't just want to defeat all these demons and subdue them one by one. His most fundamental goal was to turn them into a fighting force that he could deploy. That was why he and Millipede had come up with this demon gathering all the demons who had condensed Yao cores. The Blackwater salamander had no choice but to agree. With a thought, Li Qingshan took out an uneaten roasted chicken from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to the Blackwater salamander. The Blackwater salamander swallowed it in one gulp. The taste of the various seasonings, especially the salt, melted in its mouth. It excitedly swam around Li Qingshan and stared at Li Qingshan. "Leader, do you have any more?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, just as I expected. Although this underground place was a huge treasure trove with all sorts of spirit veins and spirit herbs, the food resources here were far less abundant than those on the surface. However, the food resources here were far less abundant than on the surface. Even a demon general like Millipede could not eat whatever he wanted, much less these ordinary demons. Although they wouldn't die even if they didn't eat for 10 years as long as they breathed in the spiritual energy of the world in this black water, their instincts wouldn't disappear. The carrot and the stick had always been the only way to keep his subordinates in check. Li Qingshan used it appropriately, and it had a miraculous effect. When you go, you can eat as much of this as you want. I will definitely go. The Blackwater salamander instantly looked forward to it. If it could eat this every day, it wouldn't mind becoming a demon soldier. Li Qingshan and Little and left the Blackwater and ate 100 herb pill to recover most of their demon chi. Only then did he ask Little and curiously, "How did you become like this again?" Little and explained. So it was to hide her identity. The Holy Church and the others would eventually return to the surface. If she remained like this, too many pairs of eyes would remember her underground. Who knew when Li Qingshan's identity would be exposed? Furthermore, in this underground world, a non-human appearance was actually more convenient than a human appearance. Li Qingshan was quite impressed with Little Ant's caution. The human world and the demon world might not always overlap. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. They could communicate through aura anyway. Little N's aura was the rising flames in her body. Let's go to the next place. Outside Salt Mountain City, in the garden behind the silent manor. Li Qingshan looked at the light above his head and felt dizzy. He turned to Millipede and said, "I'll go prepare some food and wine for the guests. You can go back first." Millipede left reluctantly. Li Qingshan brought Little N to the surface and saw that it was a vast expanse of snow. Snow covered the ground and the distant mountains. Clearly, it had snowed a few more times while he was away. Li Qingshan felt at ease. He exchanged a smile with Little N beside him. This expedition against the demons was much smoother than Li Qingshan had imagined. Apart from the tough Blackwater salamander, there were also a few powerful demons. One of them was a 30-meter-long boulder viper. It was even more powerful than the Blackwater salamander. It had almost completely replaced its body with stone, making it invulnerable. Furthermore, it had melded into the ground and concealed its aura. Its sudden ambush had almost injured Li Qingshan. However, when Li Qingshan stated his intentions, the boulder viper immediately expressed its willingness to obey Millipede's orders and participate in the demon gathering. The Blackwater salamander only dared to look down on Millipede because of its geographical advantage. However, even the boulder viper did not dare to face a demon general head-on. Thus, Li Qingshan did not even bring out the carrot or the stick to recruit a second powerful demon soldier. As long as the king had absolute strength, it was easy for the generals who went out to battle. Although there were a few battles, they were mostly close calls. Of course, this was also because Li Qingshan was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Although the strongest demons were afraid of Millipede's strength, they still had to test the waters against Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers. The boulder viper had submitted so quickly because its ambush on Li Qingshan had failed. Instead, Li Qingshan had cracked the stone on its body with a punch. Although Li Qingshan did not dare to say that he had more than a 50% chance of winning in a fight to the death, no demon would fight a demon of the same level for no reason. Everyone thought that humans were intelligent and rational, while demons were bloodthirsty and crazy. However, this was not the case. Wild beasts in the wilderness would not fight to the death with their opponents even if they were fighting for a mate or territory. The loser would not even suffer too much damage. Often, they would use their roars to intimidate their opponents and determine the victor. However, humans would often gamble their lives for women and power. Even if they knew that they were no match for the demon, they would still fight. In the end, they would die without repentance. Sometimes, a small conflict would escalate from insults to fights, and then to fights to the death. It was all for the sake of an illusory dignity. Wild beasts only had survival instincts. They did not have complex emotions like humans. This did not change after they became demons. As a result, Li Qingshan faced a group of extraordinarily rational opponents. Even the powerful demons obeyed him, much less the weaker ones. Almost as soon as Li Qingshan released his demon aura, the lesser demons bowed their heads. It was so simple that even Li Qingshan did not expect it to be so simple. It had only taken him a month, which was far less than he had expected. Millipede was too stupid and easily tricked. He also did not have the awareness to gather his subordinates, which was why he was where he was today. When Li Qingshan made up for Millipede's lack of intelligence, he immediately gained control over the territory. With that, Li Qingshan basically gained several dozen demon soldiers under his command. Only then did his identity as the leader of the demon soldiers become real. Once the demon gathering was over and he established his rule, he could mobilize these demon soldiers. He also had a demon general like Millipede as a friend. If the sect still wanted to deal with him, they would just be digging their own graves. As long as they had not undergone the heavenly tribulation, he could deal with them no matter how many came. Even if the sect master ventured underground, he would have to taste the power of a carapaced demon general. With a beautiful vision for the future, Li Qingshan put on his large, conical hat again and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He let Little N in. Although he could return to his normal state, he purposefully maintained his huge figure so that it would be easier for him to move about in the human world. In order to successfully hold the demon gathering this time, a grand banquet was necessary. This matter also fell on Yu Shuquang. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang grabbed Li Qingshan's hand excitedly. "You've finally returned." Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yu Shuquang was, so he asked in a hurry, "What happened?" Yu Shuquang told him the whole story, and Li Qingshan said furiously, "You've gone too far. Have you contacted Hua Chenglu?" Yu Shuquang said bitterly, "I've already sent the letter, but I haven't received a reply." Li Qingshan knew that even if Hua Chenglu had done something, it was impossible for her to specially reply and explain to Yu Shuquang. However, this probably would not be so simple. Even if Hua Chenglu wanted to, the Hua family might not necessarily fall out with the Green Vine Mountain over a friendship between children. He had already witnessed the arrogance and brutality of cultivation sects with a sect. They were even bold enough to kill Hawk Wolf guards, let alone forcefully recruit a disciple. Yu Shuquang said, "What do we do now?" "Sigh, it's all because I'm useless as a father." Li Qingshan tried to persuade him, "You don't have to worry too much. She's going to become someone's disciple. At most, she'll suffer a little. She won't be in any danger. It's not a bad thing for her to experience the dangers of the world. The Green Vine Mountain was a proper sect after all, not a den of bandits." Yu Shuquang sighed heavily. That was what he said, but how could he stop worrying? Li Qingshan was rather worried as well. He liked Yu Zijian's straightforwardness and kindness very much. He did not want her to be bullied. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.